Hey guys, it's Snowflake here, and I am back. And hopefully, this time we will finish off the Allies for Bruma quest that has been known to take a ridiculously long time. I tried to finish it all in one go when I last streamed, like over a month ago, and it was an impossible task. Like, by that point, I'd been streaming for ages, it had gone ridiculously late. I was very visibly and audibly tired, and yeah, just in general, I did everything I could to try and finish it quickly. I underestimated how tough it was, and tough it certainly was, and definitely will continue to be today. So yeah, I kind of have this thing where I want to complete a quest per episode, and technically Allies for Bruma is one quest, so I tried my best to finish it in one go. But I didn't do it, and that's fine. I don't think anyone in their right mind would be able to finish it all off in one go. But at the very least, we did manage to finish off most of it. So we closed the gates in Coral, Shadenhal, Bravil, and Skingrad. We finished most of the Castle Kvatch quest. Minor spoiler, but yes, we're almost finished that. And then after that, we just have Anvil and Leowin to go. So hopefully, this should take no more than half the time that it took last stream. Hopefully less, because I'll be, well, let's say the main time waster of this quest is definitely the Kvatch one. I mean, I distinctly remember just helplessly standing in an out-of-reach pillar while like six Clanfear, 4 Scamps, Dramora, and a few Atranax were all desperately trying to get at me while everyone else was dead. So the bulk of that is over, so hopefully this stream will not take, well, it should not take that amount of time. And my skills have all improved since then. So yeah. Anyway, let's get into it. And where I actually left off is at this pile of books over here. And this was probably about the time where I realized, you know what, dude, just give up. There's no way you're going to be able to survive finishing off this quest, and I was slightly mindful that I'd gone on for way too long and it wasn't going to benefit anyone to keep going. So anyway, so what I wanted to do was read the books out of this pile that we haven't read, of which there are quite a few. Most of them are pretty short, but yeah. Let's start off with this one though. We'll start off with one of the longer ones. So Guide to Shadenhal we have already read, so I won't read that again. So Report Disaster at Ionith. Okay, Report of the Imperial Commission on the Disaster at Ionith. Lord Potride Chairman, Part 1, Preparations. The Emperor's plans for the invasion of Akavir were laid in the 270s, when he began the conquest of the small island kingdoms that lie between Tamriel and Akavir. With the fall of Black Harbour in Esroniet in 282, Uriel V was already looking ahead to the ultimate prize. He immediately ordered extensive renovations to the port, which would serve as the marshalling point for the invasion force and as a main supply source throughout the campaign. At this time, he also began the construction of many large ocean-going transports that would be needed for final crossings to Akavir, in which the navy was previously deficient. Thus, it can be seen that the Emperor's preparations for the invasion were laid well in advance, before even the conquest of Esroniet was complete, and it was not a sudden whim as some have charged. When Prince Basamon yielded Esroniet to imperial authority in 284, the Emperor's full attention could be devoted to planning for the Akaviri campaign. Naval expeditions were dispatched in 285 and 286 to scout the sea lanes and coastlands of Akavir, and various imperial intelligence agents, both magical and mundane, were employed to gather information. On the basis of all of this information, the kingdom of Versailles in the southwest of Akavir was selected as the initial target for the invasion. Meanwhile, the Emperor was gathering his expeditionary force. A new Far East fleet was created for the campaign, which for a time dwarfed the rest of the navy. It is said to be the most powerful fleet ever assembled in the history of Tamriel. The 5th, 7th, 10th and 14th legions were selected for the initial landing, with the 9th and 17th to follow as reinforcements once the beachhead was secured. While this may seem to the layman a relatively small fraction of the army's total manpower, it must be remembered that this expeditionary force would have to be maintained at the end of a long and tenuous supply line. In addition, the Emperor and the army command believed that the invasion would not be strongly opposed, at least at first. Perhaps most crucially, the navy had only enough heavy transport capacity to move 4 legions at a time. It should be noted here that the Commission does not find fault with the Emperor's preparations for the invasion. Based on the information available prior to the invasion, which was obviously deficient in hindsight, great effort had been made to accumulate. The Commission believes that the Emperor did not act recklessly or imprudently. I don't know, I'd say invading someone without having any information on them is definitely reckless. But I guess whoever was writing this may have the Emperor's opinion in mind and didn't want to be executed, so I guess that's possible. Some have argued that the expeditionary force was too small. The Commission believes that, on the contrary, even if shipping could have been found to transport and supply more legions, an impossibility without crippling the trade of the entire empire, this would have merely added to the scale of the disaster. It would not have averted it. Neither could the rest of the empire be denuded of legions. The memory of the Cameron usurper was still fresh, and the Emperor believed, and this Commission agrees, that the security of the Empire precluded a larger concentration of military force outside of Tamriel. If anything, the Commission believes that the expeditionary force was too large. Despite the creation of 2 new legions during his reign, and the recreation of the 5th, the loss of the expeditionary force left the Empire in a dangerously weak position relative to the provinces, as the current situation makes all too clear. This suggests that the invasion of Akavir was beyond the Empire's current strength. Even if the Emperor could have fielded and maintained a larger force in Akavir, the Empire may have disintegrated behind him. Part 2. The Invasion of Akavir. The expeditionary force left Black Harbour on 23rd Rain's Hand 288, and with fair weather landed in Akavir after 6 weeks at sea. The landing site was a small, stacey port at the mouth of a large river, chosen for its proximity to Tamriel, as well as its location in the fertile river valley, giving easy access to the interior as well as good foraging for the army. All went well at first. Versailles had abandoned the town when the expeditionary force approached, so they took possession of it and renamed it Septimia, the first colony of the new imperial province of Akavir. While the engineers fortified the town and expanded the port facility to serve the Far East fleet, the Emperor marched inland with 2 legions. The surrounding land was reported to be rich, well-watered fields, and meeting no resistance, the army took this next city upriver, also abandoned. This was refounded as Ionef, and the Emperor established his headquarters there, being much larger than Septimia and better located to dominate the surrounding countryside. The expeditionary force had yet to meet any real resistance, although the legions were constantly shadowed by mounted enemy patrols, which prevented any but large scouting parties from leaving the main body of the army. One thing the Emperor sorely lacked was cavalry, due to the limited space on the transport fleet, although for the time being the battle mages made up for this with magical reconnaissance. The Emperor now sent out envoys to try to contact the Seishi king, or whoever ruled this land, but his messengers never returned. Damn, Sparta situation. In retrospect, the Commission believes that valuable time was wasted in this effort while the army was stalled at Ionef, which could have been better spent in advancing quickly while the enemy was still, apparently surprised by the invasion. However, the Emperor believed at the time that the Seishi could be overawed by the Empire's power, and he might win a province by negotiation with no need for serious fighting. Meanwhile, the 4 legions were busy building a road between Septimia and Ionef, setting up fortified guard posts along the river and fortifying both cities' defences, activities which would serve them well later. Due to their lack of cavalry, scouting was limited, and communication between the two cities constantly threatened by enemy raiders, with which the legions were still unable to come to grips. The original plan had been to bring the two reinforcing legions across as soon as the initial landing had secured a port, but the fateful decision was now taken to delay their arrival, instead begin using the fleet to transport colonists. The Emperor and the Council agreed that due to the complete abandonment of the conquered area by its native population, colonists would need to work the field so that the expeditionary force would not have to rely entirely on the fleet for supplies. In addition, unrest had broken out in Ineslia, athwart the supply route to Akavir, and the Council believed the 9th and 17th Legions would be better used in repacifying those territories and securing the expeditionary force's supply lines. The civilian colonists and their supplies began arriving in Septimia in mid-Halfire. They took over the preparation of the fields, which had been started by the legionnaires for a spring crop. A number of cavalry mounts were also brought over at this time, and the raids on the two imperial colonies subsequently fell off. Saisi emissaries also finally arrived in Ionif, purportedly to begin peace negotiations, and the expeditionary force settled in for what was expected to be a quiet winter. At this time, the Council urged the Emperor to return to Tamriel with a fleet to deal with many pressing matters of the Empire while the army was in winter quarters. But the Emperor decided that it would be best to remain in Akavir. This turned out to be fortunate, because a large portion of the fleet, including the Emperor's flagship, was destroyed by an early winter storm during the homeward voyage. The winter storm season of 288 to 289 was unusually prolonged and exceptionally severe, and prevented the fleet from returning to Akavir as planned with additional supplies. This was reported to the Emperor via battle mage, and it was agreed that the expeditionary force could survive on what supplies it had on hand until the spring. Part 3. The destruction of the expeditionary force. The winter weather in Akavir was also much more severe than expected. Due to the supply problems and the addition of thousands of civilians, the expeditionary force was on tight rations. To make matters worse, the Saisi raiders returned in force and harried any foraging and scouting parties outside of the walls of the two cities. Several watchforts on the road between Septimia and Ionif were captured during blizzards, and the rest had to be abandoned as untenable. As a result, communication between the two cities had to be conducted entirely by magical means, a continuing strain on the Legion's battle mages. On 5th of Sun's dawn, a large entourage of Saishi arrived at Ionif, claiming to bring a peace offer from the Saishi king. That night, these treacherous envoys murdered the guards at one of the city gates, then a strong party of their comrades who were waiting outside the city walls. Their clear intention was to assassinate the Emperor, foiled only by the vigilance and courage of troopers of the 10th who were guarding his palace. Once the alarm was raised, the Saishi inside the city were hunted down and killed to the last man. Needless to say, this was the end of negotiations between the Emperor and the Saishi. And I suppose trying to assassinate an Emperor kind of tends to do that. The arrival of spring only brought worse troubles. Instead of the expected spring rains, a hot, dry wind began to blow from the east, continuing with varying strength through the entire summer. The crops failed, and even the river, which in the previous year had been navigable by small boats far upstream of Ionif, was completely dried up by sun's height. It is unknown if this was due to a previously unknown weather pattern unique to Akavir, or if the Saishi manipulated the weather through magical means. The Commission leads towards the former conclusion. There is no direct evidence of the Saishi possessing such fearsome arcane power, but the latter possibility cannot be entirely ruled out. Interesting. Due to prolonged bad weather, the supply fleet was late in setting out from Black Harbour. It finally left port in early Second Seed, was again severely mauled by storms and limped into Septimia 8 weeks later, much reduced. Because of the increasingly desperate supply situation in Akavir, the Emperor dispatched most of his battle mage corps with the fleet to assist in weathering the storms, which seemed likely to continue all summer. At this time, the Council urged the Emperor to abandon the invasion and to return to Tamriel with the expeditionary force. But he again refused, noting that the fleet was no longer large enough to transport all 4 legions at once. The Commission agrees that leaving one or more legions behind in Akavir to await the return of the fleet would have damaged army morale, but the Commission also notes that the loss of one legion would have been preferable to the loss of the entire expeditionary force. It is the unanimous opinion of the Commission that this was the last point at which complete disaster might have been averted. Once the decision was made to send the fleet back for reinforcements and supplies, events proceeded to their inevitable conclusion. From this point on, much less is known about what transpired in Akavir. With most of the battle mages assisting the fleet, communication between the expeditionary force and Tamriel was limited, especially as the situation in Akavir worsened and the remaining battle mages had their powers stretched to the limit, attending to all the needs of the legions. However, it appears that Pasaishi may also have been actively interfering with the mages in some unknown manner. Some of the mages in Akavir reported their powers being abnormally weak, and the mages of the War College in Cyrodiil, who were handling communications for the Council, reported problems linking up with their compatriots in Akavir, even between master and pupil of long training. The Commission urges that the War College make a particular study of the arcane powers of the Seishi, should the Empire ever come into conflict with Akavir again. What is known is that the Emperor marched out of Ionif in Midsun's height, leaving only small garrisons to hold the cities. He had learned that the Saishi were massing their forces on the other side of the mountain range to the north, and he intended to smash their army before it could gather full strength and capture their supplies, of which he was in desperate need. This rapid advance seems to have taken the Saishi by surprise, and the expeditionary force crossed the mountains and felled their camp, routing the Saishi army and capturing its leader, a noble of some kind. But the Emperor was soon forced to retreat, and the legions suffered heavily on their retreat to Ionif. The Emperor now found himself besieged in Ionif, cut off from a small garrison at Septimia, which was also besieged. By this time it seems that the efforts of the few remaining battle mages were devoted entirely to creating water to keep the army alive, a skill not normally emphasized at the War College. Creating water, huh? It's not a skill we've seen in any Elder Scrolls game. Creating ice, yeah, but it would be cool if there was spells which let you create water or use it to attack in some way. The fleet had arrived safely back to Black Harbour thanks to Battle Mage Corps, but all attempts to return to Akavir were frustrated by a series of ever more savage storms that battered Esroniet throughout the rest of 289. The Council's last contact with the Emperor was in early frostfall. By evening star, the Council was extremely worried about the situation in Akavir and ordered the fleet to sail regardless of risk. Despite the continued storms, the fleet managed to press on to Akavir. Hope was raised when contact was made with the Emperor's battle mage, who reported that Ionif still held out. Plans were quickly laid for the expeditionary force to break out of Ionif and fall back on Septimia, where the fleet would meet them. This was the last direct contact with the expeditionary force. The fleet arrived in Septimia to find its garrison under savage assault from a large Saishi army. The battle mages with the fleet threw back the enemy long enough for the survivors to embark and the fleet to withdraw. The few survivors of the expeditionary force who reached Septimia told how the Emperor had led the army out of Ionif by night 2 days earlier, successfully breaking through the enemy lines but then being surrounded by overwhelming forces on the road to Septimia. They told of the heroic last stand by the Emperor and the 10th Legion, which allowed a remnant of the 14th to reach Septimia. 2 survivors of the 10th arrived in Septimia that night, having slipped through the enemy lines during their undisciplined victory celebration. These men confirmed having seen the Emperor die, cut down by enemy arrows as he rallied the tank's shield wall. Part 4. Conclusion. The Commission believes that the invasion of Akavir was doomed from the start for several reasons, none of which could have been foreseen beforehand, unfortunately. Well, that's the whole point, guys. Surely the whole point of the story is you don't start an invasion if you have no idea who you're invading and have any sort of intelligence about them. It's just common sense, surely. But okay, we'll humour these guys and carry on reading. Despite extensive intelligence gathering, it doesn't seem like that was the case, the expeditionary force was clearly unprepared for the situation in Akavir. The unexpected weather which plagued the army and navy was particularly disastrous. Without the loss of a majority of the Far East fleet during the campaign, the expeditionary force could have been withdrawn in 289. The weather also forced the Emperor to assign most of his battle-mage corps to the fleet, leaving him without their valuable assistance during the fighting which soon followed. And of course the unexpected drought which struck Ionif during 289 dashed the hopes of supplying the army locally, and left the expeditionary force in an untenable situation when besieged in Ionif. The Saishi were also much stronger than intelligence reports had suggested. Information on the size of the army of the Saishi were eventually able to field against the expeditionary forces vague, as the only serious fighting took place after regular communications were cut off between the Emperor and the Council. Of course, you have no idea how many people you were fighting, so let's just go ahead and fight. Makes perfect sense. Nevertheless, it seems likely that the Saishi outnumbered the Emperor's forces by several times. They were able to force 4 crack legions into retreat, and then keep them under siege for several months. As was stated previously, the Commission declines to criticise the initial decision to invade Akavir. Based on what was known at the time, the plan seemed sound. It is only with the benefit of hindsight does it become obvious that the invasion had very little chance of success. Nevertheless, the Commission believes several valuable lessons can be taken from this disaster. Please, something about preparation. Right. First, the Saishi may have extremely powerful arcane forces at their command. The possibility that they may have manipulated the weather across such a vast region seems incredible. It should be noted that 3 commissioners strongly objected to this paragraph even being included in this report. But the Commission believes this matter deserves urgent investigation. The potential danger is such that even the slight possibility must be taken seriously. Second, the Saishi appeared to possess no navy to speak of. The expeditionary force was never threatened by sea, and the Far East fleet fought nothing but the weather. Indeed, initial plans called for a portion of the fleet to remain in Akavir for use in coastal operations. In the event there were very few places where the large vessels of the fleet could approach the land due to the innumerable reefs, sandbars, islands, etc. that infested the coastal waters north and south from Septimia. Due to the utter lack of trees in the plain around Septimia and Ionif, the expeditionary force was unable to build smaller vessels which could have navigated the shallow coastal waters. Any future military expeditions against Akavir would do well to consider some way of bringing a means for inshore naval operations in order to exploit this clear advantage over the Saishi, an advantage that was sadly unexploited by the expeditionary force. Third, much longer-term study needs to be made of Akavir before another invasion could even be contemplated. The information gathered over the 4 years prior to the invasion was extensive, but clearly inadequate. Thank you. The weather conditions were completely unexpected, the Saishi much stronger than expected, and the attempted negotiations by the Emperor with the Saishi a disaster. Akavir proved alien beyond expectation, and the Commission believes any future attempt to invade Akavir should not be contemplated without much greater knowledge of the conditions, politics, and peoples of that continent presently obtains. Finally, the Commission unanimously concludes that given what we now know, any attempt to invade Akavir is folly, at least in the present state of the Empire. The Empire's legions are needed at home. One day a peaceful, united Empire will return to Akavir and exact severe retribution for the disaster at Ionif and for our fallen Emperor. Doesn't sound very peaceful and united to me. But that day is not now, nor in the foreseeable future. Right, this report is asked to us at Ionif, example of what happens when you go into a situation ill prepared. Right, so what's next? Right, I forgot to add that to my list. Yeah. Anyone new? This is a list of items that I have. Where I'm collecting every item. As many items as I can in the game. I'm sure there'll be some I inevitably miss, but I'm trying not to. Okay, so which guides have we read? We've read Guide to Anvil and Shaneham. So let's read Guide to Breville. So remember, these guides are the books where basically the author is very well known to completely over-criticize and just completely shut down any positive opinions about any city. in the game. So this is Alessia Otis's guide to Breville. Mara, Mother Mild, make us hale and hearty. My name is Alessia Otis, and I'd like to tell you all about Breville. Breville is the dark grate of a sewer train where foul and unappetizing debris collects. It is the poorest and the dirtiest of Cyril's towns, the oldest and shabbiest, most plagued by criminals, drunkards, and skooma eaters, and most popular with beast folk and other foreigners. Honestly, she's not too wrong with that one, except for the part about beast folk and foreigners. I don't condone that at all. All Breville lacks is a coven of Daedra worshippers to make it the perfect pit of villainy. Many rumours suggest that even more evil and depraved worships are practiced in secret by Breville's wicked heathens. I'm not, without spoiling anything, he's not wrong. This town is grey, grim, and depressing. The climate is damp and the atmosphere foul because of the fetid channels of the Larcius River that serve as Breville's sewers, and because of the rank swamps of the lowland margins of the Nibbon Bay, where insects and diseases breed in abundance. The architecture of the town is remarkable for its unequalled ugliness and disorder. The houses, shops, and guilds are built from cracked and splintered timbers, soft from rot, and green with mould and mildew. It is a pity that they do not fall down, for they might be rebuilt in a more pleasing manner, but rather they continue to grow on top of one another, like mounded middens, reaching lofty heights of 3 and 4 stories. Beggars and thieves lounge indolently on balconies overhanging the streets, and dump their refuse directly upon the unfortunate passers-by. Really? That sounds like something that would happen in a sitcom. Whole families live in teetering shacks on the tops of the buildings in unimaginable squalor. Breville's people are dirty and dishonest. They live little better than goblins in caves, squatting in filthy, tumble-down shacks. The town's citizens are divided into 2 classes: the smugglers, skooma eaters, bandits, thieves, and murderers, and the wretched beggars and fools that these criminals prey upon. How can you claim to be religious and have all of these opinions, like wretched beggars? It's supposed to be nice. It amazes me how no one's had her killed yet. Breville is ruled by crime lords, and the town guard lives in the pockets of the skooma kingpins. You will not be surprised to find there are many Argonians and Khajiit in this miserable place. Jesus. Since elsewhere a black marsh are close by, you may be surprised to find many orcs here. However, beast folk are comfortable in the company of other beast folk, as are thieves and brutes naturally drawn to the company of one another. Breville is not organised into orderly districts. However, some landmarks may serve to orient the unfortunate visitor. The castle is approached by rickety bridges over the river to the east. The chapel is to the west. The shops and guilds are arranged in line with their backs to the east wall and the channels of the river. Between the chapel and the shops and guilds are Breville's ramshackle slums and tenements. The castle is the only sturdy stone-built dwelling in Breville. It is nowhere as dirty and ill-furnished as the timber shacks of the people. It is still little better than the houses of the poorest paupers in Anvil or the Imperial City. Count Regulus Terentius, from a respectable family, once a noted tournament champion, is now widely recognized by his people as a drunken wastrel and ne'er-do-well. And his son, Gellius Terentius, is a strutting peacock who cultivates the society of crime lords and skooma eaters. We met Regulus earlier when we did the Breville Gate, and he didn't come across like a very nice person. The chapel stonework is in poor repair and covered with mould and mildew. The graveyard is surrounded by a ramshackle, unpainted wooden fence, and the graves are untidy and neglected. The primate is a good servant of Mara, but she is unequal to the task of driving sin and wickedness from this nine-forsaken town. The priestess is wise and well liked by those few who visit the chapel, but most people never pass once through the chapel's doors, except to beg and steal. See, the only nice things she ever seems to say are about the chapel. She's very religious, but from all of the other stuff she says you wouldn't be able to tell. The inns are a disgrace. It's common to step over prostrate drunks and through pools of sick upon entering, and idlers, gamblers, and pickpockets swarm the darkness and prey upon unwary travellers. A visitor foolish enough to sleep in these places should expect to be murdered in his bed. The guilds, by contrast, are relatively clean, dry and quiet, and one forced by necessity to spend the night in Reveal might be justified in joining the Fighters Guild or the Mages Guild, despite their savage and godless ways, simply to be assured of a safe place to sleep. The shops are no worse than any other feature of Reveal, and you may be more safe in them from assault or murder on account of the provisions merchants must take to protect themselves from thieves. If you are forced by circumstances to visit Reveal, you will very soon wish to leave, and you will wish to watch your back as you leave, to be sure you are not followed by parades of bandits and assassins, one of a line in prayer. I mean, like, honestly, he says stuff like this about every town. I'm amazed that people don't take more offense to that. Anyway, there is a guide to Reveal. There's a guide to every city, and I think most of them are here in this pile. But what I always found funny is there is no guide to Kvatch. Like, I know, like, the developers knew exactly what was going to happen to Kvatch in the game, but, I mean, surely, unless Alessia Rotus is somehow in on this whole Oblivion disaster. Hold on 1 second. Unless Alessia Rotus is in on this whole Oblivion crisis, surely she would have written a book about Kvatch. Okay, let's read Guide to Bruma next. Okay, Alessia Otis's Guide to Bruma. Father Talos, protect us all. My name is Alessia Otis, and I'd like to tell you all about Bruma. Bruma is understood to be a Nibonese county, but in truth it is more Nord than Nibonese, on account of its close proximity to the Skyrim border, and on account of the terrible cold and discomfort of its location high in the Gerald Mountains. Bruma is always cold and covered with snow, for braziers kept burning in every quarter to prevent the citizens from freezing to death. Everything is built in woods, since trees are so plentiful in the forests of the Yarrels, and even rich men live here in dark, dirty wooden huts. It is little wonder that Nord are such drunken, heathen savages, for life is impossible in such a climate, and one might be tempted to shrink into insensibility, or sell one's soul to justify sanctuary from the bitter cold and relentless wind. Castle Bruma is cold and draughty, carelessly decorated and dark with soot from the perpetually burning braziers. The smell of smoke and cinders is overpowering. The high ceilings are grand, but impossible to heat, and one is never able to get warm. The ancient layers of soot and filth and crusting stonework makes it difficult to appreciate the exceptional stone carving. Except in its stonework and grand scale, the castle is like the lockhuts for people, cold, dark, draughty, and dirty. She definitely likes to repeat adjectives for no reason. Countess Narina Kale is a Nibonian heartlander, a dutiful chapel-goer, a respected ruler. She is a cunning and ruthless negotiator, and has a reputation for sharp dealing and treachery. Interesting. Administration of the county is efficient and well-ordered, and a well-trained and aggressive town watch under command of a hard-nosed Nord captain ensures that thieves and beggars are not very troublesome, though Nords are famous for drunkenness and rioting. Access to the castle is through a gate west from the town into a courtyard. The shops, inns, guilds are located in the north, either on the western terrace near the castle gate, or below the terrace north of the chapel. The chapel is the central feature of southern Bruma, with houses ranged along the side of the walls along the east and south. The streets are cramped and barren, since few trees and plants can survive the cold, but the town is compact and quickly explored. Bruma's Nibonian citizens faithfully observe chapel Sundas rituals, but the lower classes are unregenerate followers of the heathen North gods, and they keep to their own secret superstitions and uncivilized practices. You will not be surprised to find you can purchase good quality weapons and armor here. That's some praise, for Nordsmiths are famous for the quality of their wares. You should not expect to be able to purchase books here, for naughty ignorance and not fond of reading. Oh dear. And we're back. The fighters and mages guilds are poor and short-staffed, but no one wants to be posted to such a grey and cold land. But at least the mages guild is kept good and warm, where I shrink from imagining what infernal engines are employed to preserve that heat. May benign bless and save you. Alright, well there's Bruma. Guide to Anvil we've already read, and I'm not going to pick it up. Darkest Darkness we've read, but it's decently valued, so we'll take it. Let's go with Guide to the Imperial City. Alessia Otis' Guide to the Imperial City. Praise Akatosh, bless the Empire and all its people. My name is Alessia Otis, and I'd like to tell you all about the Imperial City. The Imperial City. Who do you think lives in the Imperial City? Uriel Septim, Emperor of Tamriel, Defender of the Faith, descendant of the sated Tiber Septim, Lord Talos, the holy god of state and law, and our blessed nine divines. All know the Emperor to be a good and holy man, for he may often be seen in the Temple of the One, making his devotions to the nine divines in the communion of saints. And where does he live? In the Imperial Palace, in the center of the Imperial City, in the white gold tower which was built many years ago by the godless, Daedra-loving Alias. Gosh, she has something for everything, doesn't she? How fine it is that the stones raised high by this ancient evil empire are now reconsecrated as a monument to imperial justice and piety. People who visit the Imperial Palace like to walk among the graves of saints and counts, battle mages and emperors, gaze with wonder upon White Gold Tower, which can be seen from any place within the city. The Elder Council chamber here cannot be entered, and though you may marvel at their curious ancient armours, you will soon want to be away from the rude and discourteous Imperial guards. Imperial City Districts. The Imperial City is divided into 10 districts, and the centre is the Imperial Palace. The other districts are grouped around the palace. To the northwest is Elfin Gardens, a pleasant residential district. Continuing woodish inns, the Talos district, an exclusive residential area, lies to the west. To the southwest is the Temple district, and beyond it, outside the walls, the filthy and bad-smelling waterfront district. To the southeast lies the Arboretum, and beyond that, outside the walls, the infamous Arcane University of the Mages Guild. To the east is the notorious Arena district, and last to the northeast of the palace lies the Market district, where anything may be bought, and beyond the Market district, outside of the city walls, the Imperial Prison. The Temple district. I live in the Temple district of the Imperial City, and it is a very pretty place. So she's based it out where she lives, and no one's gone after her. Wow, okay. Maybe we should find her at some point and pay her a little visit. You're welcome to visit me, my husband and daughter, when you come to worship at the Temple of the One. She's even inviting people to meet her. Gosh, what kind of delusions of grandeur does this person have? This district is very pretty, and only pleasant and well-bred persons live here. Though, as in all parts of the city, beggars are a constant problem. The Arboretum. In this beautiful garden you will find the famous statues of the Nine Divines. In the centre you will find the statue of Lord Talos, Emperor Tiber Septim. But is it right that Talos should have this place of honour rather than Akatosh, King of Gods? It is the scheming pride of the Elder Council, who sought favour with the sons of Talos, that is responsible for this shameful error. Don't diss Talos, man, but Akatosh is cool, but so is Talos. Market District. You will find crowds of people waiting outside the doors of the Office of Imperial Commerce to make their complaints about being cheated by some merchant. It is a very dirty place. Piles of crates lie around in untidy heaps, unwholesome toadstools and fungus-growing clumps, and the cobbles are slimy and encrusted with filth. That's what she sees, but I see free items and free alchemy ingredients, so I'm not complaining at that. If you may send your servant rather than visit yourself, it would be far better. Arcane University. This place is unspeakably dirty and unkempt. No better than a slum. You'll never find the students or wizards outside in the air, for they are squatting in their dark dungeons, poring over profane text and making crabbed scribbles on scrolls. Within the Archmage's towers hidden the Imperial Orrery, which the mages use to study the sky. Such fools! Why do they not look on the glory of creation itself and give praise to the nine as they ought, rather than squat and peer at such a ridiculous and expensive machine? Oh God. The mages are said to have a great library of precious books. They jealously hoard them for themselves. This is no loss for the righteous, for these books are surely full of wicked nonsense. Oh my goodness. Imperial Waterfront. This is a terrible place. It is not uncommon to stumble over the bodies of women and children who have been murdered here. There are no more wicked and godless men in Tamriel than merchants and sailors, and they gather here to plot and cheat citizens of their hard-earned gold. Gambling and slaving and schooner sucking and even more depraved activities take place in warehouses and ships here. And wherever city watch, nowhere to be seen. Imperial Prison. The prisons are very cruel and horrible, damp and dirty, with chains and pincers and manacles and instruments of torture on every land. But did I find any prisoners in these cells? No. The work is so lazy and careless that the cells are all empty. Well, not at the start of this game. Obviously this was written before I ended up in jail. There are guards everywhere in the Imperial City. They travel in groups, for even they are afraid of the cruel bandits and thieves that lurk everywhere in the city. I do not know why they do not throw the impertinent beggars into prison. Criminals are so bold as to introduce themselves to you on the street. One outlaw was so brazen as to boast that he had stolen his weapons and armor from the Imperial prison. How careless and idle these watchmen must be to allow this. They know no shame, for the wicked officers of the watch are corrupt, and accept gold from the hands of the very people they are supposed to place behind bars. The arena. I will not tell you about this place, for you have no need to visit it. Only idle or foolish persons come here to throw their money away on games of chance, or to spill their own blood when they would better devote themselves to exterminating the armies of robbers and beggars that swarm in the streets. May the Nine bless you and keep you. Right, well, even in the city she lives, she definitely doesn't hold back in her reviews. I wonder if Alessia Ottis's collection of books was based on literature from anyone in real life, or from someone in real life. I'd like to know the answer to that, but, I'm sure they probably wouldn't admit it if there was. Alright, I'm over encumbered. Let's drop this silver ball. Okay. A lesser read song we've read. That is decently valued. Alright, Guide to Coral. Alessia Ottis's Guide to Coral. Praise Stendar, the Nine, and all the saints. My name is Alessia Ottis, and I'd like to tell you all about the town of Coral. Castle Coral. Coral is the county seat of County Coral, and is ruled by Countess Ariana Valga, a very proper woman, and mother of a beautiful and virtuous Alessia Caro, Countess of Leowin. So we've met Countess Ariana Valga. We haven't met Alessia Caro yet, although I suspect when we make it to Leowin later in this episode we will get to meet her. Countess Ariana is a devout and righteous follower of Akatosh, and sets a fine example for her people by her devotions in the chapel of Stendar. Her husband, Count Charis Valga, was a staunch defender of the faith and follower of Stendar, and his death in battle against the heathen Nord clansmen of Skyrim was greatly lamented by his people. If you remember, when we went to Coral, we actually got the quest to find the painting of the Count that the Countess had stolen from her. So that's a little bit of backstory as to who he was. Alessia Caro has been a good husband to Count Marius of Leowin and a dutiful daughter, and she is often seen visiting Coral and her saintly mother. I am also pleased to report that the castle maid is a righteous and godly servant of the Nine, unlike so many wizards who neglect the chapel and the faith. Chanel offers magical training for those eager to smite the ungodly, and it would be much better to go to her than some wicked Mage's Guild hedge wizard. The Countess holds court every day in the fine Great Hall, except on Sundays, of course. She has a very fine heralded steward, and the castle is neat and well ordered. So far, she's been very nice to Coral. It's maybe her favourite place. It also has a strong dungeon jail for evildoers, but I'm sorry to say that the guards are often lax in their duties and fail to arrest and lock up the various beggars and thieves and gamblers and cheats who idle in the streets. There we go. District of Coral. There are 5 main districts of Coral. When you enter the gate, you find yourself in Fountain Gate, full of a fine pool and statue of the saint of Sancretor, in memory of all who died in that great battle. Sancretor, huh? Well, not today, but that's something we're going to see very, very soon. Around the fountain are the 2 inns, the general store and the smith. 1 street leads east of the castle, 1 north to the Great Oak Place, 1 west to Chapel Street and West Coral. Chapel Street leads west to the chapel, past the bookstore, and thence to the crude tracks gathered around the well of West Coral. Around Great Oak Place are the Mage's Guild and Fighters Guild, and many fine houses. The Chapel of Stendar. The Chapel of Stendar is beautiful and perfect for a traveller's meditations and prayer. Every Sunday morning you'll find the best citizens gathered with their good countess to worship. You may be surprised to learn that not all people of Coral follow the model of their countess, for many are very idle and careless in their devotions. This is certainly the responsibility of the Fighters Guild and the Mages Guild, whose members fail to set a good example for Coral citizens. The elderly priestess of the chapel, Aura Bagron, is a kindly, righteous soul, and it will be far better to purchase your spells from her than from the godless heathens of the Mages Guild. Surprisingly, no comment about her being an orc. Coral's Guilds. The Fighters Guild's members, though led by the excellent Honourable Vilena Donton, are dirty and uncouth in their speech, often to be found lazing about in their chapter house or wandering the town and engaging in loose talk. How much better it would be if they improved their characters by regular attendance at the Chapel of Stendar. The excellent Smith is an exception, being often seen at her devotions at the chapel. The members of the Coral Guild are for the most part shiftless scholars and students who spend their time reading, quarrelling, and brewing foul concoctions. They are well spoken and well educated, but what good is such learning if they fail to improve their souls by penitence and prayer? You'd be surprised, Miss Otis. You may purchase spells and potions from these persons, but will only encourage them in their irreverent amusement and wicked idleness. Goods and services. The proprietor of Northern Goods and Trade, Cenius, is an Argonian, but unlike so many of her countrymen, she is clever, honest, and well-spoken. Isn't that remarkable? She is so accomplished that she offers trading in the mercantile arts, but you will not purchase goods from her cheaply. I am told by those who know that the Smith of Fire and Steel, Rasheda the Red Guard, is a very fine craftsman who offers training in her craft, and she is always to be found at Sundays Chapel worship. But she is fresh and disrespectful, and her manners and dress leave something to be desired. Okay, don't be dissing the Red Guards. Renoir's books is fairly clean and has a wide selection of books, but would you believe that I found not a single copy of 10 Commands of the 9 Divines, nor have I ever seen a proprietress in the Chapel of Stendar. There are only 2 places where you may purchase food and lodging. One is proper and clean, frequented by decent citizens. The other is rude and dirty, and a meeting place for drunkards, thieves, and orcs. The one is run by a well-dressed, dignified, and proper matron. The other is run by a careless young woman. The one is called the Oak and Crozier, the other is called the Grey Mare. I'm sure you know which one to visit if you want a clean and safe bed. Oh dear. Notable citizens of Coral. Casta Scribonia, the author, lives in Coral. She is a well-educated and well-travelled woman, but she writes books which I cannot recommend. They are full of romance and gossip and other offensive and wasteful indulgences, and their heroes do not present to our children the proper models of virtue, duty, honour, and reverence that all followers of the 9 Divines must love and hold in our hearts. In other words, she's another author, and a competitor. Don't buy her books, buy my books instead. shameful features of Coral. You will often see townsfolk gathered in mischief and loose talk around the great oak near the fighters and mages guild. One man, very sly, named Hondatar, knows all about the surrounding lands, and he offers to teach skills for a fee, but one never sees him in the chapel, and one suspects that he is given to profanity, strong drink, and brawling. There are many thieves and murderers in Coral. They even secretly teach their crafts for fees in their homes. And where is the Coral God? Nowhere to be seen, I'm sorry to say. Beggars in Coral are dirty, but they are free of disease, cheerful, and polite. You may give a coin to one to ease your soul, but it does little to improve a beggar, for it will soon be squandered on gambling, strong spirits, and other mischief. Now, they only ever use the gold you give them to buy medicine and shoes, or feeding their kids. No way they would use it for anything else. That would be ridiculous. Bless you. 9 gods and 9 blessings. Right. I just realised I've been forgetting to update my list. Go to Coral. And go to Bruma. Right, over encumbered again. Let's drop one of the Legion cuirasses. It's going to get rid of a lot of excess weight. Okay. Frontier Conquest is the next one. Frontier Conquest and Accommodation. A Social History of Cyrodiil, University of William Perez, 3rd Era, 344. Historians often portray the human settlement of Tamriel as a straightforward process of military expansion of the north of Skyrim. In fact, human settlers occupied nearly every corner of Tamriel before Skyrim was even founded. These so-called Medic peoples include the Proto-Cyrodiilians, the ancestors of the Bretons, the Aboriginals of Hammerfell, and perhaps a now vanished human population of Morrowind. Strictly speaking, the Nords are simply another of these Medic peoples, the only one that failed to find a method of peaceful accommodation with the elves who already occupied Tamriel. Ysgramor was certainly not the first human settler in Tamriel. In fact, in fleeing civil war in Atmora, as the Song of Return states, Ysgramor was following a long tradition of migration from Atmora. Tamriel had served as a safety valve for Atmora for centuries before Ysgramor's arrival. Malcontents, dissidents, rebels, landless younger sons all made the difficult crossing from Atmora to the new world of Tamriel. New archaeological excavations date the earliest human settlements in Hammerfell, High Rock, and Cyrodiil at, I don't know what that means, is that, I don't know, M era 800 to 1000? Centuries earlier than Ysgramor, even assuming that the 12 Nord kings prior to Harold were actual historical figures. Venedic peoples were a minority in the land of elves and had no choice but to live peacefully with the elder race. In High Rock, Hammerfell, Cyrodiil, and possibly Morrowind, they did just that. And Venedic peoples flourished and expanded over the last centuries of the Malefic era. That's probably what it means. Only in Skyrim did this accommodation break down, an event recorded in the Song of Return. Perhaps being close to reinforcements from Atmora, the Proto-Nords did not feel it necessary to submit to the authority of the Skyrim elves. So the Nords v Elves struggle goes way back. Indeed, the early Nord chronicles note that under King Harold, the first historical Nord ruler, 1st era 113 to 221, the Atmoran mercenaries returned to their homeland, following the consolidation of Skyrim as a centralized kingdom. Whatever the case, the pattern was set in Skyrim. Expansion would proceed militarily, with human settlement following the frontier of conquest, and the line between human territory and elven territory was relatively clear. But beyond this zone of conflict, the other Dedic peoples continued to merge with their elven neighbours. When the Nord armies of the First Empire finally entered, only one that failed to find a method of peaceful accommodation with the elves who already occupied Tamriel. Oops. Nope, I messed that last bit up. The other Hellenic peoples continued to merge with their elven neighbours. When the Nord armies of the First Empire finally entered High Rock and Cyrodiil, they found Bretons and Proto-Cyrodiils already living there among the elves. Indeed, the Nord found it difficult to distinguish between elf and Breton. The two races had already intermingled to such a degree. The arrival of the Nord armies upset the balance of power between the Hellenic peoples and the elves. Although the Nord's expansion into High Rock and Cyrodiil was relatively brief, less than 2 centuries, the result was decisive. Men on power in those regions shifted from the elves to the humans. Okay. Alright, let's go with Manual of Arms next. Manual of Arms. This manual is commissioned by General Warhaft to serve as a guide and manual to arms and weapons for the Imperial officers in the field. Obviously, a soldier's weaponry should reflect his skills. Skill with a blade is recommended for daggers, short swords, long swords, and claymores. Skill with blunt weapons is desirable to wield with war axe, mace, battle axe, and warhammer. Hammer with 3 M's apparently. Alright, so this is basically like a warrior's tutorial. To the uninitiated, axes and hammers may seem to be very different weapons, but the rhythm, drill, and physical strength used by both weapon types are virtually identical. Only those with marksman skill should be outfitted with a bow. This all reads like common sense. Most of these weapons are commonly used in combination with a shield. The claymore, battle axe, and warhammer, however, require both hands to use. These two-handed weapons are best suited to heavily armoured knights, berserkers, and those soldiers that hold the flanks of the line. Arms have been made from many materials over the ages, and each material varies in weight, durability, and cost. These materials are here ranked in order of desirability and cost, with cheapest and least desirable listed first. Iron, steel, silver, dwarven, elven, glass, ebony, and finally Daedric. This is literally a tutorial. But for those of you who didn't know, that's basically the hierarchy of armor in Skyrim. Sorry, in Oblivion. Kind of in Skyrim as well. Some armorers correctly observe that silver weapons are slightly less durable than steel. Nonetheless, its unique ability to affect ghost, wraiths, and certain types of Daedric creatures is undisputed. And that's something we're going to be finding out about very soon as well. Those can be made of laminated cores of the same materials. This provides a higher tensile strength and therefore greater power in the draw. Materials used in the arrow, particularly in the arrowhead, can affect its mass and penetration. Thus, the quality of the bow and of the arrow are taken together to determine the weapon's overall armor penetration. Basically saying both the bow and the arrow contribute to how much damage you do. Enchanted weapons are mentioned in virtually every fable and song. The magic on such items lies dormant until they strike an opponent. So yeah, you don't waste charges of weapons by hitting the air or inanimate objects. Basically, at that moment the enchantment is activated, causing distress and injury to the target. Enchantments on bows are transferred to the arrow at the moment of release. Should the arrow have an enchantment of its own, however, the missile now carries both enchantments and delivers them to the target. Enchanted weapon has a limited reservoir of magicka. Each blow drains some of its reserves until finally it is drained dry. The enchantment can be recharged by arcane processes involving soul gems. The more powerful the soul in the gem, the more magicka is restored to the item. So yeah, that's explaining weapon charging. Something we probably won't be using, because very likely we'll not be using enchanted weapons. But you never know. Let me just add the last 2 books to the list. Frontier Conquest and Manual of Arms. Right. So now we've got 3 books, 3 volumes of the real Baron Zaya. So we previously read a book, a series of books called Biography of Baron Zaya. which told us a story about an innocent enough queen, noble one, that got tricked by someone into escaping, eventually managed to return to power and was instrumental in the plot to get rid of what's his name? Jagar Khan, the guy who posed as the emperor. It's interesting. There's also a series of books called The Real Baranzaya from an anonymous author. So clearly, this person believes there's some kind of fabrication in those books, maybe to make Baranzaya look better than what she was. Either way, we're going to take a look and find out and see the story from a different kind of perspective. I'm trying to remember which episode we read the biography of Baranzaya series in. When would I have come across that series of books? Well, I honestly don't remember. Not the sewers. Not Wayne and Priory. Where else have we been? Dagon Shrine? Don't think so. The sewers? Well, when we went there for Mythic Dawn Quest, it's possible. Or maybe when we went to the bookstore and bought some books to read in the first edition. So it'll be the Boris episode. I can't remember which number it was. If you want to see the biography of Baranzaya books, I think I'm 75 to 80% sure it's in that episode. Anyway, let's get started on the Real Baranzaya Part 1. 500 years ago in Mournhold, city of gems, there lived a blind widow and her only child. A tall, strapping young man. He was a miner, as was his father before him. A common labourer in the mines of the Lord of Mournhold, for his ability in magic was small. The work was honourable but paid poorly. His mother made and sold Combury cakes at the city market to help eke out their living. They did well enough, she said, paid enough to fill their bellies. No one could wear more than one suit of clothing at a time, and the roof leaked only when it rained. But Symmachus would have liked more. Symmachus was a dark elf general, wasn't he? That's what I remember anyway. He hoped for a lucky strike at the mines which would garner him a large bonus. In his free hours he enjoyed hoisting a mug of ale in the tavern with his friends and gambling with them at cards. Unless Eurotas would hate him. He also drew the eyes and sighs of more than one pretty elven lass, although none held his interest for long. He is a typical young dark elf of peasant descent, remarkable only for his size. It was rumoured that he had a bit of Nordic blood in him. In Symmachus' 30th year there was great rejoicing in Mournhold. A girl child had been born to the lord and lady. A queen, the people sang. A queen is born to us. For among the people of Mournhold, the birth of an heiress is a sure sign of future peace and prosperity. If I remember right, dark elves, I think elves in general, find it difficult to conceive, and most of them really struggle to have kids, so I guess that's why. When the time came round for the royal child's rite of naming, the mines were closed, and Symmachus dashed home to bathe and dress in his best. I'll rush straight home and tell you all about it, he promised his mother, who would not be able to attend. She had been there ailing, and besides there would be a great crush of people, as all Mournhold turned out to be part of a blessed event. And being blind, she would be unable to see anything anyway. My son, she said, before you go, fetch me a priest or a healer, else I may pass the mortal blade ere you return. Symmachus crossed to her pallet at once and noted anxiously that her forehead was very hot and her breathing shallow. He pried loose a slat of the wooden floor under which their small hoard of savings was kept. There wasn't nearly enough to pay a priest for healing. He would have to give what they had an over-rest. Simarchus snatched up his cloak and hurried away. The streets were full of folk hurrying to the sacred grove, but the temples were locked and barred. Closed for the ceremony, read all the signs. Simarchus elbowed his way through the mob and managed to overtake a brown-robed priest. After the rite, brother, the priest said. If you have gold, I shall gladly attend to your mother. The Lord has bidden all clerics attend, and I, for one, have no wish to offend him. My mother's desperately ill, Simarchus said. Surely the Lord will not miss one lowly priest. True, but the Archcanon will, the priest said nervously, tearing his robe loose from Simarchus' desperate grip and vanishing into the crowd. Simarchus tried other priests and even a few mages, with no better result. Armoured guards marched through the street and pushed him aside with their lances, and Simarchus realized that the royal procession was approaching. As the carriage bearing the city's rulers drew abreast, Simarchus rushed out from the crowd and shouted, The Lord! The Lord! My mother's dying! So far this has been a story about Simarchus, not really anything about Baron's Eye, but I guess we're building up to it. I forbid her to do so this glorious night, the Lord shouted, laughing and scattering coin into the throng. Simarchus was close enough to smell wine and the royal breath. On the other side of the carriage, his lady clutched the babe to her breast and stared slit-eyed at Simarchus. Her nostrils flared in disdain. Guards, she cried, remove this oaf. Wow, harsh. Rough hands seized Simarchus. He was beaten and left dazed by the side of the road. What the hell, man? It's a bit over the top. He's just trying to get help for his mum. Simarchus, head aching, followed in the wake of the crowd and witnessed the rite of naming from the top of the hill. He could see the brown-robed clerics and blue-robed mages gathered near the high-born folk far below. Baron Zaya, yeah, that was not hard to figure out. The name came dimly to Simarchus' ears as the high priest lifted the swaddled babe and preferred her to the twin moons on either side of the horizon, Jode rising, Jode setting. Behold the Lady Baron Zaya, born to the land of Mournhold. Grant her thy blessings and thy counsel, ye kind gods, that she may ever rule well over Mournhold, its ken and its weal, its kith and its ilk. Bless her, all the people intoned along with their lord and lady, hands upraised. Just remembering the Hail the Dragonborn chorus from when Martin comes back to, or goes to Cloud Ruler Temple, imagining it was something similar. Only Simarchus stood silent, head bowed, knowing in his heart that his dear mother was gone. In silence he swore a mighty oath that he should be his lord's bane, and in vengeance for his mother's needless death, the child Baron Zaya he should have for his own bride, and that his mother's grandchildren should be born to rule over Mordholt. Dude, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird, because it mentioned earlier that Simarchus is 30 years old. Baron Zaya has just been born. He's already thinking about marrying her. That's just disturbing. But okay, sure. After the ceremony, he watched impassively as the royal procession returned to the palace. He saw the priest to whom he had first spoken. The man came gladly enough now in return for the gold Simarchus had, and a promise of more afterward. But he found his mother dead. The priest sighed and took the pouch of gold coins away. Wait, the mother's dead and he keeps the money? Kind of a messed up place was Mournhold. I'm sorry, brother, it's all right. You can forget the rest of the gold. There's all I can do here, likely. Give me back my money, Simarchus snarled. You've done naught to earn it. He lifted his right arm threateningly. I mean, what kind of a priest just takes someone's money for nothing? It's messed up. The priest backed away, about to utter a curse, but Simarchus struck him across the face before more than 3 words had left his mouth. He went down heavily, striking his head sharply in one of the stones that formed the fire pit. He died instantly. Oh, classic Lenny situation. Didn't know his own strength. Although I guess it was more from landing on the stones that he died. Simarchus snatched up the gold and fled the city, As he ran, he muttered one word over and over, like a sorcerer's charm. Baronzaya, he said. Baronzaya, Baronzaya. Baronzaya stood on one of the balconies of the palace, staring down into the courtyard where soldiers milled, dazzling in their armour. Presently they formed into ordered ranks and cheered as her parents, the lord and lady, emerged from the palace, clad from head to toe in ebony armour, long purple-dyed fur cloaks flowing behind. Splendidly caparisoned, shining black horses were brought for them, and they mounted and rode to the courtyard gates and turned to salute her. Baronzaya, they cried. Baronzaya, our beloved, farewell. The little girl blinked back tears and waved one hand bravely. Her favourite stuffed animal, a grey wolf cub she called Wuffen, clutched to her breast with the other. She had never been parted from her parents before and had no idea what it meant, save that there was war in the west, and the name Tiber Septim was on everyone's lips, spoken in hate and dread. Baronzaya, the soldiers cried, lifting their lances and swords and bows. Then her dear parents turned and rode away, knights trailing in their wake, until the courtyard was nearly emptied. Some time after came the day when Baronzaya was shaken awake by her nurse, dressed hurriedly and borne from the palace. All she could remember of that dreadful time was seeing a huge shadow with burning eyes filling the sky. She was passed from hand to hand. Foreign soldiers appeared, disappeared, and sometimes reappeared. Her nurse vanished and was replaced by strangers, some more strange than others. There were days, or it may have been weeks, of travel. One morning she awoke to step out of the coach into a cold place with a large grey stone castle amid empty, endless grey-green hills covered patchily with grey-white snow. She clutched Wuffen to her breast in both hands and stood blinking and shivering in the grey dawn, feeling very small and very dark in all this endless space. This endless grey-white space. She and Hannah, a brown-skinned, black-haired maid, who had been travelling with her for several days, went inside the keep. A large grey-white woman with icy grey golden hair was standing by a hearth in one of the rooms. She stared at Baronzaya with dreadful, bright blue eyes. She's very black, isn't she? The woman remarked to Hannah. Damn. I've never seen a dark elf before. I don't know much about them myself, milady, Hannah said, but this one's got red hair and a temper to match. I can tell you that. Take care. She bites, and worse. I'll soon train her out of that, the other woman sniffed. And what's that filthy thing she's got? Ugh! The woman snatched Wuffen away and threw him into the blazing hearth. Why? Why are people just mean for no reason? Baronzaya shrieked and would have flung herself after him, but was held back despite her attempts to bite and claw at her captors. Poor Wuffen was reduced to a tiny heap of charred ash. Baronzaya grew like a weed transplanted to a Skyrim garden, a ward of Count Sven and his wife, the Lady Inga. Outwardly, that is, she thrived, but always there was a cold and empty place within. I've raised her as my own daughter. Lady Inga was wont to sigh as she sat gossiping when neighbouring ladies came to visit. But she's a dark elf, what can you expect? Baronzaya was not meant to overhear these words. At least she thought she was not. Her hearing was keener than that of her Nordic hosts. Other less desirable dark elven traits evidently included pilfering, lying, and a little misplaced magic. Just a small fire spell here and a little levitation spell there. And as she grew older, a keen interest in boys and men, who could provide very pleasant sensations, and to her astonishment, gifts as well. And there, we're getting into some weird territory now. Inga disapproved of this last for reasons incomprehensible to Baronzaya, so she was careful to keep it as secret as possible. She's wonderful with the children, Inga added, referring to her 5 sons, all younger than Baronzaya. I don't think she'd ever let them come to harm. A tutor had been hired when Johnny was 6, presuming that's one of the kids, and Baronzaya 8, and they took their lessons together. She would have liked to train in arms as well, but the very idea scandalized Count Sven and Lady Inga, so Baronzaya was given a small bow and allowed to play at target shooting with the boys. So she's one of those women that's been denied the chance to fight because she's the one. Gotcha. She watched from Madame's practice when she could, sparred with them when no grown-up folk were about, and knew she was good as or better than they. She's very proud, though, isn't she? One of the ladies would whisper to Inga, and Baron Zaya, pretending not to hear, would nod silently in agreement. She could not help but feel superior to the Count and his lady. There was something about them that provoked contempt. I mean, they don't sound like very nice people. Afterwards she came to learn that Sven and Inga were distant cousins of Darkmoor Keep's last titled residents, and she finally understood. They were posers, or poseurs. Is that where the word posers comes from? Imposters, not rulers at all. At least they were not raised to rule. This thought made her strangely furious at them, a good clean hatred quite detached from resentment. She came to see them as disgusting and repellent insects who could be despised but never feared. Once a month, a courier from the Emperor bringing a small bag of gold for Sven and Inga, and a large bag of dried mushrooms from Morrowind for Baron Zaya, her favourite treat. On these occasions she was always made to look presentable, or at least as presentable as a skinny dark elf could be made to look in Inga's eyes, before being summoned into the courier's presence for a brief interview. The same courier seldom came twice, but all of them looked her over in much the same way a farmer would look over a hog he is readying for market. In the spring of her 16th year, Baron Zaya thought the courier looked as if she were at last ready for market. Upon reflection, she decided she did not wish to be marketed. A stable boy, Straw, a big muscular blonde lad, clumsy, gentle, affectionate, and rather simple, had been urging her to run off for some weeks now. Straw was mentioned in the original biography, wasn't he? I think he was the one that tricked, that in that book he tricked Baron Zaya to leave. But I think this book tells a very different tale about Straw, if I remember right. Baron Zaya stole the bag of gold the courier had left, took the mushrooms in the storeroom, disguised herself as a boy in one of Johnny's old tunics and a pair of his cast-off breeches, and on one fine spring night she and Straw took the two best horses from the stable and rode hard through the night towards Whiterun, the nearest city of any importance and the place where Straw wanted to be. But Mournhold and Morrowind also lay eastward, and they drew Baron Zaya as a lodestone draws iron. In the morning they abandoned the horses at Baron Zaya's insistence. She knew they would be missed and tracked down, and she hoped to throw off any pursuers. Clever girl. They continued on foot until late afternoon, keeping to side roads, and slept for several hours in an abandoned hut. They went on at dusk and came to Whiterun city gates just before dawn. Baron Zaya had prepared a pass of sorts for Straw, a makeshift document stating an errand to a temple in the city for a local village lord. So, a quick pause here. So, of course, I don't know if I mentioned this in the biography of Baron Zaya books, but in Skyrim, the stones of Baron Zaya are featured in it. So, of course, Baron Zaya is the woman where the story originated from, or where the jewels originated from, and of course you would have to have some kind of history with Skyrim in order for that to happen. So I guess this is when she first sees Skyrim. She herself glided over the wall with the help of a levitation spell. Somehow no one noticed. She had reasoned correctly, as it turned out that by now the gate guards would have been alerted to keep an eye out for a young dark elven girl and a Nordic boy travelling together. On the other hand, unaccompanied country yokels like Straw were a common enough sight. Alone and with papers, it was unlikely that he would draw attention. Her simple plan went smoothly. She met Straw at the temple, which was not far from the gate. She had been to Whiterun on a few previous occasions. Straw, however, had never been more than a few miles from Sven's estate, which was his birthplace. Together they made their way to a run-down inn in the poorer quarters of Whiterun. Gloved, cloaked, and hooded against the morning chill, Baron Zaya's dark skin and red eyes were not apparent, and no one paid any heed to him. They entered the inn separately. Straw paid the innkeeper for a single cubicle, an immense meal, and 2 jugs of ale. Baronziah sneaked in a few minutes later. They ate and drank together gleefully, rejoicing in their escape, and made love vigorously on the narrow cot. Guess this story isn't going to spare any detail. Afterward, they fell into an exhausted, dreamless sleep. They stayed for a week at Whiterun. Straw earned a bit of money running errands, and Baronziah burgled a few houses at night. Now, that's not the innocent queen that was portrayed in the biography. She continued to dress as a boy. She cut her hair short and dyed her flame-red tresses jet black to further the disguise, and kept out of sight as much as possible. There were few dark elves in Whiterun. One day, Straw got them work as temporary guards for a merchant caravan travelling east. The one-armed sergeant looked her over dubiously. Huh, he chuckled. Dark elf, ain't ya? Like sending a wolf to guard the sheep, that is. Still, I need arms, and we ain't going near enough Morrowinds, whose you can betray us to your folk. Our homegrown bandits would as fain cut your throat as mine. The sergeant turned to give Straw an appraising look. Then he spun back abruptly toward Baronziah, whipping out his short sword, but she had her dagger out in the twinkling of an eye and was in a defensive stance. Straw drew his own knife and circled round to the man's rear. The sergeant dropped his blade and chuckled again. Not bad, kids, not bad. How are you with your bow, Dark Elf? Baronziah demonstrated her prowess briefly. Aye, not bad at all. And you'll be keen of eye by night, boy, and of hearing tall times. A trusty Dark Elf makes as good a fighting man as any could ask. Don't know why that scrolled up. I know, I served under Sir Marcus himself before I lost this arm and got it invalidated out of the Emperor's army. We could betray them, I know folk would pay well, Straw said later as they bedded down for their last night at the ramshackle lodge. Or rob them ourselves. They're very rich, those merchants are. Very. Baronziah laughed. Whatever would we do with such money? And besides, we need their protection for travelling quite as much as they need ours. We could buy a little farm, you and me, Barry, and settle down, all nice like. Oh, Barry's... Barry wasn't meant to be a way of saying very. It's meant to be a nickname for Baronziah. Peasant, Baronziah thought scornfully. Straw was a peasant and harboured nothing but peasant dreams, but all she said was, Not here, Straw. It's too close to Dartmoor still, but our other chance is farther east. The caravan went only as far east as Sungard. The Emperor Tiber Septim I had done much in the way of building relatively safe and regularly patrolled highways, but the tolls were steep, and this particular caravan kept to the side roads as much as possible to avoid them. This exposed them to the hazards of wayside robbers, both human and orcish, and roving brigand bands of various races, but such were the perils of trade and profit. They had 2 such encounters before reaching Sungard, an ambush which Baronziah's keen ears warned them of, and plenty of time for them to circle about and surprise the lurkers, and a night attack by a mixed band of Khajiit, humans, and wood elves. The latter were a skilled band, and even Baronziah did not hear them sneaking up in time to give much warning. This time the fighting was fierce. The attackers were driven off, but 2 of the caravan's other guards were slain, and Straw got a nasty cut on his thigh, before he and Baronziah managed to gash his Khajiit assailant's throat. Baronziah rather enjoyed the life. The garrulous sergeant had taken a liking to her, and she spent most of her evenings sitting around the campfire listening to his tales of campaigning in Morrowind with Tiber Septim and General Symmachus. This Symmachus has been made general after Mournhold fell, the sergeant said. He's a fine soldier, boy, Symmachus is. There's more than soldiery involved in that Morrowind business, if you take my meaning. But, well, you know all about that, I expect. No, I don't remember, Baronziah said, trying to sound nonchalant. I've lived most of my life in Skyrim. My mother married the Skyrim man. They're both dead, though. Tell me, what happened to the Lord and Lady at Mournhold? The sergeant shrugged. I never heard. Dead, I expect. There was a lot of fighting before the armistice Scott signed. It's pretty quiet now, maybe too quiet, like a calm before a storm. Say, boy, you going back there? Maybe, Baron Zaya said. The truth was that she was drawn irresistibly to Morrowind and Mournhold, like a moth to a burning house. Straw sensed it and was unhappy about it. He was unhappy anyway, since they could not bed together, as she was supposed to be a boy. Baron Zaya rather missed it too, but not as much as Straw did, seemingly. The sergeant wanted them to sign on for the return trip, but gave them a bonus nonetheless when they turned the offer down and parchments of recommendation. Straw wanted to settle down permanently near Sungard, but Baron Zaya insisted on continuing their travels east. I am the Queen of Mournhold by rights, she said, unsure whether it was true, or was it just a daydream she had made up as a lost, bewildered child. I want to go home. I need to go home. That at least was true. After a few weeks, they managed to get places in another caravan heading east. By early winter, they were at Riften, and nearing the Morrowind border, but the weather had grown severe as the days passed, and they were told no merchant caravans would be setting forth till mid-spring. Baron Zaya stood on top of the city walls and stared across the deep gorge that separated Riften from the snow-clad mountain wall guarding Morrowind beyond. Perry, Straw said gently. Mournhold's a long way off yet, nearly as far as we've come already, and the lands between are wild, full of wolves and bandits and orcs and still worse creatures. We'll have to wait for spring. There's Silgrad Tower, Barry said, referring to the dark elven township that had grown up around an ancient minaret guarding the border between Skyrim and Morrowind. The bridge guards won't let me across, Barry. They're crack Imperial troops. They can't be bribed. If you go alone. I won't try and stop you. But what will you do? Silgrad Tower is full of Imperial soldiers. Will you become a washing woman for them, or a camp follower? No, Baron Zaya said slowly, thoughtfully. Actually, the idea was not entirely unappealing. She was sure she could earn a modest living by sleeping with the soldiers. Oh gosh, she certainly is into the promiscuous life, for sure. She'd had a few adventures of that sort as they crossed Skyrim, when she'd dressed as a woman and slipped away from Straw. She'd only been looking for a bit of variety. Straw was sweet but dull. She'd been startled but extremely pleased when the men she picked up offered her money afterwards. Oh, so she was happy to do it for free, and she picked up the peas afterwards. Not bad. Straw had been unhappy about it, though, and would shout for a while, then sulk for days afterward if he caught her at it. He was quite jealous. He'd even threatened to leave her. Not that he ever did, or could. Damn, that's kind of sad. Poor Straw. But the Imperial Guards were a tough and brutal lot by all accounts, and Baron Zaya had heard some very ugly stories during their treks. The ugliest of them by far had come from the lips of ex-army veterans around the caravan campfire, and had proudly recounted. They had been trying to shock her and Straw, she realised, but she also complimented that there was some truth behind the wild tales. Straw hated that kind of dirty talk and hated it more that she had to hear it. There was a part of him that was fascinating nevertheless. Baron Zaya sensed this and had encouraged Straw to seek out other women, but he said he didn't want anyone else but her. She told him candidly she didn't feel that way about him, but she did like him better than anyone else. "And why do you go with other men?" Straw had asked on one occasion. "I don't know," Straw sighed. "They say dark elven women are like that." "Oh, I didn't know that was a... I ain't commenting on that one." Baron Zaya smiled and shrugged. "I don't know. Or, no. Maybe I do. Yes, I do know." She turned and kissed him affectionately. "I guess that's all the explanation there is." And there is Volume 1 done. Volume 2 is over here. Real Baron Zaya Part 2, Anonymous. Baron Zaya and Straw settled into Riften over winter, taking a cheap room in the slummier section of town. Baron Zaya wanted to join the Thieves Guild, knowing there would be trouble if she were caught freelancing. One day in a barroom she caught the eye of a known member of the guild, a bold young Khajiit named Ferris. It's interesting, Thieves Guild as well, again not mentioned in the biography. She offered to bed him if he would sponsor her membership. He looked her over, grinning, and agreed, but said she'd still have to pass an initiation. What sort of initiation? Ah, Ferris said. Pay up first, sweetness. My Kuji accent is terrible. This passage has been censored by order of the temple. Oh, damn. Straw was going to kill her, and maybe Ferris too. What in Tamriel had possessed her to do such a thing? She cast an apprehensive look around the room, but the other patrons had lost interest and gone back to their own business. She did not recognize any of them. This wasn't the inn where she and Straw were staying. With luck, it'd be a while or never before Straw found out. Ferris, by far the most exciting and attractive man she had yet met, he not only told her about the skills she needed to become a member of the Thieves Guild, but also trained her in them himself, or else introduced her to people who could. Sorry about that. Among these was a woman who knew something about magic. Katisha was a plump and matronly Nord. She was married to a smith, had 2 teenage children, and was perfectly ordinary and respectable, except that she was very fond of cats, and by logical inference their humanoid counterparts for Khajiit. Yeah, I guess cat lady means a different thing in the Elder Scrolls. Had a talent for certain kinds of magic, and cultivated rather odd friends. She taught Baron Zaya an invisibility spell, and schooled her in other forms of stealth and disguise. Katisha mingled magical and non-magical talents freely, using one set to enhance the other. She was not a member of the Thieves Guild, but was fond of Ferris in a motherly sort of way. Baron Zaya warmed to her as she never had toward any woman, and over the next few weeks she told Katisha all about herself. She brought Straw there too sometimes. Straw approved of Katisha, but not of Ferris. There's a shock. Ferris found Straw interesting, and suggested to Baron Zaya that they arrange what he called a threesome. Oh, wow. Absolutely not, Baron Zaya said firmly, grateful that Ferris had broached the subject in private for once. He wouldn't like it. I wouldn't like it. Ferris smiled his charming triangular feline smile and sprawled lazily on his chair, stretching his limbs and curling his tail. You might be surprised, both of you. Parenting is so boring. Damn, man, this cat's wild. Baron Zaya answered him with a glare. Well, maybe you wouldn't like it with that country bumpkin of yours, sweetness. Would you mind if I brought along another friend? Yes, I would. If you're bored with me, you and your friend can find someone else. She was a member of the Thieves Guild now. She had passed her initiation. She found Ferris useful, but not essential. Maybe she was a bit bored with him too. She talked to Katisha about her problems with men, and what she thought of as her problems with men. Katisha shook her head and told her she was looking for love, not sex, but she'd know the right man when she found him, that neither Straw nor Ferris was the right one for her. Baron Zaya cocked her head to one side quizzically. They say dark elven women are pro something prostitutes, she said. Although she was dubious. You mean promiscuous? Although some do become prostitutes, I suppose. Katisha says as an afterthought. Elves are promiscuous when they're young, but you'll outgrow it. Perhaps you're beginning to already. She added hopefully. She liked Baron Zaya, had grown to be quite fond of her. You ought to meet some nice elven boys, though. If you go on keeping company with Khajiits and humans and what have you, you'll find yourself pregnant in next to no time. Baron Zaya smiled involuntarily at the thought. I'd like that, I think, but it would be inconvenient, wouldn't it? Babies are a lot of trouble, and I don't even have my own house yet. How old are you, Barry? 17? Well, you're a year or two yet before you're fertile, unless you're very unlucky. Elves don't have children readily with other elves after that, even, so you'll be alright if you stick with them. Baron Zaya remembered something else. Straw wants to buy a farm and marry me. Is that what you want? No, not yet. Maybe someday, yes, someday. But not if I can't be queen. And not just any queen. The The Queen of Mournhold. She said this determinedly, almost stubbornly, as if to drown out any doubt. Katisha chose to ignore this last comment. She was amused at the girl's hyperactive imagination, took it as a sign of a well-functioning mind. I think Straw will be a very old man before some day comes, Berry. Elves live for a very long time. Katisha's face briefly wore the envious, wistful look humans got when contemplating the 1,000-year lifespan elves had been granted by the gods. True, few ever actually lived that long as disease and violence took their respective tolls, but they could, and one or two of them actually did. I like old men too, Berry said. Katisha laughed. Baron's eye fidgeted impatiently while Ferris sorted through the papers on the desk. He was being meticulous and methodical, carefully replacing everything just as he'd found it. They'd broken into a nobleman's household, leaving Straw to hover outside his lookout. Ferris had said it was a simple job, but very hush-hush. He hadn't even wanted to bring any other guild members along. He said he knew he could trust Berry and Straw, but no one else. Tell me what you're looking for and I'll find it, Berry whispered urgently. Ferris's night sight wasn't as good as hers, and he didn't want her to magic up even a small orb of light. Really? Like, 'cause she'd have night eye inbuilt, don't they? How could the Dark Elves vision at night be better than a Khajiit? Seems a bit weird. She had never been in such a luxurious place, not even the Darkmoor castle of Count Sven and Lady Inga, where she had spent her childhood, compared to it. She gazed around in wonder as they made their way through the ornately decorated and hugely echoing downstairs rooms. But Ferris didn't seem interested in anything but the desk and the small book-lined study on the upper floor. "Sst!" he hissed angrily. "Someone's coming," Berry said a moment before the door opened and two dark figures stepped into the room. Ferris gave her a violent shove toward them and sprang to the window. Baron's eyes muscles went rigid. She couldn't move or even speak. She watched helplessly as one of the figures, the smaller one, leaped after Ferris. There were two quick silent stabs of blue light, then Ferris folded over into a still heap. Outside the study, the house had come alive with hastening footsteps and voices calling out in alarm, and the clank of armor hurriedly put on. The bigger man, a dark elf by the looks of him, half lifted, half dragged Ferris to the door, and thrust him into the waiting arms of another elf. A jerk of the first elf's head sent his smaller blue-robed companion after them. Then he sauntered over to inspect Baron Zaya, who was once again able to move, although her head throbbed maddeningly when she tried to. "Open your shirt, Baron Zaya," the elf said. Baron Zaya gawked at him and clutched it closed. "You're a girl, aren't you, Berry?" he said softly. "You should have stopped dressing as a boy months ago, you know. You're only drawing attention to yourself. Calling yourself Berry. Is your friend Straw too stupid to remember anything else?" "It's a common elven name," Baron Zaya defended. The man shook his head sadly. "Not among dark elves it isn't, my dear, but you wouldn't know much about dark elves, would you? I regret that, but it couldn't be helped. No matter, I shall try to remedy it." "Who are you?" Baron Zaya demanded. "Aye, so much for fame," the man shrugged, smiling wryly. "I am Symmachus, milady, Baron Zaya. General Symmachus of His Awesome and Terrible Majesty Tiber Septim the First Imperial Army. And I must say it's a merry chase you've led me throughout Tamriel, or this part of it anyway. Although I guessed, and guessed correctly, that you'd head for Morrowind eventually, you had a bit of luck. A body was found in Whiterun that was thought to be Straw's. So we stopped looking for that pair of you. That was careless of me, yet I'd not have thought you'd have stayed together this long." So yeah, the epic reunion between Baron Zaya and Symmachus. Well, they hadn't met, but you know, Symmachus had finally found her after the very start of this book, or this series. "Where is he? Is he alright?" she asked in genuine trepidation. "Oh, he's fine for now, in custody, of course." He turned away. "You care for him, then?" he said, and then suddenly stared at her with fierce curiosity, out of eyes that seemed strange to her, except in her own seldom-seen reflection. "He's my friend," Baron Zaya said. The words came out in a tone that sounded dull and hopeless to her own ears. Symmachus, a general in the Imperial Army no less, said to have the friendship and ears of Tiber Septim himself. Aye, you seem to have several unsuitable friends, if you'll forgive my saying so, milady. Stop calling me that. She was irritated at the General's seeming sarcasm, but he only smiled. As they talked, the bustle and flurry in the house died away. Although she could still hear people, presumably the residents, whispering together not far off. The tall elf perched himself on a corner of the desk. He seemed quite relaxed and prepared to stay a while. Then it occurred to her. Several unsuitable friends, he said. This man knew all about her, or seemed to know enough anyway, which amounted to the same thing. What's going to happen to them? To me? As you know, this house belongs to the commander of the Imperial troops in this area, which means to say that it belongs to me. Baron Zaya gasped and Sir Marcus looked up sharply. What, you didn't know? Why, you are rash, milady, even for 17. You must always know what it is you do, or get yourself into. But the guild wouldn't have... Baron Zaya was trembling. The Thieves' Guild would never have attempted a mission that crossed Imperial policy. No one dared oppose Tiber Septim. At least no one she knew of. Someone at the guild had bungled badly, and now she was going to pay for it. I dare say it's unlikely that Ferris had guild approval for this. In fact, I wonder. Sir Marcus examined the desk carefully, pulling out drawers. He selected one, placed it on top of the desk, and removed the false bottom. There was a folded sheet of parchment inside. It seemed to be a map of some sort. Baron Zaya edged closer. Sir Marcus held it away from her, laughing. Rash indeed. He glanced it over, then folded and replaced it. You advised me a moment ago to seek after knowledge. So I did. Suddenly he seemed to be in high good humour. We must be going, my dear lady. He shepherded her to the door, down the stairs, and out into the night air. No one was about. Baron Zaya's eyes darted toward the shadows. She wondered if she could outrun him, or elude him somehow. You're not thinking of attempting to escape, are you? Aye? Don't you want to hear first what my plans for you are? She thought that he sounded a bit hurt. Now that you mention it, yes. Perhaps you'd rather hear about your friends first. No. He looked gratified at this. It was evidently the answer he wanted, thought Baron Zaya, but it was also the truth. While she was concerned for her friends, especially Straw, she was far more concerned for herself. Well, you will take your place as the rightful queen of Mournhold. Sir Marcus explained that this had been his and Tiber Septim's plan for her all along. The Mournhold, which had been under military rule for the dozen or so years since she had been away, was gradually to be returned to civilian government, under the Empire's guidance, of course, and as part of the Imperial province of Morrowind. But why was I sent to Darkmoor? Baron Zaya asked, hardly believing anything she had just been told. For safekeeping, naturally. Why did you run away? Baron Zaya shrugged. I saw no reason to say. I should have been told. You would have been by now. I had in fact sent for you to be removed to the Imperial City to spend some time as part of the Emperor's household, but of course you had, shall we say, absconded by then. As for your destiny, it should be, and should have been, quite obvious to you. Tiber Septim does not keep those he has no use for, and what else could you be that would be of use to him? I know nothing of him, nor, for that matter, of you. Then know this, Tiber Septim rewards friends and foes alike according to their deserts. Baron Zaya chewed on that for a few moments. Straw has deserved well of me and has never done anyone any harm. He is not a member of the Thieves' Guild. He came along to protect me. He earns our keep by running errands, and he... Sir Marcus waved her impatiently to silence. Aye, I know all about Straw, he said. And about Ferris, he said at her intently. So, what would you? She took a deep breath. Straw wants a little farm. If I am to be rich, then I would like for one to be given to him. Very well. He seemed astonished at this, and then pleased. Done. He shall have it. And Ferris? He betrayed me, Baron Zaya said coldly. Ferris should have told her what risks the job entailed. Besides, he'd pushed her right into their enemy's arms in an attempt to save himself. Not a man to be rewarded. Not, in fact, a man to be trusted. Yes, and? Well, he should be made to suffer for it. Shouldn't he? That seems reasonable. What form should said suffering take? Baron Zaya balled her hands into fists. She would have liked to beat and claw at the Khajiit herself, but considering the turn events had taken, that didn't seem very queenly. A whipping, would 20 stripes be too many, do you think? I don't want to do him any permanent injury, you understand? Just teach him a lesson. Aye, of course. Sir Marcus grinned at this, then his features suddenly set and became serious. It shall be done, your highness, milady, Queen Baron Zaya of Mournhold. Then he bowed to her, a sweeping, courtly, ridiculously wonderful bow. Damn, that's a lot of praise for a simple bow. Baron Zaya's heart leapt. Uh-oh, not again. She spent 2 days at Sir Marcus's apartment, during which she was kept very busy. There was a dark elven woman named Trelian who saw to her needs. Although she did not exactly seem the servant since she took her meals with them, nor did she seem to be Sir Marcus's wife or lover. Trelian looked amused when Baron Zaya asked her about it. She simply said she was in the General's employ and did whatever was asked of her. With Trelian's assistance, several fine gowns and pairs of shoes were ordered for her, plus a riding habit and boots, along with other small necessities. Baron Zaya was given a room to herself. Sir Marcus was out a great deal. She saw him at most meal times, but he said little about himself or what he had been doing. He was cordial and polite, quite willing to converse on most subjects, and seemed interested in anything she had to say. Of course, remember what he said at the beginning. He's trying to marry this woman. Trelian was much the same. Baron Zaya found him pleasant enough, but hard to get to know, as Katisha would have put it. She felt an odd twinge of disappointment. These were the first Dark Elves with whom she had associated closely. She had expected to feel comfortable with them, to feel at last that she belonged somewhere, with somebody, as part of something. Instead, she found herself yearning for her Nordic friends, Katisha and Straw. When Sir Marcus told her they were to set out for the Imperial City on the morrow, she asked if she could say goodbye to them. Katisha? He asked. Aye, but then, I suppose I owe her something. She it was who led me to you by telling me of a lonely dark elven girl named Berry, who needed elven friends, and who sometimes dresses a boy. She has no association with the Thieves' Guild, apparently, and no one associated with the Thieves' Guild seems to know your true identity, save Ferris. That is well. I prefer that your former guild membership not be made public knowledge. Please speak of it to no one, your highness. Such a past does not become an imperial queen. No one knows but Straw and Ferris, and they won't tell anyone. No? He smiled a curious little smile. No, they won't. That seems a bit eerie. He didn't know that Katisha knew then, but still, there was something about the way he said it. Straw came to their apartment on the morning of their departure. They were left alone in the salon, although Baron Zaya knew that other elves were within earshot. He looked drawn and pale. They hugged one another silently for a few minutes. Straw's shoulders were shaking and tears were rolling down his cheeks, but he said nothing. Baron Zaya tried a smile. So we both get what we want, eh? I am to be Queen of Mournhold, and you'll be lord of your own farmstead. She took his hand, smiled at him warmly, genuinely. I'll write you, Straw, I promise. You just find a scribe so you can write me too. Straw shook his head sadly. When Baron Zaya persisted, he opened his mouth and pointed at it, making inarticulate noises. Then she realized what it was. His tongue was gone, had been cut off. Yeah, there's your explanation as to why Sir Marcus was so confident that Straw wasn't going to say anything. Baron Zaya collapsed onto a chair and wept noisily. But why? She demanded of Sir Marcus when Straw had been ushered away. Why? Sir Marcus shrugged. He knows too much. He could be dangerous. At least he's alive and he won't need his tongue to raise pigs or whatever. I hate you! Baron Zaya screamed at him, and abruptly doubled over and vomited on the floor. She continued to revile him between intermittent bouts of nausea. He listened stolidly for some time while Drelian cleaned up after her. Finally, he told her to cease or he would gag her for a journey to the Emperor. They stopped at Katisha's house on their way out of the city. Symmachus and Drelian didn't dismount. All seemed normal, but Baron Zaya was frightened as she knocked on the door. Katisha answered the knock. Baron Zaya thanked the gods silently that at least she was all right, but she'd also obviously been weeping. In any case, she embraced Baron Zaya warmly. "Why are you crying?" Baron Zaya asked. "For Ferris, of course. You haven't heard? Oh dear. Poor Ferris, he's dead." Baron Zaya felt icy fingers creeping round her heart. "He was caught stealing from the commandant's house, poor fellow. But that was so foolish of him. Oh, Berry, he was drawn and quartered this very dawn by the commandant's order." She started to sob. "I went. He asked for me. It was terrible. He suffered so before he died. I'll never forget it. I looked for you in straw, but no one knew where you'd both gone to." She glanced behind Baron Zaya. "That's the commandant, isn't it? Symmachus." Then Katisha did a strange thing. She stopped crying and grinned. "You know, the moment I saw him, I thought, this is the one for Baron Zaya." Katisha took a fold of her apron and wiped it across her eyes. "I told him about you, you know." "Yes," Baron Zaya said. "I know." She took Katisha's hands in each of hers and looked at her earnestly. "Katisha, I love you. I'm going to miss you. But please don't ever tell anyone else anything about me. Ever. Swear you won't. Especially not to Symmachus. And look after Straw for me. Promise me that." Katisha promised, puzzled though willing. "Berry, it wasn't somehow because of me that Ferris was caught, was it? I never said anything about Ferris to him." She glanced over at the general. Baron Zaya assured her that it wasn't. Then the informant had told the Imperial Guard of Ferris's plans, which was probably a lie, but she could see that Katisha plainly needed some kind of comfort. "Oh, I'm glad of that, if I can be glad of anything just now. I'd hate to think, but how could I have known?" She leaned over and whispered in Baron Zaya's ear. "Symmachus is very handsome, don't you think? And so charming." "I wouldn't know about that," Baron Zaya said dryly. "I haven't really thought about it. There have been other things to think about." She explained hurriedly about being Queen of Mournhold and going to live in the Imperial City for a while. "He is looking for me, that's all, on orders from the Emperor. I was the object of a quest, nothing more than some sort of a goal. I don't think he thinks of me as a woman at all. He said I didn't look like a boy, though," she added in the face of Katisha's incredulity. Katisha knew that Baron Zaya evaluated every male she met in terms of sexual desirability and availability. "I suppose it's the shock of finding out that I really am a queen," she added, and Katisha agreed that yes, that's true, that must have been something of a shock, although one there was no likelihood of her experiencing firsthand. She smiled, Baron Zaya smiled with her, and they hugged again, tearfully for the last time. She never saw Katisha again, or Straw. The royal party left Riften by the Great Southern Gate. Once through, Symmachus tapped her shoulder and pointed back at the portals. "I thought you might want to say goodbye to Ferris too, Your Highness," he said. Baron Zaya stared briefly but steadily at the head impaled on the spike above the gate. The birds had been at it, but the face was still recognizable. "I don't think he'll hear me, or I'm quite sure he'll be pleased to know I'm fine," she said, seeming to sound light. "Let's be on our way, General, shall we?" Symmachus was clearly disappointed by her lack of reaction. "Aye, you heard of this from your friend Katisha, I suppose?" "You suppose correctly. She attended the execution," Baron Zaya said casually. If he didn't know already, he'd find out soon enough. She was sure of that. "Did she know Ferris belonged to the guild?" She shrugged. "Everyone knew that. It's only lower-ranking members like me who are supposed to keep their membership secret. The ones higher up are well known." She turned to smile archly at him. "But you must know all that, shouldn't you, General?" she said sweetly. He seemed unaffected by this. "So you told her who you were and whence you came, but not about the guild." "The guild membership was not my secret to tell. It never was. There's a difference. Besides, Katisha is a very honest woman. Had I told her, it would have lessened me in her eyes. She was always after Ferris to take up a more honest line of work. I value her good opinion. She afforded him a glacial stare. Not that it's any of your concern of yours, but do you know what else she thought? She also thought I'd be happier if I settled down with just one man. One of my own race. One of my own race with all the right qualities. One of my own race with all the right qualities who knows to say all the right things. You, in fact. She grabbed the reins preparatory to assuming a brisker pace, but not without sinking one final irresistible barb. Isn't it odd how wishes come true sometimes, but not in the way you want them to? Or maybe I should say not in the way you would ever want them to. His answer so took her by surprise that she quite forgot about cantering off. Yes, very odd, he replied, and his tone matched his words exactly. Then he excused himself and fell behind. She held her head high and urged her mount onward, trying to look unimpressed. And what was it about his response that bothered her? Not what he said. No, that wasn't it. But something about the way he said it. Something about it made her think that she, Baranzaya, was one of his wishes that had come true. Unlikely as this seemed, she gave it due deliberation. He had found her at last, after months of searching, it seemed, under pressure from the Emperor, no doubt. So his wish had come true. Yes, that must be it. But in a way, apparently, not altogether to his liking. So I guess she's starting to suspect that there's more to Sir Marcus's story than just looking for her. But I guess we'll see the conclusion of this now in part number 3. Okay, Real Baranzaya, Part 3, Anonymous. For several days, Baranzaya felt a weight of sorrow at her separation from her friends, but by the second week out, her spirits began to rise a little. She found that she enjoyed being on the road again, although she missed Straw's companionship more than she would have thought. They were escorted by a troop of Red Guard knights with whom she felt comfortable, although these were much more disciplined and decorous than the guards of the merchant caravan she had spent time with. They were genial but respectful towards her despite her attempts at flirtation. Jeez. So she's done Nord, she's done Imperial, she's done Khajiit, and she's going for Red Guard. I don't know if she's actually done Dark Elf yet, or any of the other elves for that matter. But she certainly doesn't have any, doesn't seem to have much of a preference when it comes to race. Sir Marcus scolded her privately, saying a queen must maintain royal dignity at all times. You mean I'm never to have any fun? She inquired petulantly. Aye, not with such as these. They are beneath you. Graciousness is to be desired from those in authority, milady. Familiarity is not. You remain chaste. Never known how to pronounce the word. Is it chaste? And modest while you're at the Imperial City. Baranzaya made a face. I might as well be back at Darkmoor Keep. Elves are promiscuous by nature, you know. Everyone says so. Everyone is wrong. And some are, some aren't. The Emperor and I expect you to display both discrimination and good taste. Let me remind you, Your Highness, that you hold the throne of Mournhold not by right of blood, but solely at the pleasure of Tyler Septim. If he judges you unsuitable, your reign will end ere it begins. He requires intelligence, obedience, discretion, and total loyalty of all his appointees, and he favours chastity and modesty in women. I strongly suggest you model your deportment after our good Drelian, milady. Why does Leaf be back in Darkmoor? Baranzaya snapped resentfully, offended at the thought of emulating the frigid, prudish Drelian in any way. It is not an option, Your Highness. If you are of no use to Tiber Septim, he will see to it that you are of no use to his enemies either, the general said portentously. If you would keep your head on your shoulders, take heed. Let me add that power offers pleasures other than those of carnality and cavorting with base company. He began to speak of art, literature, drama, music, and the grand balls thrown at the imperial court. Baranzaya listened with growing interest, spurred on not entirely by his threats, but afterwards she asked timidly if she might continue her study of magic while at the imperial city. Sir Marcus seemed pleased at this and promised to arrange it. Encouraged, she then said that she noted 3 of their knights escort were women, and asked if she might train a little with them, just for the sake of exercise. The general looked less delighted at this, but gave his consent, most stressing would only be with the women. The late winter weather held fair, though slightly frosty, for the rest of their journey, so that they travelled quickly over firm roads. On the last day of their trip, spring seemed to have arrived at last, for there were hints of a fall. The road grew muddy underfoot, and everywhere one could hear water trickling and dripping faintly but steadily. It was a welcome sound. They came to the great bridge that crossed into the imperial city at sunset. A rosy glow turned the stark white marble edifices of the metropolis a delicate pink. It all looked very new and grand and immaculate. A broad avenue led north toward the palace. A crowd of people of all sorts and races filled the wide concourse. Lights winked out in the shops and on the inns as dusk fell and stars came out singly then by twos and threes. Even the side streets were broad and brightly illuminated. Near the palace, the towers of an immense Major's Guildhall reared toward the east, while westward the stained glass windows of a huge tabernacle glittered in the dying light. Sir Marcus had apartments in a magnificent house 2 blocks from the palace, past the temple. The Temple of the One he identified as they passed it, an ancient Nordic cult which Tiber Septim had revived. He said that Baron Zaya would be expected to become a member should he prove acceptable to the Emperor. The place was quite splendid, although little to Baron Zaya's tastes. The walls and furnishings were done in utter pristine white, relieved only by touches of dull gold, and the floors in dully gleaming black marble. Baron Zaya's eyes ached for colour and the interplay of subtle shadings. In the morning, Sir Marcus and Drelian escorted her to the imperial palace. Baron Zaya noted that everyone they met greeted Sir Marcus with a deferential respect, in some cases bordering on obsequiousness. The general seemed to take it for granted. They would rush directly into the imperial presence. The morning sun flooded the small room through a large window with tiny panes, washing over a sumptuously laden breakfast table, and the single man who sat there, dark against the light. He leapt to his feet as they entered and hurried toward them. "Ah, Sir Marcus, our most loyal friend, we welcome your return most gladly." His hands held Sir Marcus's shoulders briefly, fondly, halting the deep genuflection the dark elf had been in the process of effecting. Baron Zaya curtsied as Tiber Septim turned to her. "Baron Zaya, our naughty little runaway, how you do, child? Here, let us have a look at you. Why, Sir Marcus, she is charming, absolutely charming. Why have you hidden her from us all these years? Is the light too much, child? Shall we draw the hangings? Yes, of course." He waved aside Sir Marcus's protests and drew the curtains himself, not troubling to summon the servant. "You will pardon us for this discourtesy toward yourselves, our dear guests. We've much to think over that scant excuse for hospitality's neglect. But pray join us. There's some excellent nectarines from Blackmarsh." They settled themselves at the table. Baron Zaya was dumbfounded. Tiber Septim was nothing like the grim, grey giant warrior she'd pictured. He was of average height, fully half a head shorter than tall Sir Marcus. Although he was well knit of figure and lithe of movement, he had a winning smile, bright, indeed piercing, blue eyes and a full head of stark white hair above the lined and weathered face. He might have been any age from 40 to 60. He pressed food and drink upon them, then repeated the question the general had asked her days ago. Why had she left home? Had her guardians been unkind to her? "No, Excellency," Baron Zaya replied. "In truth, no, although I fancied so at times." Sir Marcus had fabricated a story for her, and Baron Zaya told it now, although with a certain misgiving. The stable boy Straw had convinced her that her guardians, unable to find a suitable husband for her, meant to sell her off as a concubine in Rihad, and when a red guard had indeed come, she had panicked and fled with Straw. So that's actually the story that gets told in biography of Baron Zaya. And that's told as fact, not that she made it up. So I wonder who the person that tells this entire story is. Tiber Septim seemed fascinated and listened raptly as she provided details of her life as a merchant caravan escort. "Why, it is like a ballad," he said. "By the one will have the court bards set it to music. What a charming boy you must have made." General Sir Marcus said. Baron Zaya stopped in some confusion, then proceeded. He said, "Well, then I no longer look much like a boy. I have grown in the past few months. She lowered her gaze in what she hoped approximated maidenly modesty. He's a very discerning fellow, as our loyal friend Simarchus. I know I've been a very foolish girl, Excellency. I must crave your pardon. I've had on my kind guardians. I realized that some time ago, but I was too ashamed to go back home. I don't want to return to Darkmoor now. Excellency, I long for Mournhold. My soul pines for my own country. Dear child, you shall go home, we promise you, but we pray you remain with us a little longer, that you may prepare yourself for the grave and solemn task with which we shall charge you. Baron Zaya gazed at him earnestly, heart beating fast. It was all working just as Simarchus had said it would. She felt a warm flush of gratitude toward him, but was careful to keep her attention focused on the Emperor. I am honoured, Excellency. I wish most earnestly to serve you and this great empire you have built in any way I can. It was the politic thing to say, to be really sure, but Baron Zaya really meant it. She was awed at the magnificence of the city and the discipline and order evident everywhere, and moreover was excited at the prospect of being a part of it all, and she felt quite taken by the gentle Tiber Septim. Here we go. Back at it again. After a few days, Simarchus left for Mournhold to take up the duties of a governor until Baron Zaya was ready to assume the throne, after which he would become her prime minister. Baron Zaya, with Drelian as chaperone, took up residence in a suite of rooms at the imperial palace. Several tutors were provided her in all the fields deemed seemly for a queenly education. During this time she became deeply interested in the magical arts, but she found the study of history and politics not at all to her preference. On occasion she met with Tiber Septim in the palace gardens, and he would unfailingly and politely inquire as to her progress, and chide her, although with a smile, for her disinterest at matters of state. However, he was always happy to instruct her on the finer points of magic, and he could make even history and politics seem interesting. "They're people, child, not dry facts in a dusty volume," he said. As her understanding broadened, their discussions grew longer, deeper, more frequent. He spoke to her of his vision of a united Tamriel, each race separate and distinct but with shared ideals and goals, all contributing to the common weal. "Some things are universal, shared by all sentient folk of goodwill," he said. "So everyone teaches us. We must unite against the malicious and the brutish, miscreated, the orcs, trolls, goblins, and other worse creatures, and not strive against one another." Damn. He even includes orcs in that. Maybe Tiber Septim ain't as great as we all thought. His blue eyes would light up as he stared into his dream. Baron Zaya was delighted just to sit and listen to him. If he drew close to her, the side of her body next to him would glow, as if he were a smouldering blaze. If their hands met, she would tingle all over as if his body were charged with a shock spell. One day, quite unexpectedly, he took her face in his hands and kissed her gently on the mouth. Well, wow, damn, even he's into it. She drew back after a few moments, astonished by the violence of her feelings, and he apologized instantly. We didn't mean to do that, it's just... You are so beautiful, dear, so very beautiful." He was looking at her with hopeless yearning in his generous eyes. She turned away, tears streaming down her face. "Are you angry with us? Speak to us, please." Baron Zaya shook her head. "I can never be angry with you, Excellency. I love you. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it." "We have a consort," he said. "She is a good and virtuous woman, the mother of our children and future heirs. We can never put her aside, yet there is nothing between us and her. No sharing of the spirit. She would have us be other than what we are. We are the most powerful person in all of Tamriel, and Baron Zaya, I think I am the most lonely as well." He stood up suddenly. "Power," he said with sublime contempt. "I trade a goodly share of it for youth and love if the gods would only sanction it. But you are strong and vigorous and vital, more than any man I've ever known." He shook his head vehemently. "Today, perhaps, yet I am less than I was yesterday, last year, 10 years ago. I feel the sting of my mortality, and it is painful. If I can ease your pain, let me." It's starting." Baron Zaya moves toward him, hands outstretched. "No, I would not take your innocence from you." I'm not that innocent. How so? The Emperor's voice suddenly grated harshly, his brows knitted. Baron Zaya's mouth went dry. What had she just said? But she couldn't turn back now. He would know. It was straw, she faltered. I was lonely too. Am lonely. And not so strong as you. She cast her eyes down in abashment. I guess I'm not worthy, Excellency. No, not so, Baron Zaya. My Baron Zaya. It cannot last for long. You have a duty toward Mournhold, and a duty toward the Empire. I must tend toward mine as well. But while we may, shall we share what we have, what we can, and pray the one forgives us our frailty? Tiber Septim held out his arms, and wordlessly, willingly, Baron Zaya stepped into his embrace. And presumably we do it. So even the Emperor is on Baron Zaya's body count list. Not bad, I guess. You caper on the edge of a volcano, child. Drelian admonished as Baron Zaya admired the splendid star sapphire ring her imperial lover had given her to celebrate their 1-month anniversary. How so? We make one another happy? We harm no one. St. Marcus made me be discriminating and discreet. Who better could I choose? And we've been most discreet. He treats me like a daughter in public. I mean, doesn't that... I guess that didn't alarm people too much back in the day. Tiber Septim's nightly visits were made for a secret passage that only few in the palace were privy to, himself and a handful of trusted bodyguards. You don't think that's the secret passage? No, it must be a different one. He slavers over you like a cur his supper. Have you not noticed the coolness of the Empress and her son toward you? Baron Zaya shrugged. Even before she and Septim had become lovers, she received no more from his family than bare civility. Threadbare civility. What matter? It is Tiber who holds the power. But it is his son who holds the future. Do not put his mother up to public straw, I beg you. Can I help it if that dry stick of a woman cannot hold her husband's interests, even in conversation at dinner? Have less to say in public, that is all I ask. She matters little, it is true, but her children love her, and you do not want them as enemies. Tiber Septim has not long to live, I mean. Drelian amended quickly. Baron Zaya's scowl. Humans are all short-lived. Ephemeral, as we of the elder races say. They come and go as the seasons, but the families of the powerful ones live on for a time. You must be a friend to his family if you would see lasting profit from your relationship. But how can I make you see truly? You who are so young and human-bred as well. If you take heed and wisely, you and Mournhold alike to live to see the fall of Septim's dynasty, if indeed he has founded one, just as you have witnessed its rise. It is the way of human history. May ebb and flow like the inconstant tides. Their cities and dominions bloom like spring flowers, only to wither and die in the summer sun. But the elves endure. The hour is a year to their hour, a decade to their day. Baron Zaya just laughed. She knew that rumours abounded about her and Tiber Septim. She enjoyed the attention, for all save the Empress and her son seemed captivated by her. Minstrels sang of her dark beauty and her charming ways. She was in fashion, and in love, and if it was temporary, well, what was not? She was happy for the first time she could remember, each of her days filled with joy and pleasure, and the nights were even better. Alright, well, more detail we didn't really need. What is wrong with me? Baron Zaya lamented. Look, not one of my skirts fit. What's become of my waistline? Am I getting fat? Baron Zaya regarded her thin arms and legs and her undeniably thickened waist in the mirror with displeasure. Drelian shrugged. You appear to be a child, young as you are. Constant pairing with a human has brought you to early fertility. I see no choice but for you to speak with the Emperor about it. You are in his power. It would be best, I think, for you to go directly to Mournhold if he would agree to it and bear the child there. Damn. Guess the Emperor's pull-out game ain't that strong. Alone, Baron Zaya placed her hands on her swollen belly, tears forming in her eyes. Everything in her yearned to share the fruit of her love with her lover. He'll never agree to that. He won't be parted from me now. You'll see. Drelian shook her head. Though she said no more, a look of sympathy and sorrow had replaced her usual cool scorn. That night, Baron Zaya told Tiber Septim when he came to her for their usual assignation. With child, he looked shocked. No, stunned. You're sure of it? But I was told elves do not bear at so young an age. Baron Zaya forced a smile. How can I be sure? I shall have my heal effects. The healer, a high elf of middle years, confirmed that Baron Zaya was indeed pregnant, and that such a thing had never before been known to happen. It was a testimony to His Excellency's potency, the healer said in sycophantic tones. Of course you'd say that to butter him up. Tiber Septim roared at him. This must not be, he said. Undo it. We command you. Sire, the healer gaped at him. I cannot, I may not. Of course you can, you incompetent dullard. The Emperor snapped. It is our express wish that you do so. Baron Zaya, till then silent and wide-eyed with terror, suddenly sat up in bed. No, she screamed. No. What are you saying? Child. Tiber Septim sat down beside her, his face bearing one of his winning smiles. I'm so sorry, truly, but this cannot be. Your issue would be a threat to my son and his sons. I shall no more put it plainly than that. The child I bear is yours, she wailed. No, it is now but a possibility. I might be, not yet gifted with a soul or quickened into life. I will not have it so. I forbid it. He gave the healer another hard stare, and the elf began to tremble. Sire, it is our child. Children are few among the elves. No elven woman conceives more than 4 times, and that is very rare. 2 is the usual number. Some bear none, even, and some only 1. If I take this one from her, sire, she may not conceive again. You promised us she would not bear to us with little faith in your prognostications. Baron Zaya scrambled naked from the bed and ran for the door, not knowing where she was going, only that she could not stay. She never reached it. Darkness overtook her. Damn, this is definitely getting dark. She awoke to pain and a feeling of emptiness, a void where something used to be, something that used to be alive, but now was dead and gone forever. Drelian was there to soothe her pain and clean up the blood that still pooled at times between her legs. Ugh. There was nothing to fill the emptiness. There was nothing to take the place of the void. The Emperor sent magnificent gifts and vast arrangements of flowers, and came on short visits, always well attended. Baron Zaya received these visits with pleasure at first, but Tiber Septim came no more at night, and after some time nor did she wish him to. Some weeks passed, and when she was completely physically recovered, Drelian informed her that Symmachus had written to request she come to Mournhold earlier than planned. It was announced that she would leave forthwith. She was given a grand retinue, an extensive trousseau befitting a queen, and an elaborate and impressive ceremonial departure from the gates of the imperial city. Some people were sorry to see her leave, and expressed their sadness in tears and expostulations, but some others were not, and did not. And there it is. Now I think there's actually more volumes, if I remember right. I don't think that's the end of it. Right, so there are actually five volumes of The Real Baron Zaya. So we've only found the first 3, so this story still has a conclusion to reach that we will get to at some point. But for now, we only have the first 3 at our disposal. And I guess it's kind of a good thing that we managed to get the first 3 before we got 4 and 5. So, The Real Baron Zaya V1, Real Baron Zaya V2, and The Real Baron Zaya V3. Okay. And there's Guide to Shadenal, Guide to Anvil, which we've read. One last book is, for now, is going to be Galerion the Mystic by Asgrim Kolsgreg. During the early bloody years of the Second Era, Vanus Galerion was born under the name Trectus, a serf on the estate of a minor nobleman, Lord Genas of Solisic on Ker. Trectus's father and mother were common labourers, but his father was secretly against the law of Lord Genas, taught himself and then Trectus to read. Lord Genas had been advised that literate serfs were an abomination of nature and dangerous to themselves and their laws, and would close all bookstores within Solisic on Ker. All booksellers, poets and teachers were forbidden, except within Genas's keep. Nevertheless, a small-scale smuggling operation kept a number of books and scrolls in circulation right under Genas's shadow. When Trectus was 8, the smugglers were found and imprisoned. Some said that Trectus's mother, an ignorant and religious woman fearful of her husband, was the betrayer of the smugglers, but there were other rumours as well. The trial of the smugglers was non-existent, and the punishment swift. The body of Trectus's father was kept hanging for weeks during the hottest summer Solisic on Ker had seen in centuries. 3 months later, Trectus ran away from Lord Genas's estate. He made it as far as Alanor, halfway across Somerset Isle. A band of troubadours found him nearly dead, curled up in a ditch by the side of a road. They nursed him to health and employed him as an errand boy in return for food and shelter. One of the troubadours, a soothsayer named Heliand, began testing Trectus's mind and found the boy, though shy, to be preternaturally intelligent and sophisticated given his circumstances. Heliand recognized in the boy a commonality, for Heliand had been trained on the Isle of Artaeum as a mystic. When the troupe was performing in the village of Potenza on the far eastern end of Somerset, Heliand took Trectus, then a boy of 11, to the Isle of Artaeum, the Magister of the Isle. Lachesis recognized potential in Trectus and took him on as pupil, giving him the name of Vanus Galerion. Manus trained his mind on the Isle of Artaeum as well as his body. Thus was the first Archmagister of the Magus Guild trained. Oh. Honestly, I did not know where this story was going. Okay, so this is a Magus Guild origin story. From the Sigics of the Isle of Artaeum he received his training. From his childhood of want and injustice he received his philosophy of sharing knowledge. Pretty short one. But alas, there we go. And we can add that to the list. Galerion the Mystic. Alright, now, almost 2.5 hours in, let's start actually doing stuff. So, from memory, there's only a couple of rooms left in this castle. Let's just exhaust our healing, save the game, and dive straight in. Alright, well, this flame extract's already seen us. Let's see if we can find him. You can see a day drop there. And it's seen me. Alright, I need to leave. The good thing is that the Atralak has to come through the door, whereas the Daedroth can't go through doors. This is going pretty well, actually. I think. Like, we have enough healing to not care about their damage. And now my sword's broken. Right? Try punching her. Absorbing spell's good. Punching her's actually working somehow. Even though my hand-to-hand skill isn't great, somehow punching her... I think I can win this fight. It's probably going to be when I face the Daedroth with no weapons. That is a fight I can't win. What is my hand-to-hand skill anyway? 18. About to be 19. Yeah, pretty horrible. Oh, why walk when you run has always been your motto. Now the miles of running and hours of swimming have paid off. You're an apprentice of athletics. Your rate of fatigue regeneration when running is increased by 25%. That could be helpful immediately, since fatigue is very low at the moment. Why is Salvian's been there the whole time and he's refused to help? Actually, my health is kind of low. She's chasing me. We didn't start this on full health, did we? Oh, there you go. Now she's dead. Take those fire salts. Okay, well, we don't have a weapon. How do we do this? Okay, we can't make any potions as of yet. Let's save a game here. Somehow we've got to fight a Daedroth without any weapons. I'm guessing my armor's been decimated. Yeah. It's not doing that badly. I've had it in worse conditions before. Alright. Oh god. Back. Okay, let's save it here. Tactics time. So usually when this kind of situation happens, I have to try and cheese my way past it. And what I did in last episode, yeah, it was last episode when we started breaking the siege of Kavach. We used the door trick. Because Daedroth Clanfear, I think scamps don't know how to open doors. So once I go for a door, I can wait for them to turn around, hit them with a sneak attack, then keep retreating, and repeat until the creature dies. And I guess that's going to have to be the way I do it. This is how I'm going to have to do it. Oh, well, hit me. I wasn't part of the plan, but... Alright, wait for one more heal and we'll go back. Oh god, I messed it up. Damn it, hit me again. The whole point is I'm supposed to be gaining health over time to a point where I could maybe feasibly fight it. But then again, as it is, like Daedroth, I'd look this up by the way. I'm level 12? Level 12. And Daedroth are level 16. Or they should only appear at level 16, but I guess Kavach is an exception. So even like fully equipped, Daedroth are supposed to be beating me to a pulp. We did kill a few earlier, but again, that requires some immense cheesing as well. Ow, Gonna run. Okay. Went for it a little bit there. Otherwise, if I don't go for it at all, it's gonna take forever. I'm gonna have to keep saving the game every now and then, so in case something terrible happens, I don't lose all my progress. One more heal, then we'll go in. Oh, I did it again. Jesus. Let's wait till he's a little closer this time. For God's sake, it keeps hitting me. Why can't I dodge that fireball? It's not that hard to dodge. Do I have any magical potions? I don't know. Not really. Guess I burned through them all in this stupid Allies for Bruma quest. Would you believe this whole Crouch quest, this absolute nightmare, was just to get one soldier for a quest in the future? No, well, I don't know why I'm saying it like that. It's already been spoiled. That we're doing all this to gather soldiers to defend Bruma as they prepare for an attack. Whoa. I think I made it stagger, but for some reason I thought it was about to attack. Oh, for God's sake, really? Somehow I missed the door and just took a free hit for no reason. Alright, well, let's heal up a little bit more. The moment Kovac is over will be a very happy one. Like the whole mid-levels of Oblivion are just a scaling nightmare. Enemies have so much health, you don't do any damage, you don't have much health. Just a combination of bad things. Okay, let's save the game here. That'll do. I'm less willing to take risks now. Pretty low. That hit. Oh, it's jumping attack. Oh. Okay. Alright, that was a decent fight. You took a hit, but you landed more than normal. At this point, as long as we stay alive, it doesn't matter if we go low. Just the quicker I can deal damage to him, the better. I hope there's some kind of weapon in there. Alright, I think it's worth a save as well. We did enough damage to warrant a save, I think. Maybe this will kill it if we're lucky. Oh, shielding. Okay, that's enough. Alright, not bad, not bad. One heal. We'll dive in again. Ooh, that killed it. Nice. We just punched the Daedra to death at level 12. Ooh, okay. So let's search this area then. Silver pitcher, silver bowl, silver carafe. Do we have a silver carafe? Nope, I guess we'll take that. Silver carafe. Silver goblet, I believe we have. Yep. We won't take that then. Silver urn. Yep. Got that. Okay, Cirilli Brothers wine. I don't think we have any of that. Oh no, we do. I'll pick it up anyway. I think we have enough weight. Ceramic tankard. Yes, we've got that. Silver tankard. We've got that. Can't search this. Silver urn. More Cirilli Brothers. Cheap wine. I think we've seen cheap wine. Must have. Yep. And we've got ourselves another book here. A Dance in Fire Volume 4. We read this? We've read Volume 7. We haven't read Volume 4. It's a bit weird. But we'll read that as well. And 75 gold value means it's probably a skill book. Oh, acrobatic skill increased. And that's given us a level up as well. So we can... It's another thing we have to do. Right, A Dance in Fire, Chapter 4 by Warren Jaff. 18 Bosmeri and 1 Cyrodiilic, former senior clerk for an Imperial Building Commission, trudged through the jungle westward from the Xylo River to the ancient village of Vendisi. For Decimus Scotti, the jungle was hostile, unfamiliar ground. The enormous vermiculated trees filled the bright morning with darkness, and resembled nothing so much as grasping claws bent on impeding their progress. Even the fronds of the low plants quivered with malevolent energy. What was worse, he was not alone in his anxiety. His fellow travellers, the natives who had survived the Khajiit attacks on the villages of Graus and Afe, were faces of undisguised fear. There was something sentient in the jungle, and not merely the mad, but benevolent indigenous spirits. In his peripheral vision, Scotti could see the shadows of the Khajiit following the refugees, leaping from tree to tree. When he turned to face them, the life forms vanished into the gloom as if they had never been there. But he knew he had seen them, and the Bosmeri saw them too, and quickened their pace. After 18 hours, bitten raw by insects, scratched by 1,000 thorns, they emerged into a valley clearing. It was night, but a row of blazing torches greeted them, illuminating the leather-wrought tents and jumbled stones of the hamlet of Vendisi. At the end of the valley, the torches marked a sacred site, a gnarled bower of trees pressed close together to form a temple. Wordlessly, the Bosmeri walked the torch arcade toward the trees. Scotti followed them. When they reached the solid mass of living wood with only one gaping portal, Scotti could see a dim blue light glowing within. A low sonorous moan from 100 voices echoed within. The Bosmeri maiden he had been following held out her hand, stopping him. "You do not understand, but no outsider, not even a friend, may enter," she said. "This is a holy place." Scotti nodded and watched the refugees marching into the temple, heads bowed. Their voices joined with the ones within. When the last wood elf had got inside, Scotti turned his attention back to the village. There must be food to be had somewhere. A tendril of smoke and a faint whiff of roasting venison beyond the torchlight led him. There were 5 Cyrodiils, 2 Bretons, and a Nord. The group gathered around a campfire of glowing white stones, pulling steaming strips of meat from the cadaver of a great stag. At Scotty's approach, they rose up, all but the Nord, who was distracted by his hunk of animal flesh. "Good evening. Sorry to interrupt, but I was wondering if I might have a little something to eat. I'm afraid I'm rather hungry after walking all day with some refugees from Graus and Afe." They bade him to sit down and eat, and introduced themselves. "So, the war's back on, it seems," said Scotti amiably. "Best thing for these are fat do-nothings," replied the Nord in between bites. "I've never seen such a lazy culture. Now they've got the Khajiit striking them on land and the High Elves at sea. If there's any province that deserves a little distress, it's damnable Valenwood. I don't see how they're so offensive to you, laughed one of the Bretons. They're continental thieves, even worse than the Khajiit, because they are so blessed meek in their aggression. The Nord spat out a gob of fat which sizzled on the hot stones of the fire. Charming. They spread their forests into territory that doesn't belong to them, slowly infiltrating their neighbours, and they are puzzled when elsewhere shoves back at them. They're all villains of the worst order. What are you doing here? Asked Scotty. I am a diplomat from the court of Gehenna, muttered the Nord, returning to his food. What about you? What are you doing here? Asked one of the Cyrodiils. I work for Lord Atreus' building commission in the Imperial City, said Scotty. One of my former colleagues suggested I come down to Valenwood. He said the war was over and I could contract a great deal of business for my firm, rebuilding what was lost. One disaster after another, and I've lost all my money. I'm in the middle of a rekindling of war, and I cannot find my former colleague. Your former colleague, murmured another of the Cyrodiils, who had introduced himself as Regulus. He wasn't by any chance named Leodes Juris, was he? You know him? He lured me down to Valenwood in nearly the exact same circumstances, smiled Regulus grimly. I worked for your employer's competitor, Lord Van Exmen, where Leodes Juris also formerly worked. He wrote to me, asking that I represent an Imperial Building Commission on contracts and post-war construction. I had just been released from my employment, and I thought that if I brought some new business, I could have my job back. Juris and I met in Athe, and he said he was going to arrange a very lucrative meeting with the Silverknot. Scotty was stunned. Where is he now? I'm no theologian, so I couldn't say, Regulus shrugged. He's dead. When the Khajiit attacked Athe, they began by torching the harbour where Juris was readying his boat, or I should say my boat, since it was purchased with the gold I brought. By the time we were even aware of what was happening enough to flee, everything by the water was ash. The Khajiit may be animals, but they know how to arrange an attack. I think they followed us through the jungle to Vindisi, said Scotty nervously. There was definitely a group of something jumping on the treetops. Probably one of the monkey folk, snorted the Nord. Nothing to be concerned about. When we first came to Vindisi and the Bosmerial entered the tree factory, they were furious, whispering something about unleashing an ancient terror on their enemies. The Breton shivered, remembering. We've been there ever since, for over a day and a half now. If you want something to be afraid of, that's the direction to look. The other Breton, who was a representative of the Daggerfall Makers Guild, was staring off into the darkness while his fellow provincial spoke. Maybe, but there's something in the jungle too, right on the edge of a village looking in. More refugees, maybe? Asked Scotty, trying to keep the alarm out of his voice. Not unless they're travelling through the trees now, whispered the wizard. The northern one of the Cyrodiils grabbed a long tarp of wet leather and pulled it across the fire, instantly extinguishing it without so much as a sizzle. Now Scotty could see the intruders, their elliptical yellow eyes and long cruel blades catching the torchlight. He froze with fear, praying that he too was not so visible to them. He felt something bump against his back and gasped. Regulus's voice hissed from above. Be quiet for Mara's sake and climb up here. Scotty grabbed hold of a knotted double vine that hung down from a tall tree at the edge of a dead campfire. He scrambled up it as quickly as he could, holding his breath lest any grunt of exertion escape him. At the top of the vine, high above the village, was an abandoned nest from some great bird in a trident-shaped branch. So I guess this is why the acrobatics has gone up, because Scotty climbed the tree. Fair enough. You can't climb trees in this game, though, to be I don't know what I was going to say there. I guess honest. I don't know. As soon as Scotty had pulled himself into the soft, fragrant straw, Regulus pulled up the vine. No one else was there, and when Scotty looked down, he could see no one below. No one, that is, except the Khajiit, slowly moving toward the glow of a temple tree. Thank you, whispered Scotty, deeply touched that the competitor had helped him. He turned away from the village and saw that the tree's upper branches brushed against the mossy rock walls but surrounded the valley below. "How are you at climbing?" "You're mad," said Reckless under his breath. "We should stay here until they leave. If they burn Vindisi like they did Athe and Grenos, we'll be dead sure as if we were on the ground." Scotty began the slow, careful climb up the tree, testing each branch. "Can you see what they're doing?" "I can't really tell." Reckless stared down into the gloom. "We're at the front of a temple. I think they also have, looks like long ropes trailing off behind them, off into the pass." Scotty crawled onto the strongest branch that pointed toward the wet, rocky face of the cliff. It was not a far jump at all, so close in fact that he could smell the moisture and feel the coolness of the stone. But it was a jump nevertheless, and in his history as a clerk, he had never before leapt from a tree 100 feet off the ground to a sheer rock. He pictured in his mind's eye the shadow that had pursued him through the jungle from their heights above, how their legs coiled to spring, how their arms snapped forward in an elegant fluid motion to grasp. He leapt. His hands grappled for rock, but long thick cords of moss were more accessible. He held hard, but when he tried to plant his feet forward, they slipped up skyward. For a few seconds he found himself upside down before he managed to pull himself into a more conventional position. There was a narrow outcropping jutting out of the cliff where he could stand and finally exhale. "Reckless, Reckless, Reckless." Scotty did not dare to call out. In a minute there was a shaking of branches and Lord Van Eyck's men emerged. First his satchel, then his head, then the rest of him. Scotty started to whisper something, but Reckless shook his head violently and pointed downward. One of the Khajiiti was at the base of a tree, peering at the remains of a campfire. Reckless awkwardly tried to balance himself on the branch, but as strong as it was exceedingly difficult with only one free hand. Scotty cupped his palms, then pointed at the satchel. It seemed to pain Reckless to let it out of his grasp, but he relented and tossed it to Scotty. There was a small, almost invisible hole in the bag, and when Scotty caught it, a single coin dropped out. It rang as it bounced against the rock wall on the descent, a high, soft sound that seemed like the loudest alarm Scotty had ever heard. Ouch, unlucky. Then many things happened very quickly. The Cafe Rat at the base of the tree looked up and gave a loud wail. The other Khajiiti followed in chorus as the cat below crouched down and then sprung up into the lower branches. Reckless saw it below him, climbing up with impossible dexterity, and panicked. Even before he jumped, Scotty could tell that he was going to fall. With a cry, Reckless the clerk plunged to the ground, breaking his neck on impact. Rest in peace. A flash of white fire erupted from every crevice of the temple, and the moan of a Bosmeri prayer changed into something terrible and otherworldly. The climbing cafe lad stopped and stared. "Kirgul," he gasped. "A wild hunt." It was as if a crack in reality had opened wide. A flood of horrific beasts, tentacled toads, insects of armor and spine, gelatinous serpents, vaporous beings with the face of gods all poured forth from the great hollow tree. Blind with fury, they tore the Khajiiti in front of the temple to pieces. All the other cats fled for the jungle, and as they did so, they began pulling on the ropes they carried. In a few seconds' time, the entire village of Vindisi was boiling with the lunatic apparitions of a wild hunt. Over the babbling, barking, howling horde, Scotty heard the Cyrodiils in hiding cry out as they were devoured. Then all too was found and eaten, and both Bretons. The wizard had turned himself invisible, but the swarm did not rely on their sight. The tree the cafe that was in began to sway and rock from the impossible violence beneath it. Scotty looked at the Khajiiti's fear-struck eyes and held out one of the cords of moss. The cat's face showed its pitiful gratitude as it leapt for the vine. It didn't have time to entirely replace that expression when Scotty pulled back the cord and watched it fall. The hunt consumed it to the bone before it struck the ground. Scotty's own jump up to the next outcropping of rock was immeasurably more successful. From there he pulled himself to the top of the cliff and was able to look down into the chaos that had been the village of Vindisi. The hunt's mass had grown and began to spill out through the pass out of the valley, pursuing the fleeing Khajiiti. It was then that the madness truly began. In the moon's light from Scotty's vantage, he could see where the Khajiiti had attached their ropes. With a thunderous boom, an avalanche of boulders poured over the pass. When the dust cleared and he saw that the valley had been sealed, the wild hunt had nowhere to turn but on itself. Scotty turned his head, unable to bear to look at the cannibalistic orgy. Is it? For the night jungle stood before him, a web of wood. He slung Regulus's satchel over his shoulder and entered. Okay. Bit weird. But fair enough. Oh wow. All our magic came back. Didn't even notice. Let's get our mini-map back up. Silver plates. Silver bowl, folded cloth. Hand siphon, well. There's rooms left and right, we'll have a look at those eventually. Silver picture, silver goblet, silver bowl, silver carafe. Nothing different so far. I forgot to add the book to my list. That's what happens with the long books, you forget to add them. So there is A Dancing Fire, Volume 4. More books. Ring of Baron's Eye, Volume 1. Manual of Arms. I will take another Volume 1. Manual of Arms. Mysterious Akavir. Have we read Mysterious Akavir? No, we haven't. I guess that's our next one then. Right, Mysterious Akavir. Akavir means Dragonland. Tamriel means Dawn's Beauty. Atmora means Elderwood. Only the Red Gods know what Yokuda ever meant. Akavir is the kingdom of the beasts. No men or mer live in Akavir, though men once did. These men, however, were eaten long ago by the vampiric serpent folk of Saisi. Remember that from the report disaster at Ionif. Remember how the Imperials failed to invade Akavir. Had they not been eaten, these men would have eventually migrated to Tamriel. The Nords left Atmora for Tamriel. Before them, the Elves had abandoned Aldmeris for Tamriel. The Red Guards destroyed Yokuda so they could make their journey. All men of Mer know Tamriel is the nexus of creation, when the last war will happen, where the gods unmade Lorcan and left their adamantine tower of secrets. Who knows what the Akaviri think of Tamriel, but ask yourself, why have they tried to invade it 3 times or more? There are 4 major nations of Akavir: Kamal, Saisi, Tangmo, and Kapo Tum. When they are not busy trying to invade Tamriel, they are fighting with each other. Kamal is snow hell. Demons live there, armies of them. Every summer they thaw out and invade Tangmo, but the brave monkey folk always drive them away. Once Adasum Dir Kamal, a king among demons, attempted to conquer Morrowind, but Almalexia and the Underking destroyed him at Red Mountain. Oh, the Underking. That's something we're gonna find a little bit about very soon, I think. Saisi is Snake Palace, once the strongest power in Akavir before the Tiger Dragon came. The Serpent Folk ate all the men of Akavir a long time ago, but still kind of look like them. They are tall, beautiful, if frightening, covered in golden scales, and immortal. They enslave the goblins of the surrounding isles who provide labour and fresh blood. The holdings of Saisi are widespread. When natives of Tamriel think of the Akaviri, they think of the Serpent Folk, because one ruled the Cyrodiilic Empire for 400 years in the previous era. He was Potentate Versidu Shai, assassinated by the Morak Tong. Tangmo is the 1,000 Monkey Isles. There are many breeds of monkey folk, and they are all kind, brave, and simple, and many are also very crazy. They can raise armies when they must, for all the other Akaviri nations have, at one time or another, tried to enslave them. They cannot decide who they hate more, the snakes or the demons, but ask one and he'll probably say snakes. Though once bitter enemies, the monkey folk are now allies with the tiger folk, of Capo Tun. Capo Tun is the Tiger Dragon's empire. The catfolk here are ruled by the divine Toshraka, the Tiger Dragon. It's a Yu-Gi-Oh card that I used to use. They are now a very great empire, stronger than Saishi, although not at sea. After the serpent folk ate all the men, they tried to eat all the dragons. They managed to enslave the red dragons, but the black ones had failed to end Potun. A great war was raged. Which left both the cats and the snakes weak, and the dragons all dead. Since that time, the catfolk have tried to become the dragons. Toshraka is the first to succeed. He is the largest dragon in the world, orange and black, and he has very many new ideas. First, Toshraka says, is that we kill all the Empire snakes. Then the Tiger Dragon Emperor wants to invade Tamriel. And that's it. Pretty short read. That mysterious Akavir. So basically we've learned that the Akavir hate the Empire, and they comprise of 4 other empires, with snake people, monkey people, dragon people, cat people. Maybe we'll see a game outside Tamriel at some point. Mixed unit tactics, haven't read that, so we'll read that. Okay, not too long. Mixed unit tactics in the 5 Years' War, Volume 1 by Codus Colonus. The legions could learn from the unconventional tactics used by the Khajiit in the 5 Years' War against Valenwood. I was stationed at the Sphinxmoth Legion fort on the border near Dune and witnessed many of the northern skirmishes firsthand. The war started with the so-called slaughter of Torval. The Khajiit claimed that the Bosmer invaded the city without provocation and killed over 1,000 citizens before being driven off by reinforcements from a nearby jungle tribe. The Bosmer claimed that the attack was in retaliation for Khajiiti bandits who were attacking wood caravans headed for Valenwood. In the spring of 3rd Era 396, the war moved closer to Fort Sphinxmoth. I was posted on lookout and saw parts of the conflict. I later spoke with both Khajiit and Bosmer who fought in the battle, and it will serve as an excellent example of how the Khajiit used a mixture of ground and tree units to win the war. The Khajiit began the fight in an unusual way by sending tree-cutting teams of Kafeirat and their fearsome Sanctuaries or battle cats into the outskirts of Valenwood's forests. When word reached the Bosmer that trees were being felled, allegedly a crime in the strange Bosmerian religion, a unit of archers were dispatched from larger conflicts in the south. Yeah, that's right, wood elves are very nature-loving, aren't they? The Bosmer were thus goaded into splitting their forces into smaller groups. The Bosmer archers took up positions in the remaining trees whose branches were now 20 or more feet apart, allowing some light into the forest floor. The Bosmer bent the remaining trees with their magics into small fortifications from which to fire their bows. When the tree cutters arrived the next morning, a half-dozen Khajiit fell to the Bosmer arrows in the first volley. After that, the Khajiit took large wooden shields from the backs of the Sanctuaries and made a crude shelter. The Khajiit, even the enormous Sanctuaries, were able to hide between this shelter and one of the larger trees. When it became apparent that the Khajiit would not leave their shelter, some Bosmer chose to descend and engage the Khajiit sword to claw. When the Bosmer were nearly upon the shelter, one of the Khajiit began playing on a native instrument of plucked metal bars. This was a signal of some kind, and a small group of a man like Omez and Omezrat emerged from covered holes on the forest floor. Although outnumbered, they were attacking from behind by surprise and won the ground quickly. The Bosmer archers in the trees would have still won the battle were they not having troubles of their own. A group of Dagi and Dagirat, 2 of the less common forms of Khajiit who live in the trees of the Tenmar forest, jumped from one tree to another under a magical cover of silence. They took up positions in the higher branches that could not hold a Bosmer's weight. When the signal came, they used their claws and either torches or spells of fire. Accounts from the 2 survivors I spoke with vary on this point to distract the archers while the battle on the ground took place. A few of the archers were able to flee, but most were killed. Apparently, the Dagi and Dagirat have more magical ability than is widely believed, if they were able to keep themselves magically silenced for so long. One of the surviving Bosmer told me that he saw a few ordinary cats among the Dagi, and even claimed that these ordinary cats are known as Alfiq, and that they were the spellcasters, but Bosma are almost as unreliable as the Khajiit when it comes to the truth, and I cannot believe that a house cat can cast spells. That's real. I don't think we've seen it yet, but it's very much real. Anyone can cast spells, no discrimination. At the end of the day, the Khajiit lost perhaps a half-dozen fighters out of force of no more than 4 dozen, while the Bosma lost nearly an entire company of archers. The survivors were unable to report back before a second company of archers arrived, and this strategy was repeated again, with similar results. Finally, a much larger force was sent, and the Bosma won that battle with the help of the native animals of Valenwood. That third skirmish and the Khajiiti response I will discuss in the second volume of this series. Right, there we go. Mixed Unit Tactics. Actually, the favourite book of one of the Blades, a point which I used in my Trolling Every Oblivion NPC series, which you can find on my main channel. But that's enough plugging. Let's see what other books we have. Oops. Yep, let's just step into fire. Huh? Something's seen me. Oh god. Daedroth. I did not expect there to be more enemies here. Oh, for goodness sake. Well, I guess we'll have a look at the literature in a little bit. Didn't see any Daedroth. Let's save the game, because we're at pretty much full health. Okay. Should have probably lured him a bit to the door instead of just flat out panicking. Oh, it was over here. Hidden away. Alright, let's lure him to the door. Save us some time in the long run. Good. Oops. Too quick. I mean, I can actually take a few hits, so it might be worth engaging this dude a little bit more. Done some damage, let's go back. Damn it. How did I didn't see a fireball come out. How did I get hit by a fireball? Doesn't matter. Doesn't take much for me to fully heal. Yeah, those fireballs are a problem. At least restoration's going up. You can see it's slowly whittling him down. Uh-oh. Damn it! Stupid fireballs. Come get me. Okay, level up. I know this is cheesy, but the game does not give you any, good options here. I say that, but I have no weapon. It's not like... even if I had a weapon, I'm pretty sure I'd be doing this tactic. Oops. It's working. Bobbing my own head back and forth while I'm dodging these. Uh-oh. Okay. That was a good session. Didn't even take that much damage. I think this time we can finish him off. shielding. I get scared when it runs towards me. Alright, one more hit and I'm gonna back up. Ooh, nice. Got it. Yeah, stage off business is easy. Let's go back to our reading. If there's anything left to be read. Oops. Baron's Eye Volume 2. On Morrowind. I think that's one we haven't read. Did I have the last... What was the last book we read? Did I add it? Mixed Unit Tactics, right. On Morrowind is one we haven't read. Oops, don't want that. Right, on Morrowind. We've read quite a bit about Dark Elves recently, so I guess it's only fitting. On Morrowind, the Imperial Province by Eramanwe of Sunhold. After the conquest of Hammerfell, Imperial legions massed along the northeastern borders of Cyrodiil, and invasion fleets prepared in Skyrim. Initially, though the Imperial legions and navy were widely considered undefeatable, House Indoril and the Temple hierarchy proposed to resist to the death. Redoran and Dres stood by Indoril, with Talvani remaining neutral. Hlaalu proposed accommodation. Contrived border incidents in Black Marsh ended inconclusively, with the swampy terrain did not favour Legion and Navy coordination against the legions massed west of Silgrad Tower and Kraganmore, and the legions west of Blacklight and Cormaris View. Morrowind had pitifully small militias, stiffened by small companies of Redoran mercenaries, and elite units of House nobles, and temple ordinators and armigers. Further complicating matters was the refusal of Indoril, Dres, Hlaalu and Talvani to garrison the western borders. Indoril and Dres proposed, rather than defend the western border, instead to withdraw to the interior and fight a guerrilla war. With Hlaalu advocating accommodation and Talvani remaining neutral, Redoran therefore faced the prospect of standing alone against the Empire. The situation changed radically when Vivek appeared in person in Vivek City to announce his negotiation of a treaty with Emperor Tiber Septim, reorganizing Morrowind as a province of the Empire, but guaranteeing all rights of faith and self-government. A shocked temple hierarchy, which apparently had not been consulted, greeted the announcement with awkward silence. Indoril swore they would resist to the death, with the loyal support of Dres, while Redoran, grateful for a graceful excuse to avoid facing the legions unsupported, joined with Hlaalu in welcoming the agreement. Nice, an even split. So I think this is like prior to the events of Baron Zaya being eventually groomed to be the Queen of Mournhold, right? Because the Empire has Morrowind at this point, but they're agreeing to give the Empire back to the give Morrowind back to the Dark Elves, in exchange for the Dark Elves basically taking on a lot of their customs. Talvani, seeing which way the wind blew, joined with Hlaalu and Redoran in supporting the treaty. Nothing is known of the circumstances of a personal meeting between Septim and Vivek, or where it took place, or the preliminaries which must have preceded the treaty. The public reason was to protect the identities of the agents involved. In the West, speculation is centered around the role of Zurin Arctus in brokering the agreement. In the East, rumors suggest that Vivek offered Numidium to aid in the conquest of the Altman and Somerset Isle, in return for significant concessions to preserve self-rule, house traditions, and religious practices in Morrowind. The Lord High Counselor of the Grand Council and Indoril refused to accept the treaty and refused to step down. He was assassinated and replaced by Hlaalu. Gee, wonder why. House Hlaalu took the opportunity to settle some old scores with House Indoril, and a number of local councils changed hands in bloody coups. More blood was shed in these inter-house struggles than against the Imperial legions during Morrowind's transition from an independent nation to a province of the Empire. The generals of the legions had dreaded an invasion of Morrowind, for Dunmer were rightly regarded as the most dreadful and fanatic foes, further inspired by their temple and clan traditions. The generals had not grasped the political weaknesses of Morrowind, which Emperor Tiber Septim recognized and exploited. At the same time, given the tragic depopulation and destruction experienced by the other provinces conquered by Septim, and the swift and efficient assimilation of Morrowind into the imperial legal systems and economy, with relatively small impact on lower or upper classes of Morrowind citizens. The tribunal also deserves some credit for recognizing the hopelessness of Morrowind's defense and the chance of gaining important concessions at the treaty table by being the first to offer peace. By contrast, many Indoral nobles chose to commit suicide rather than submit to the Empire, with the result that the house was significantly weakened during the period of transition, guaranteeing that they would lose much of their influence and power to House Hlalu, whose influence and power was waxing with his enthusiastic accommodation with the Empire. The temple hierarchy more skillfully managed their loss of face, remaining aloof from political struggles, and earning the goodwill of the people by concentrating on their economic, educational, and spiritual welfare. Right, as on Morrowind. I don't know if that conflict is actually a part of the game Morrowind, since I never played it, but I can't imagine it was too far away. Frontier Conquest, Darkness, we've read, take it. Some more books over here. Guide to Skingrad. Is that the only one that we haven't had? Yeah, we haven't actually read Guide to Skingrad. Alright. Here we go again. Alessia Otis's Guide to Skingrad. In Julianos, all justice and wisdom. My name is Alessia Otis, and I'd like to tell you all about Skingrad. Skingrad County is famous for its wines, tomatoes, and cheeses, and the town of Skingrad is one of the cleanest, safest, and most prosperous towns in Cyrodiil. Located in the heart of the Westweald Highlands, Skingrad is the gem of old Colovia, and a model of the Colovian virtues of independence, hard work, and tough-mindedness. Skingrad has 3 districts: the Castle, High Town, and Chapel. A low road runs east to west under the walls and bridges of the upper town. The guilds and Westweald Inn are in the west of High Town, while many shops and upper-class residents are arranged along the street in the north. The southern half of the town includes the chapel at its east end, with Skingrad's other lodgings, the Two Sisters Inn on the street in the centre, with other residences, modest and mean, scattered through the rest of the district. Gates and bridges cross the low road to connect High Town and Chapel in several places. Castle Skingrad is completely separate from the town, standing on a high prominence to the southeast. A road from the town's east gate leads from town to the castle. Janus Hasseldor, Count Skingrad, has ruled Skingrad for many years, and is known by reputation to be a powerful wizard. Well, and other things, if you know, you know. He is a very private man, and declined all requests for an interview, and he shamefully neglects his chapel devotions to the Nine. He has his reasons. How are the people to learn public virtue if not from the model of their ruler? Nonetheless, he is widely honoured and respected by his people, and Skingrad is a model of a well-run, orderly county. Crime, gambling, and public drunkenness are almost unknown, and its wines and cheeses command high prices all over Tamriel. There are 2 inns in Skingrad. One, the Two Sisters Inn, is owned by 2 orcs. I am pleased to tell you that this inn is clean and well ordered, and is troubled but neither by riot nor public drunkenness. Again, I was expecting an orc comment. Fair enough. The other inn is run by a pleasant imperial woman. Neither of these proprietors are to be seen in the chapel of Julianos, so I am at a loss to tell you which one you should choose when seeking food or lodgings. However, I am certain where you should go to purchase your sweet rolls. Well, now we're talking. To Salmo the baker in Chapel District. They are delicious. As for where to sample the other tasty treats of Skingrad, its cheeses and tomatoes, I must leave that to your discretion. I'm sure you are not interested in Skingrad's wines, for drinking leads to disorderliness, and disorderliness leads to sin. Yeah, okay. The Mages Guild here is no better than it is in other places, but the Fighters Guild makes a specialty of goblin hunting, which is a great service to travellers here in the Westweald, and I was shocked to discover that the townsmith openly refers to himself as Agnet the Pickled. And actually, Agnet the Pickled is a woman. This is an error, which I was going to tell you about on my main channel, but If you're watching this, I guess you deserve to know anyway. Can you imagine being proud of such shameful behaviour? Keep an eye in your heart. Right, there's Guide to Skingrad. So I think the only one we haven't read yet is Guide to Leowin, which we will read once we find. Okay, Guide to the Imperial City, Guide to the Imperial City, and another Guide to Skingrad. Okay. Over here, Mixed Unit Tactics. Take it. Manual of Spellcraft, I'm pretty sure we read. Yep. Another on Morrowind, pick that up. Let's jump over here and avoid the fire. And step right into another one. Genius. Ceramic Vase. Don't need that, okay. Frontier Conquest, Real Baron Zaya, Volume 5. Is Volume 4 around here somewhere? Doesn't look like it. Oh, well, maybe it's here. Nope, it's just Galerion the Mystic. Pick it up anyway. Fundaments of Alchemy, and which we need to read Endless Roots on. Alright, well, this goes against book reading principles, and I guess if you don't want to read it, you can skip this and wait for me to read 4 and then come back to this. But yeah, here is the Real Baron Zaya, Volume 5. Did I pick up Volume 4 by accident? No, there's just no Volume 4 here. Okay then. Okay, as Symmachus had predicted, the theft of the Staff of Chaos had few short-term consequences. Current Emperor Uriel Septim sent some rather stiff messages expressing shock and displeasure at the staff's disappearance, urging Symmachus to make every effort to locate its whereabouts and communicate developments to the newly appointed Imperial Battle Mage, Jaeger Fawn, in whose hands the matter had been placed. Okay, so in reference to the biography to Baron Zaya, all the events that led to the Staff of Chaos being stolen happened. I can't remember what else was mentioned. But anyway, we'll carry on. Fawn, Symmachus thundered in disgust and frustration as he paced about the small chamber where Baron Zaya, now some months pregnant, was sitting serenely embroidering a baby blanket. I guess that whole not having a child situation is getting resolved. Jaeger Fawn, indeed. I wouldn't give him directions for crossing the street, not if he were a doddering old blind sot. What have you against him, love? I just don't trust that mongrel elf. Part dark elf, part high elf, and part the gods only know what. All the worst qualities of all his combined bloods, I'll warrant, he snorted. No one knows much about him, claims he was born in southern Vanwood of a wood-elven mother. Seems to have been everywhere since. Baron Zaya, sunk in the contentment and lassitude of pregnancy, had only been humouring Symmachus thus far, but now she suddenly dropped her needlework and looked at him. Something had piqued her interest. Symmachus, could this Jaeger Fawn have been the Nightingale, disguised? I don't remember if the Nightingale was mentioned in the original biography, but yeah, Nightingale is definitely explained in Volume 4. Symmachus thought this over before replying. Nay, my love, human blood seems to be the one missing component in Fawn's ancestry. To Symmachus, Baron Zaya knew that was a flaw. Her husband despised wood elves as lazy thieves and high elves as effete intellectuals, but he admired humans, especially Bretons, for their combination of pragmatism, intelligence, and energy. The Nightingales of Ebonheart of the Rahafim clan, House Hlalu, the House of Mora in particular, I'll be bound. That house has had human blood in it since her time. Ebonheart was jealous that the staff was laid here when Tiber Septim took the Hall of Summoning from us. Baron Zaya sighed a little, The rivalry between Ebonheart and Mournhold reached back almost to the dawn of Morrowind's history. Once the two nations had been one, all the lucrative mines held in fief by the Ra'athemes, whose nobility retained the high kingship of Morrowind. Ebonheart had split into two separate city-states, Ebonheart and Mournhold, and Queen Leanne's twin sons, grandsons of the legendary King Morайлin, were left as joint heirs. At about the same time, the office of High King was vacated in favour of a temporary war leader, to be named by a council in times of provincial emergency. Still, Ebonheart remained jealous of her prerogatives as the eldest city-state of Morrowind. First among equals was the phrase its rulers often quoted, and claimed that rightful guardianship of the Staff of Chaos should have been entrusted to its ruling house. Mournhold responded that King Morайлin himself had placed the staff in the keeping of the god Ethan, and Mournhold was unarguably the god's birthplace. Why not tell Jaegerfarn of your suspicions then? Let him recover the thing. As long as it's safe, what does it matter who recovers it or where it lies? Symmachus stared at her without comprehension. It matters, he said softly after a while. But I suppose not that much. He added, certainly not enough for you to concern yourself further with it. You just sit there and tend to your... And here he smiled at her wickedly. Embroidery. Uh-oh. Telling a woman to do womanly things is not a good idea, guys. Baron Zaya flung the sampler at him. It hit Symmachus square in the face, needle, thimble, and all. In a few more months, Baron Zaya gave birth to a fine son, whom they named Helseth. Nothing more was heard of the Staff of Chaos or the Nightingale. If Ebonheart had the staff in its possession, he certainly did not boast of it. The years passed swiftly and happily. Helseth grew tall and strong. He was much like his father, whom he worshipped. By the way, if you haven't seen the biography, and you don't know who the father is, it is Symmachus. Like, they do eventually get together. When Helseth was 8 years old, Baron Zaya bore a second child, a daughter, to Symmachus' lasting delight. Helseth was his pride, but little Morgaya, named for Symmachus' mother, held his heart. Remember, Symmachus' mother was killed at the start, or not killed, but died at the start, and his whole point of getting close to Baron Zaya was because of that. So, yeah, funny turnaround there. Sadly, the birth of Morgaya was not the harbinger of better times ahead. Relations with the Empire slowly deteriorated. For no apparent reason, taxes were raised, and quotas increased with each passing year. Symmachus felt that the Emperor suspected him of having had a hand in the staff's disappearance, and sought to prove his loyalty by making every effort to comply with the escalating demands. He lengthened working hours and raised tariffs, and even made up some of the difference from both the royal exchequer and their own private holdings. But the levies multiplied, and commoners and nobles alike began to complain. It was an ominous rumble. I want you to take the children and journey to the imperial city, Symmachus said at last in desperation one evening after dinner. You must make the Emperor listen, else all Mournhold will be up in revolt come spring. He grinned forcibly. You have a way with men, love. You always did. Baron Zaya forced a smile of her own. Even with you, I take it. Yes, especially with me, he acknowledged amiably. Both children? Baron Zaya looked over toward a corner window, where Helseth was strumming a lute and crooning a duet with his little sister. Helseth was 15 by then, Morgaya 8. They might soften his heart. Besides, it's high time Helseth was presented before the Imperial Court. Perhaps, but that's not your true reason. Baron Zaya took a deep breath and grasped the nettle. You don't think you can keep them safe here? If that's the case, then you're not safe here either. Come with us, she urged. He took her hands in his. Baron Zaya, my love, heart of my heart. If I leave now, there'll be nothing for us to return to. Don't worry about me. I'll be all right. I can take care of myself, and I can do it better if I'm not worrying about you or the children. Baron Zaya laid her head against his chest. Just remember that we need you. I need you. We can do without the rest of it if we have each other. Empty hands and empty bellies are easier to bear than an empty heart. She started to cry, thinking of the Nightingale and that sordid business with the staff. My foolishness has brought us to this pass. He smiled at her tenderly. If so, 'tis not so bad a place to be. His eyes rested indulgently on their children. None of us shall ever go without or want for anything, ever. Ever, my love, I promise you. I cost you everything once, Baronzaya. I and Tiber Septim. I. Without my aid, the Empire would never have begun. I helped its rise. His voice hardened. I can bring about its fall. You may tell Uriel Septim that. I wouldn't. That, and that my patience is not infinite. Baronzaya gasped. Symmachus was not given to empty threats. She no more imagined that he would ever turn against the Empire than that the old house rule flying by the grate would turn on her. How? She demanded breathlessly, but he shook his head. Better that you not know, he said. Just tell him what I told you should he prove recalcitrant, and do not fear. He is a septim enough that he will not take it out on the messenger. He smiled grimly, for if he does, if he ever harms the least hair on you, my love, or the children, so help me all the gods of Tamriel, he'll pray that he hadn't been born. I'll hunt him down, him and his entire family, and they won't rest until the last septim is dead. Man, we're down to just one at the moment. So, yeah, we can tell that didn't really work out. The red dark elven eyes of Symmachus gleamed brightly in the ebbing firelight. I plight to you that oath, my love, my queen, my Baronzaya. Baronzaya held him as tight as she could, but in spite of the warmth in his embrace, she couldn't help shivering. Baronzaya stood before the Emperor's throne, trying to explain Mournhold's straits. She'd waited weeks for an audience with Uriel Septim, having been fobbed off on his pretext or that. His Majesty is indisposed. An urgent matter demands His Excellency's attention. I am sorry, Your Highness, there must be some mistake. Your appointment is for next week. No, see? And now it wasn't even going well. The Emperor did not even make the slightest pretense at listening to her. He hadn't invited her to sit, nor had he dismissed the children. Helseth stood still as a carven image, but little Morgaya had begun to fuss. The state of her own mind didn't help her any. Shortly upon arrival at her lodgings, the Mournholdian ambassador to the imperial city had demanded entry, bringing with him a sheaf of dispatches from Symmachus. Bad news and plenty of it. The revolt had finally begun. The peasants had organized around a few disgruntled members of Mournhold's minor nobility and were demanding Symmachus step down and hand over the reins of government. Only the Imperial Guard and a handful of troops whose families had been retainers of Baronzaya's house for generations stood between Symmachus and the rabble. Hostilities had already broken out, but apparently Symmachus was safe and still in control. Not for long, he wrote. He entreated Baronzaya to try her best with the Emperor, but in any case she was to stay in the Imperial City until he wrote to tell her it was safe to go back home with the children. She had tried to barge her way through the Imperial bureaucracy, with little success, and to add to her growing panic, all news from Mournhold had come to a sudden stop. Tottering between rage at the Emperor's numerous major domos and fear of the fate awaiting her and her family, weeks had passed by tensely, agonizingly, remorselessly. Then one day the Mournholdian ambassador came calling to tell her she should expect news from Symmachus the following night at the latest, not through the regular channels but by Nighthawk. Seemingly by the same stroke of luck, she was informed that same day by a clerk from the Imperial Court that Uriel Septim had finally consented to grant her an audience early on the morrow. The Emperor had greeted the three of them when they came into the audience chamber with a too bright smile of welcome, but nonetheless did not reach his eyes. Then, as she presented her children, he had gazed at them with a fixed attention that was real, yet somehow inappropriate. Baronzaya had been dealing with humans for nearly 500 years now, and had developed the skill of reading their expressions and movements that was far beyond what any human could ever perceive. Try as the Emperor might to conceal it, there was hunger in his eyes, and something else. Regret. Yes, regret. But why? He had several fine children of his own. Why covet hers? And why look at her with such a vicious, however brief, yearning? Perhaps he had tired of his consort. Humans were notoriously, though predictably, inconstant. After that one long, burning glance, his gaze had shifted away as she began to speak of her mission and the violence that had erupted in Mournhold. He sat still as stone throughout her entire account. Puzzled at his inertia and vexed no end, Baronzaya stared into the pale, set face, looking for some trace of a Septim she'd known in the past. She didn't know Uriel Septim well, having met him once when he was still a child, and then again at his coronation 20 years later. Twice, that was all. He'd been a stern and dignified presence at the ceremony, even as a young adult, yet not icily remote as this more mature man was. In fact, despite the physical resemblance, he didn't seem to be the same man at all. Not the same, yet something about him was familiar to her, more familiar than it should be, some trick of posture or gesture. And she doesn't know how right she is. Suddenly she felt very hot, as if lava had been poured over her. Illusion. She had studied the arts of illusion well since the nightingale had deceived her so badly. She had learned to detect it, and she felt it now, as certainly as a blind man could feel the sun on his face. Illusion? But why? Her mind worked furiously even as her mouth went on reciting details about Mournhold's troubles. Vanity? Humans were oft as ashamed of the signs of aging as elves were proud to exhibit them, yet the face Uriel Septim wore seemed consistent with his age. Baronzaya dared use none of her own magic. Even petty nobles had means of detecting magicka, if not actually shielding themselves from its effects within their own halls. The use of sorcery here would bring down the Emperor's wrath as surely as drawing a dagger would. Magic. Illusion. Suddenly she was brought to mind of the nightingale. Then he was sitting before her. Then the vision changed, and it was Uriel Septim. He looked sad, trapped, and then the vision faded once more, and another man sat in his place, like the nightingale, and yet unlike. Pale skin, bloodshot eyes, elven ears, and about him a fierce glow of concentrated malice, an aura of eldritch energy, a horrible destructive shimmer. This man was capable of anything. And then once again she was looking into the face of Uriel Septim. How could she be sure she wasn't imagining things? Perhaps her mind was playing tricks on her. She felt a sudden vast weariness, as if she'd been carrying a heavy burden too long and too far. She decided to abandon her earnest narrative of Mournhold's ills, as it was quite plainly getting her nowhere, and switch back to pleasantry. Pleasantry, however, with a hidden agenda. Do you remember, sire, Symmachus and I had dinner with your family shortly after your father's coronation? You are no older than tiny Morgaya here. You were greatly honoured to be the only guest that evening, except for your best friend Justin, of course. Ah, yes, the Emperor said, smiling cautiously. Very cautiously. I do believe I recall that. You and Justin were such friends, your Majesty. I was told he died not long after. A great pity. Indeed, I still do not like to speak of him. His eyes turned blank, or blanker if it had been possible. As for your request, milady, we shall take it under advisement and let you know. Baronzaya bowed, as did the children. A nod from the Emperor dismissed them, and they backed away from the Imperial presence. She took a deep breath when they emerged from the throne room. Justin had been an imaginary playmate, although young Uriel had insisted a place be set for Justin at every meal. Not only that, Justin, despite the boyish name, had been a girl. Symmachus had kept up the joke long after she had gone, the way of imaginary childhood friends inquiring after Justin's health whenever he and Uriel Septim met, and being responded to in as mock-serious a fashion. The last Baronzaya had heard of Justin several years ago. The Emperor had evidently joked elaborately to Symmachus that she had met an adventurous though incorrigible Khajiit youth, married him, and settled down in Lilandril to raise fire ferns and mugworts. The man sitting on the Emperor's divan was not Uriel Septim. The nightingale? Could it be? Yes, yes. A chord of recognition rang through her, and Baronzaya knew she was right. It was him. It was the nightingale, masquerading as the Emperor. Symmachus had been wrong, so wrong. What now? She wondered frantically. What had become of Uriel Septim? And more to the point, what did it mean for her and Symmachus, and all of Mournhold? Thinking back, Baronzaya guessed that their troubles were due to this false Emperor. This nightingale spawned glamour, or whatever he really was. He must have taken Uriel Septim's place shortly before the unreasonable demands in Mournhold had begun. That would explain why relations had deteriorated for so long, as humans reckoned time, long after her disapproved liaison with Tiber Septim. For Nightingale knew of Sir Marcus's famed loyalty to and knowledge of the Septim House, and was effecting a preemptive strike. If that were the case, they were all in danger. She and the children were in his power here in the Imperial City, and Sir Marcus was left alone to deal with troubles of the Nightingale brewing in Mournhold. So basically, the Nightingale is pretending to be the Emperor, or has taken the Emperor's place, basically, but he knows Sir Marcus, because he was Uriel Septim's actual childhood friend, is a threat of revealing his true identity, because he knows too much about him. So Nightingale's obviously trying to turn Mournhold against him and Baron Zaya to eliminate them and make sure he keeps his position. At least that's how I understand it. What must she do? Baron Zaya impelled the children ahead of her, a hand on each shoulder, trying to stay cool, collected, her ladies in waiting and personal knight's escort trailing behind. Finally they reached their waiting carriage. Even though their suite of rooms was only a few blocks from the palace, royal dignity forbade travel on foot for even short distances, and for once Baron Zaya was glad of it. The carriage seemed a kind of refuge now, false as she knew the feeling must be. The boy dashed up to one of the guards and handed him a scroll, then pointed toward the carriage. The guard brought it to her. The boy waited, eyes wide and shining. The epistle was brief and complimentary, and simply inquired if King Edwire of Wayrest, of the province of High Rock, might be granted an audience with the famed Queen Baron Zaya of Mournhold, as he had heard much of her, and would be pleased to make her acquaintance. Baron Zaya's first impulse was to refuse. She wanted only to leave the city. Certainly she had no inclination toward any dalliance with a dazzled human. She looked up, frowning, and one of the guards said, "Milady, the boy says his master awaits your reply yonder." She looked in the direction indicated and saw a handsome elderly man on horseback, surrounded by a half-dozen courtiers and cavaliers. He caught her eye and bowed respectfully, taking off a plumed hat. "Very well," Baron Zaya said to the boy on impulse. "Tell your master he may call on me tonight, after the dinner hour." King Edwire looked polite and grave and rather worried, but not in the least love-struck. At least that was something, she thought pensively. Baron Zaya stood at the tower window, waiting. She could sense the familiar's nearness, but though the night sky was clear as day to her eyes, she could not yet see him. Then suddenly he was there, a swift-moving dot beneath the wispy night clouds. A few more minutes, and the great Nighthawk finished its descent, wings folding, talons reaching for her thick leather armband. She carried the bird to its perch, where it waited, panting, as her impatient fingers felt for the message secured in the capsule on one leg. The hawk drank mightily from the water till when she had done, then ruffled its feathers and preened, secure in her presence. A tiny part of her consciousness shared its satisfaction at a job well done, mission accomplished and rest earned. Yet beneath it all was unease. Things were not right, even to its humble avian mind. Her fingers shook as she unfolded the thin parchment and pored over the cramped writing. Not Sir Marcus's bold hand. Baron Zaya sat slowly, fingers smoothing the document while she prepared her mind and body to accept disaster calmly, if disaster it would be. Disaster it was. The Imperial Guard had deserted Sir Marcus and joined the rebels. Sir Marcus was dead. The remaining loyal troops had suffered a decisive defeat. Sir Marcus was dead. The rebel leader had been recognized as King of Mournhold by Imperial envoys. Sir Marcus was dead. Baron Zaya and the children had been declared traitors to the Empire, and a price had set on their heads. Sir Marcus was dead. So the audience with the Emperor earlier that morning had been nothing but a blind, a ruse, a charade. The Emperor must have already known. She was just being strung along, told to stay put. Take things easy, milady. Queen, enjoy the Imperial City and the delights it has to offer. Do make your stay as long as you want. Her stay, her detention, her captivity, and in all probability, her impending arrest. She had no delusions about her situation. She knew the Emperor and his minions would never let her leave the Imperial City, ever again. At least, not alive. Sir Marcus was dead. "Milady?" Baron Zaya jumped, startled by the servant's approach. "What is it?" Breton is here, milady. King Edwire, the woman added helpfully, noting Baron Zaya's incomprehension. She hesitated. Is there news, milady? He said, nodding toward the Nighthawk. Nothing that will not wait, Baron Zaya said quickly, and her voice seemed to echo in the emptiness that suddenly yawned like a gaping abyss inside her. See to the bird. She stood up, smoothed her gown, and prepared to attend on her royal visitor. She felt numb. Numb as the stone walls around her. Numb as the quiescence of the night air. Numb as a lifeless corpse. Symmachus was dead. King Edwire greeted her gravely and courteously, if a bit fulsomely. He claimed to be a fervent admirer of Symmachus, who figured prominently in his family's legends. Gradually he turned the conversation to her business with the Emperor. He inquired after details and asked if the outcome had been favourable to Mournhold. Finding her non-committal, he suddenly blurted out, "My lady Queen, you must believe me. A man who claims himself the Emperor is an impostor. I know it sounds mad, but No," Baron Zaya said, with sudden decisiveness. "You are entirely correct, my Lord King. I know." Edwire relaxed into his seat for the first time, eyes suddenly shrewd. "You know? You're not just humouring someone you might think a madman?" "I assure you, my lord, I am not." She took a deep breath. "And who do you surmise is assembling as the Emperor?" "The Imperial Battle Mage, Jaeger Farn." "Ah, my Lord King, have you perchance heard of someone called the Nightingale?" "Yes, my lady, as a matter of fact I have. My allies and I believe him to be one and the same man as the renegade Farn." "I knew it!" Baron Zaya stood up and tried to mask her upheaval. "The Nightingale, Jaeger Farn." Oh, but the man was a demon, diabolical and insidious, and so very clever. He had contrived their downfall seamlessly, perfectly. Symmachus, my Symmachus. Edwire coughed diffidently. "My lady, we need your aid." Baron Zaya smiled grimly at the irony. "I do believe I should be the one saying those words, but go on, please. Of what assistance might I be, my Lord King?" Quickly the monarch outlined a plot. The mage Rhea Silmane, of late apprentice to the vile Jaeger Farn, had been killed and declared a traitor by the false emperor. Yet she had retained a bit of her powers and could still contact a few of those she had known well in the mortal plane. She had chosen a champion who would undertake to find the Staff of Chaos, which had been hidden by the traitorous sorcerer in an unknown site. I believe that's referencing your character in Morrowind. That's why there's no name to this champion. This champion was to wield the staff's power to destroy Jaeger Farn, who was otherwise invulnerable, and rescue the true Emperor being held prisoner in another dimension. However, the champion, while thankfully still alive, now languished in the Imperial dungeons. Farn's attention must be diverted, while the chosen one gained freedom with Rhea's spirit's help. Baron Zaya had the false Emperor's ears, and seemingly his eyes. Would she provide the necessary distraction? "I suppose I could obtain another audience with him," Baron Zaya said carefully, "but would that be sufficient? I must tell you that my children and I have just recently been declared traitors to the Empire." "In Mournhold, perhaps, milady. In Morrowind, things are different in the Imperial City and the Imperial Province. The same administrative morass makes it near impossible to obtain an audience with the Emperor and his ministers, also quite assures that you would never be unlawfully imprisoned or otherwise punished without benefit of due legal process. In your case, milady, and your children's, the situation is further exacerbated by your royal rank. As queen and heirs apparent, your persons are considered inviolable, sacrosanct, in fact. I don't know what either of those words mean." The king grinned. "The imperial bureaucracy, milady, is a double-edged claymore." So, at least she and the children were safe for the time being. Then a thought struck her. "My Lord King, what did you mean earlier when you said I had the false Emperor's eyes? And seemingly, in fact." Edwire looked uncomfortable. "It was whispered among the servants that Jaeger Farn kept your likeness in a sort of shrine in his chambers." "I see." Her thoughts wandered momentarily to that insane romance of hers with the Nightingale. She had been madly in love with him. Foolish woman. And the man she had once loved had caused to be killed the man she truly did love. Loved. He's gone now. She still couldn't bring herself to accept the fact that Symmachus was dead. But even if he is, she told herself firmly, my love is alive and remains. He would always be with her, as would the pain of living the rest of her life without him, the pain of trying to survive each day, each night, without his presence, his comfort, his love, the pain of knowing he would never see his children grow into a fine pair of adults who would never know their father, how brave he was, how strong, how wonderful, how loving, especially little Morgaya. And for all that you have done to my family, Nightingale, you must die. Does that surprise you? Edwire's words broke into her thoughts. What surprised me? Your likeness in Fawn's room. Oh. Her features set imperturbably. Yes and no. Edwire could see from her expression that she wished to change the subject. He turned once again to their plans. Our chosen one may need a few days to escape, milady. Can you gain him a bit more time? You trust me in this, my lord king? Why? We are desperate, milady. We have no choice. But even if we did... Why, yes, I would trust you. I do trust you. Your husband has been good to my family over the years. The Lord Symmachus is dead. What? Baron Zaya related the recent events quickly and coolly. Milady, Queen, but how dreadful, I'm so sorry. For the first time, Baron Zaya's glacial poise was shaken. In the face of sympathy, she felt her outward calm start to crumble. She gathered her composure and willed herself to stillness. Under the circumstances, milady, we can hardly ask... Nay, good my lord, under the circumstances I must do what I may to avenge myself upon the murderer of my children's father. A single tear escaped the fortress of her eyes. She brushed it away impatiently. In return, I ask only that you protect my orphan children as you may. Edwire drew himself up, his eyes shone. Willingly do I so pledge, most brave and noble queen, the gods of our beloved land, indeed Tamriel itself, be my witnesses. His words touched her, absurdly yet profoundly. I thank you from my heart and my soul, good my lord King Edwire. You are mine and my children's everlasting gratitude. She broke down. She did not sleep that night, but sat in a chair beside her bed, hands folded in her lap, thinking deep and long into the waxing and waning of the darkness. She would not tell the children, not yet, not until she must. She had no need to seek another audience with the Emperor. A summons arrived at first light. She told the children she expected to be gone a few days, bade them give the servants no trouble, and kissed them goodbye. Morgaya whimpered a bit. She was bored and lonely in the Imperial City. Helseth looked dour, but said nothing. He was very like his father. At the Imperial Palace, Baron Zaya was escorted not into the great audience hall, but to a small parlour where the Emperor sat at a solitary breakfast. He nodded a greeting and waved his hand toward the window. Magnificent view, isn't it? Baron Zaya stared out over the towers of the great city. It dawned on her that this was the very chamber where she'd first met Tiber Septim all those years ago, centuries ago. Tiber Septim, another man she had loved. Who else had she loved? Symmachus, Tiber Septim, and Straw. She remembered the big blonde stable boy with sudden and intense affection. She never realized it till now, but she had loved Straw, only she had never let him know. She had been so young then, those had been carefree days, halcyon days, before everything, before all this, before him, not Symmachus, the Nightingale. She was shocked in spite of herself. The man could still affect her, even now, even after all that had happened. A strong wave of ancient emotion swept over her. When she turned back at last, Uriel Septim had vanished, and the Nightingale sat in his place. You knew, he said quietly, scanning her face. You knew, instantly. I wanted to surprise you. You might at least have pretended. Baron Zaya spread her arms, trying to pacify the maelstrom churning deep inside her. I'm afraid my skill at pretense is no match for yours, my liege. He sighed. You're angry. Just a little, I must admit, she said icily. I don't know about you, but I find betrayal a trifle offensive. How human of you. She took a deep breath. What do you want of me? Now you are pretending. He stood up to face her directly. You know what I want of you. You want to torment me. Go ahead. I'm in your power. But leave my children alone. No, I don't want that at all, Baronzaya. He came near, speaking low in the old caressing voice that had sent shivers cascading through her body, the same voice that was doing the same thing to her, here and now. Don't you see? This was the only way. His hands closed on her arms. She felt her resolve fading, her disgust at him weakening. You could have taken me with you. Unbidden tears gathered in her eyes. He shook his head. I didn't have the power. But now, I have it all. Mine to have, mine to share, mine to give, to you. He once more waved his hand toward the window in the city beyond. All Tamriel is mine to lay at your feet, and that is only the beginning. It's too late. You left me to him. He's dead. The peasant's dead. A scant few years. What do they matter? But children can be adopted by me, and we'll have others together, Baronzaya. Oh, and what children they'll be. What things we shall pass on to them. Well, she's been pregnant 3 times, and even, 4 is supposed to be the very max for Dark Elves, and it's supposed to be very rare. So, you can't guarantee that you'll have children. Your beauty and my magic, I have powers you haven't even dreamt of, not in your most untamed imaginings. He moved to kiss her. She slipped his grasp and turned away. I don't believe you. You do, you know. You're still angry, that's all. He smiled. But it didn't reach his eyes. Tell me what you want, Baronzaya. Baronzaya, my beloved, tell me, it shall be yours. Her whole life flashed in front of her. The past, the present, and the future still to come. Different times, different lives, different Baronzayas. Which one was the real one? Which one was the real Baronzaya? Hey, there we go. For thy that choice she would determine the shape of her fate. She made it, she knew. She knew who the real Baronzaya was and what she wanted. A walk in the garden, my liege, she said. A song or two, perhaps. The nightingale laughed. You want to be courted. And why not? You do it so well. It's been long, besides, since I've had the pleasure. He smiled. As you wish, my lady Queen Baronzaya. Your wish is my command. He took her hand and kissed it, now and forever. And so they spent their days in courtship, walking, talking, singing and laughing together, while the Empire's business was left to subordinates. I'd like to see the staff, Baronzaya said idly one day. He only had a glimpse of it, you'll recall. He frowned. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, heart's delight, but that would be impossible. You don't trust me, Baronzaya pouted, but softened her lips when he leaned over for a kiss. Nonsense, love. Of course I do, but it isn't here, he chuckled. In fact, it isn't anywhere. He kissed her again, more passionately this time. You're talking in riddles again. I want to see it. You couldn't have destroyed it. You've gained wisdom since last we met. You inspired my hunger for knowledge somewhat, she stood up. The Staff of Chaos can't be destroyed, and it can't be removed from Tamriel, not without the direst consequences to the land itself. You impress me, my love. All true. It is not destroyed, and it is not removed from Tamriel, and yet, as I said, it isn't anywhere. Can you solve the puzzle? He pulled her to him and she leaned into his embrace. Here's a greater riddle still, he whispered. How does one make one of two? That I can and will show you. Their bodies merged, limbs tangled together. Later, when they had drawn a bit apart and he lay dozing, she thought sleepily, one of two, two of one, 3 of 2, 2 of 3. What cannot be destroyed or banished might be split apart, perhaps. She stood up, eyes blazing. She started to smile. The nightingale kept a journal. He scribbled entries onto it every night after quick reports from underlings. It was locked in a bureau, but the lock was a simple one. She had, after all, been a member of the Thieves' Guild in a past life. In another life. Another Baronzaya. One morning, Baronzaya managed to sneak a quick look at it while he was occupied at his toilet. She discovered that the first piece of the Staff of Chaos was hidden in an ancient dwarvish mine called Fang Lair, although its location was given only in the vaguest of terms. The diary was crammed with jotted events in an odd shorthand and was very hard to decipher. All Tamriel, she thought, in his hands and mine, and more perhaps, and yet. For all his exterior charm, there was a cold emptiness where his heart should have been, a vacuum of which she was quite unaware, she thought. One could glimpse it now and then, when his eyes would go blank and hard, and yet, though he had a different concept of it, he yearned for happiness too, and contentment. Peasant dreams, Baranzaya thought, and straw flashed before her eyes again, looking lost and sad, and then Ferris, with a feline Khajiit smile. Tiber Septim, powerful and lonely. Symmachus, solid, stolid Symmachus, who did what ought to be done, quietly and efficiently, for Nightingale. A nightingale, a riddle and a certainty, both for darkness and the light. A nightingale who would rule all and more, and spread chaos in the name of order. Baranzaya got reluctant leave from him to visit her children, who had yet to be told of their father's death, and of the Emperor's offer of protection. She finally did, and it wasn't easy. Morgaya clung to her for what seemed an era, sobbing wretchedly, while Helseth ran off into the garden to be alone, afterward refusing all her attempts to speak to him on the subject of his father, or even to let her hold him to her breast. Edwire called on her while she was there. She told him what she had discovered so far, explaining that she must remain a while yet, and learn more as she could. The Nightingale teased her about her elderly admirer. He was quite aware of Edwire's suspicion, but he wasn't the least bit perturbed, for no one took the old fool seriously. Baranzaya even managed to arrange a reconciliation of sorts between them. Edwire publicly recanted his misgivings, and his old friend, the Emperor, forgave him. He was afterward invited to dine with him at least once a week. The children liked Edwire, even Helseth, who disapproved of his mother's liaison with the Emperor and consequently detested him. He had become surly and temperamental as the days passed, and frequently quarrelled with both his mother and her lover. Edwire was not happy with the affair either, and the Nightingale took great delight at times in openly displaying his affection for Baranzaya, just to nettle the old man. They could not marry, of course, for Uriel Septim was already married, at least not yet. The Nightingale had exiled the Empress shortly after taking the Emperor's place, but had not dared harm her. She was given sanctuary by the Temple of the One. It had been given out that she was suffering from ill health, and rumours had been circulated by the Nightingale's agents that she had mental problems. The Emperor's children had likewise been dispatched to various prisons all across Tamriel, disguised as schools. She will grow worse in time, Nightingale said carelessly, referring to the Empress and eyeing Baranzaya's swollen breasts and swelling belly with satisfaction. As for their children, well, life is full of hazards, isn't it? We'll be married. Your child will be my true heir. He did want the child, Baranzaya was sure of that. She was far less sure, however, of his feelings for her. They argued continually now, often violently, usually about Helseth, whom he wanted to send away to school in Somerset Isle, a province far east from the imperial city. Baranzaya made no effort to avoid these altercations. The Nightingale, after all, had no interest in a smooth, unruffled life, and besides, he thoroughly enjoyed making up afterwards. Damn. Occasionally, Baranzaya would take the children a retreat to their old apartment, declaring she wanted no more to do with him, but he would always come to fetch her back, and she would always let herself be fetched back. It was ineffable, like the rising and setting of Tamriel's twin moons. She was 6 months pregnant before she finally deciphered the location of the last staff piece, an easy one, since every dark elf knew where the Mount of Dekov was. When she next quarrelled with the Nightingale, she simply left the city of Edwire and rode hard for High Rock and Wayrest. The Nightingale was furious, but there was little he could do. His assassins were rather inept, and he dared not leave his seat of power to pursue them in person, nor could he openly declare war on Wayrest. He had no legitimate claim on her or her unborn child. True to form, the imperial city's nobility had disapproved of his liaison with Baranzaya, as they had so many years ago with Tiber Septims, and were glad to see her go. Wayrest was equally distrustful of her, but Edwire was fanatically loved by his prosperous little city-state, and allowances were readily made for his eccentricities. Baron Zaya and Edwire were married a year after the birth of her son by the Nightingale. In spite of this unfortunate fact, Edwire doted on her and her children. She in her turn did not love him, but she was fond of him, and that was something. It was nice to have someone, and Weyros was a very good place for children to grow up. While they waited and bided their time and prayed for the champion's success in his mission, Baron Zaya could only hope that he wouldn't take very long, whoever this unnamed champion was. She was a dark elf, and she had all the time in the world. All the time. But no more love left to give, and no more hatred left to burn. She had nothing left, nothing but pain, and memories, and her children. She only wanted to raise her family and provide them a good life, and be left to live out what remained of hers. She had no doubt it was going to be a long life yet, and during it she wanted peace and quiet and serenity of her soul as well as of her heart. Peasant dreams. That was what she wanted. That was what the real Baron Zaya wanted. That was what the real Baron Zaya was. Peasant dreams. Pleasant dreams. See what you did there. Now, that was quite a long ending. Like 88 pages. But, very interesting tale. I mean, we missed out number 4. But I mean, number 5 pretty much explained what happened without all the details. I mean, we left off with Tiber Septim being very, very mean to Baron Zaya, which drove her into the arms of Nightingale, and then eventually, after the Nightingale betrayed her, he married Symmachus. Yeah, it's good, and it's kind of funny how she was searching for the pieces of the Staff of Chaos, and then in Skyrim you're searching for the pieces of Baron Zaya. Don't know if that's intentional or not. But yeah, that's interesting too. Okay, Fundamentals of Alchemy. Have we read that? Nope. Alright, Fundamentals of Alchemy then. It's a lot more reading than I thought there would be. Fundamentals of Alchemy by Aliandon Materi. Often overlooked by aspiring mages, alchemy is a time-honoured, rewarding discipline that can change the lives of those who master it. It is difficult and often dangerous to advance one's knowledge of the materials used in alchemical formulas, but continued study and hard work will in the end reward the alchemist greatly. Before success can be achieved or even attempted, the beginning alchemist must understand the basic principles behind his craft. Many items in our world, mostly organic in nature, can be broken down into more fundamental essences with magical properties. The more skilled the alchemist, the more properties of an ingredient that can be harnessed. Combining the essences of 2 or more ingredients can result in the creation of a potion, which anyone may then drink. Legend has it that a truly great alchemist can brew potions from a single ingredient, a feat well beyond the capabilities of most. And actually that is possible, but you have to have a very high alchemy skill. The alchemist's potion can have several effects depending on the ingredients used, and not all effects are beneficial. In many cases, recipes result in a potion with a mix of positive and negative effects. It is up to the alchemist to determine which recipes yield the best results. It is worth noting that potions can be created to have only negative effects and be used as poisons. This practice is not recommended by the author, and this text shall not discuss such potions further. Wardcraft. Wardcraft is in fact amateur alchemy. Eating an ingredient requires grinding it against the teeth. So, you know all the Skyrim memes about, like, eating ingredients and it being crazy? Actually, the process of eating it isn't literally just grabbing it and taking a bite out of it. You, like, grind it into, like, a powder and eat it and see what effect it has. I mean, once I realised that, that kind of sucked. I kind of liked imagining eating bear claws, bees, and stuff like that. I'm sorry if I spoiled it for anyone else as well. Anyway, which occasionally releases its simplest essence and results in a fleeting effect on the eater. Woodcraft never has a stronger result as a potion created using the proper tools. An alchemist's tools. The mortar and pestle is the alchemist's most important and essential tool. Without it, no ingredient can be correctly prepared for use in a potion. The budding alchemist is advised to keep a mortar and pestle on hand at all times and become comfortable with its use early on. The simple grinding of an ingredient is the most fundamental step in brewing potions. When properly ground, the petals of a redwort flower yield a powder that can, when mixed correctly with another ingredient, such as ginseng, create a potion to cure poisons. Well, there's a recipe if you need one. This is one formula that many alchemists are quick to learn and retain, as mistakes in potion mixing often require its use. The advanced alchemist has other tools at his disposal to improve the quality of his potions. A retort can be employed to purify the mixture, improving the positive effects of a potion. Washing the mixture through an alembic helps to distill the potion, reducing any negative effects, and a calcinator can be used to burn away impurities in the mixture, increasing the potency of all the potion's effects. While these apparatus are not necessary to create potions, it's advised that they be used whenever possible. Ingredient combination. A potion is only as good as its ingredients. Only those with identical effects may be combined to make a potion. Up to 4 ingredients may be successfully used in a single potion. Well, that's literally a game mechanic. I'm sure it would be possible to use more than 4 in real life. As the alchemist gains skill in preparing ingredients, new properties may be discovered and can be used in creating potions. While this can be an exciting time, expanding the alchemist's repertoire, he should take care to check carefully which effects his potions will contain when he is done brewing. Many established recipes may have new results, not all of which are beneficial. And there we go. Unfortunately, not an alchemy skill book, but we learnt about the fundamentals of alchemy, even though we're already pretty damn skilled at alchemy. Are we actually? I'm not sure. I mean, we've been training it a lot. We've made potions whenever possible, but I don't know what my alchemy skill actually is. It has been a while. It's one of my major skills, right? 42. So it's not actually that great, but it's decent, I suppose. We'll take this root song. Okay, I think that's it. Oh, I'm walking into fire again. Creating my restoration, that's it. Alright, so there's more to look at here. Doeskin shoes, I think I have. One thing I am delighted to see, however, is a repair hammer. Thank the Lord for this repair hammer. And we'll use it in a bit. Let's see if we can find any more in these barrels first. Some letters, there's bread. We'll take the gold. Clogs, I'm pretty sure we have. Yep. Boar meat and carrot. Tongs we don't need. Ceramic pitcher. We don't need. Ceramic bowl. Yes, we need one of those. Okay. Couple of books here. I think we've read Brief History of the Empire before. Yes, we read volumes 1 to 4 of that. So don't need to do that again. Ceramic vase we have. Oh, they missed this little sack of grain. Take 5 corns. Burning crate with a fork and a pickaxe in it. We need the fork, so we'll take the fork. We don't need the pickaxe. Chest, calipers, tongs and yarn, don't need. Sack, calipers and quill, don't need. Take a lockpick. Pewter plates, don't need. Quill and yarn we've got. Oh yes, another repair hammer, excellent. Don't need anything else. Do we have a pumpkin? Yes we do, but it is an alchemy ingredient. It's going to over encumber us, but we'll take it. I'll take an orange as well. 3 gold. Do we have something just called bowl? Yes. Cloth. 10 urn. Need one of those too. Take it. Okay, I can just about reach these crates. So we got paintbrush and shears, of which we need neither. And 2 yarns. Okay. So, okay, we're 5 over. But we'll do some alchemy now. Boar meat. I didn't check if we already had boar meat, actually. That sounds like something I could have missed. Nope, I do have boar meat. Boar meat, Tetra heart. Ah, yes, a restore health potion. I'm going to try and save this because restore health potions are going to be very, very important. Yep, we've done that. Got bread, got carrots, corn, and Daedroth teeth. Restore fatigue and night eye. Okay, corn, lettuce, orange and potato. More restore fatigue. Corn plus pumpkin. Alright, so okay, that's taken us below our carry limit, which is good. And some useful potions. Now we can repair our sword. Oh wow, I was able to repair it completely. Now I don't know what else I should try and repair. Gauntlets, boots. I should change my boots, I guess. Breeze, guard helmet. Crouch cuirass, I should change to this one. And I should probably repair it too, as much as I can. Okay. Alright, so let's change our armor to our not as broken armor. And we'll put back. We still don't have it. Oh, I should have repaired my shield. Maybe there's more repair hammers in this place. I don't know. No, I couldn't repair my shield because it was enchanted, that's why. Did think about this before. Alright, something that is just called urn. Nope, so we'll take. Clay picture and clay goblet. We need both of those. Okay, grab. Still below the limit. Pewter stuff. Pewter bowl, pewter mug we need. Okay, still below the limit. Pewter pitcher, don't need. Tan bowl, I'm pretty sure we got. Pewter pot, we need. Still below the limit. Okay. We still have stuff to drop if we need to. There's a nice little portrait here. No, why do I call it a portrait? That's exactly the opposite of what this is. It's a landscape. It's not even of someone. What have we got back here? Anything? A burnt corpse. And some debris. But nothing I can actually use. How much damage? 11 damage. Man, this is so big, having a sword back. And I managed to fully repair it as well with 2 hammers, which I'm happy about. Folded cloth. Right, some more miscellaneous junk. Ceramic plate and picture. Don't need them anymore. Some candles, that same picture again. But yeah, nothing more in this section. Okay, in this way we've got archery board, empty weapon stuff, an anvil. Okay, leather boots. I'll take them. I'm over encumbered now, but actually, yeah, this is a refresh. Okay, we need to drop something. We need to keep this Legion Cuirass. We can drop a pair of Legion boots. Legion boots are 10. Got anything of this worse ratio that I can afford to drop? Don't think so. Alright, well, let's drop the Legion boots. Okay, we've got fur gauntlets. Don't know if I have some of these fur gauntlets. I have. Is there any other gauntlets here? Because it might be worth taking them as well. Yeah, sure. Let's wear those. Gonna have a whole fusion of armor now. Leather greaves. Yeah, they're probably gonna be better. Wait, no they're not. No they're not. Should we take them anyway? No. Chainmail boots. Oh, I just got leather boots. It's chainmail boots. Better than the ones I'm wearing. And a chainmail helmet, which will provide more protection than my guard helmet. Okay, well, I'm wearing a whole weird combination of armors right now, but I'm more protected, which is very good. And this is a door to the sleeping quarters. I'm not gonna examine that. We move noticeably slower with a sword in our hand. It's fairly easy to know, but let's head this way. Oh god, another Daedroth. But we're a bit more prepared for this one now. And maybe I'm feeling a little overconfident, but I've got good armor, got my weapon back. I don't have a shield, which is annoying, but let's see what we can do. Damn, we're cutting through him. And the range increase is certainly helping. Help. Trying to kill him without healing once. There we go. We can take on the Daedroth in a straight fight, no problem. Well, we're given the right sword, but you know. Take the teeth. Search this area. Drawers with parchment. I guess that's free. Silver tankard. Eventually I'm going to have a clear view of what I need and what I don't need. Silver glass I do actually need. Silver glass again, silver picture. Don't think there's anything else of value here. We can search this cupboard. Ooh! Shiny wine. Surrey Brothers Vintage 399. Which is the first time we're getting that. And also Tamika's Westworld wine. We've already had some of that. We'll take some more. We've got a little bit of room. Okay, now we head into the Count's quarters and finally finish off this quest. It's another Daedroth. This could be dangerous. Oh god, nope, nope. Can't deal with the jumping attacks. Man, I'm such a coward. But we did some new damage. Damn it. The day Daedroth learned to open doors is the day mankind is doomed. I thought I waited enough time for him to turn around. That was way too close. But I'm surprised I got a sneak attack off there. Alright, let's try again. God, come through the door. Sometimes the mouse doesn't respond, it hurts. I need to save, because it's going to keep happening. Alright. Normal heal. Alright, save. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know why I was being so scared, but yeah, there's the Daedroth. We'll take his teeth, and you might have already seen what's become of the old Count. But let's search the area first. Right. Silver urn, silver bowl. Drawers with 3 parchments, inkwell, and a quill. We'll take it all. No, we'll take the stuff that doesn't weigh anything. Orange and 2 strawberries. Have we seen a strawberry yet? I think we have. Nope. First strawberry. So I need to remember not to use that for a potion. And I've been over encumbered by a strawberry. Quill, silver carafe, silver urn. Let's check the desk, guide to the Imperial City. Right, well, let's drop something then. What's weighing us down? We got some 5 weight things with us. We can drop. I believe. Can drop 1 copy of Mixed Unit Tactics. For now. If we need to, we've got other stuff to drop, but... Okay, around here, silver tankard. ceramic pictures and goblets and plates. I think we're all done with that. Ceramic goblet, actually, I do need. Does that over encumber me? No, not quite yet. So a bowl as a display case with nothing in it. There's Tamika Vintage 399, which is another first. So only the Count like to drink, it seems. Now I'm over encumbered. Check the drawers. Don't need anything there. Right, we'll drop another book that we don't need. We'll drop one of the copies of A Real Baron's Eye. Alright, well, yeah, there you go, there's the spoiler. The Count's kinda dead. Which is, of course, very sad. But he had some nice garms. Black and burgundy outfit is gonna be a first. So we'll take that. And realise we're gonna have to drop more. Blue suede shoes, which is, funnily enough, a reference to Elvis Presley, and of course his song, same name. Blue velvet outfit, also new. Gold trimmed shoes, we don't need. Red velvet garment, don't need. Okay, we'll leave some of his clothes there. And we've got to leave stuff behind. Right. Can leave that. We need all of this stuff. Okay, I guess we go beyond 5 now. I think we needed iron gauntlets. That's probably why I've kept it for so long. Actually, we don't have too much stuff left we can drop. So we'll drop the one of the Legion gauntlets. Can we sleep in his bed? No. That would be kind of disrespectful, wouldn't it? Right, yeah. I mean, I was only joking. I would never do that to the good old Count. We'll save that chest because it looks like it might have some good stuff in it. Silver plate, silver goblet, folded cloth, picture, cheap wine, Westwell wine. Crap. Don't tell anyone. Surly Brothers, I think we'll leave from now on. Tamika's stuff is apparently more valuable. Silver urn. Ooh, pieces of gold. That we'll take. Drawers, parchment. Do we need a covered pot? I don't think we do. Nope. Okay. Surly Brothers. There's some fire I want to dodge. Silver plate. Bunch of silver goblets. Folded, silver tankard, Surly Brothers. Don't think there's anything around here. Which, oh, there's something here. Wait. I think I've already used a weight. Nope, I don't. I'm gonna take a weight. Alright, we'll check these last 2 chests. Sackcloth pants and a shovel. Well, not the kind of good stuff I was expecting. And let's check this one. 3 bits of yarn. Okay, never mind. Alright, where's the Count? I found the body of Count Goldwine. I should deliver his signet ring to Savley and Matthias. Okay, let's see. He's wearing his black and burgundy outfit. Take a bronze Amulet. And we're going to take it anyway, but it does turn out to be an item we actually need. Colovian signet ring weighs nothing. Actually, I don't know why I'm bothering putting it down. We have to give it to Savlian anyway. Don't need his shoes, and we'll take his gold. Right. So there it is. We have saved Kvatch officially now. In every sense of a word. Well, apart from actually saving it, but you know. We helped. We brought retribution to the Daedra of Oblivion. There's our main guy. His poor armor got ripped to shreds by the Oblivion creatures.
Where is the Count? Why is he not with you?
What do you think? Oh well. I forgot you could say, like, lying face down in a pool of blood, and if you say that to Savlian, he kinda hates you forever. But we're a respectful character, so I'm sorry he didn't make it.
We were too late.
Dude, there was Daedra everywhere. Look what happened to everyone else.
This is indeed a dark day for all of us left. But I thank you for risking your own life to help us. Did you find the Count's ring by any chance?
It's interesting you can say, no, I don't have it. And I think that lets you keep the ring, but then you don't get the quest reward, which we're about to find out. Yes, here it is.
At least this is safe. Thank you. I shall make sure it is protected for the time when a new Count is crowned. Here, take this.
I wonder if Kvatch ever does make a comeback.
I'm tired of fighting. It may serve you well in days to come.
Retiring already. So now that we've gone through all of this pain, can you please spare us one soldier to defend Bruma?
I have few enough men to spare, but you have more than
That's
earned
true.
our
Like
help.
everyone's dead.
I will send what
Apart
aid
from
I
him.
can. Bruma must not share the fate of our city.
Yeah, empathy's powerful.
Tell me more.
And he loves me.
Bye.
Alright, well, here's our quest reward, which has over-encumbered us, but, well, I digress. It is an enchanted Kvatch cuirass, which fortifies our endurance and strength by 4 points. And actually, now that I think about it, fortify strength will give us some more carry weight, and we are no longer over-encumbered. Isn't that great? Alright, well, sayonara Kvatch, we're never coming back here, so I hope you guys enjoyed it while you could, and yeah, but before we continue on our quest to recruit soldiers for Bruma, we shall return to the prairie and unload our stuff. Man, it feels so good to see fresh air and no Daedra. I mean, I'm saying that, we're about to go right back into the fray, aren't we? And we've got to level up as well, which I can't forget. We got to forget what stuff we have in here sometimes. Steel arrow. I mean, we'll store them all here anyway. We don't need it. Don't need this anymore. Need. My third gauntlet's already broke. So I guess we'll keep the chainmail ones that aren't broken. Boots. And we'll keep the chainmail ones. Potions and poisons. Poison of burden we can drop. Restore fatigue, I'm tempted to keep. Restore health I'm definitely keeping. Wine can go. There's some ingredients we need to make sure we have at least one of. Daedroth teeth? Yes, we do. Oh no, I'm not looking at the wrong one. Daedroth teeth, yes. Clanfig claws, we did have clanfig claws. Give me that back. Is there anything else we've duplicated here? Mutton. No, we'll just leave that. We'll leave the rest there for now. High assaults, mutton, orange. Do we have scamp skin? Must have scamp skin in here. Oh, we forgot to make I don't think we can, but let's see what we can do with the orange, if anything. Orange and the corn. And we have 2 strawberries, so I guess we can use one of them. There we go, restore fatigue. And we'll put the strawberry here. Books and scrolls, I guess. Alright, I still have quite a lot of carry weight. I'm not sure why. Gotta remember to wear the gauntlets. I guess ingredients are starting to weigh me down because it's starting to stack up. We've still got more than 200 spare, so I'll live with it. I mean, probably gonna get a strength upgrade once we level up anyway. But let's wear the gauntlets. And this bed is the one we can sleep in. It's a most amazing thing. Yesterday it was hard and today it is easy. Just a good night's sleep. And yesterday's mysteries are today's masteries. Okay, so we'll do speed +3. We'll do strength +3. And we'll do willpower +3. Magical regen and fatigue, mainly the reasons for that. And I think we should be able to find the coming to gates a lot easier now. Before we do that, let me save the game. I'm actually gonna quit and restart. Just in case the game crashes at an inopportune point. And there is something else I have to do. Oh look, you guys are getting a little taste into the streaming process. But yeah. I noticed my webcam was cutting off half of my face while I was sitting in my preferred way, so I had to change that. But then, nevertheless, we move on. We will go straight over to Anvil. Not quite. Alright, it's night time, which means we're probably going to have to wait. It's a pretty place, Anvil, so far. First time here. Let's take a look around. Obviously we can't take anything because, you know, I'm not going to read any books that we can't actually get, even though it's tempting with For Real Baron's Eye Volume 4. I don't want to get confused and end up messing up my list because I read a book that I wasn't supposed to. Wooden door to Smithy. Dining hall. Empty display cases here. Full ones. Don't even know if I'm gaining any sneak out of this. Oh. Let's talk to this anvil guard.
One of the Night Watch, and all's well. Take care, sir.
Thank you.
We'll
Please
see.
like me. Joke and
Not-
boast.
That's just talk. You good? Not now. Not. That's pretty. Is that so?
This isn't going
Good.
too well in terms of luck.
Gracious.
Starting
That's
to pick
just
up.
talk.
There we go. That's
Oh,
one.
please. Great.
And that'll do.
Not bad. I see.
Give me a rumor.
Everybody's talking about the Prophet. After the attack on the chapel, people are
Yeah,
inclined
we'll
to
get
believe
onto that in due time.
almost anything.
Alright, tell me about Anvil.
We'll be ready if the Daedra decide to attack. Don't worry.
Awesome. Tell me about the chapel attack.
By the time we got there, it was too late. We have no idea how they got in or out without any of our patrols seeing them.
Interesting. Tell me about the Prophet.
Sure. Go down to the chapel and you can't miss him. He'll be the one outside, ranting at passers-by.
Heimsker of Oblivion. Ooh, quest update. Cool. That's awesome.
For you, of course.
Alright, cheers for that, Guardia.
Good day.
Now I think I'm going to wait for the Countess to show up. 7 hours should be okay to wait. No? Oh, there you are. Nope, you're Darryhill.
I'm Darryhill, steward of Castle Anvil. We do things differently in Anvil, and the difference shows in the comfort and trust of its
I
people.
like your necklace.
Go ahead.
Let's make you like me as well. I think coerce and boast.
No,
Yeah.
really? What a dumb... Yeah, what? Not now? Not... Don't wait. What a dumb... What? I accept. I have no... What? You think... What nonsense. That's... Don't... Yeah, remarkable. What? What a great story.
Great. Rumors.
I understand Carahill knows
That
more
rhymes
about
with your
illusion than any other mage in Anvil. Of course, she only shares that knowledge with the Mages Guild.
In due time. Tell me about Anvil.
Didn't you see that Oblivion gate just outside the walls? Mara preserve us from the fate of Kvatch.
That's what I'm here for, miss.
You too.
Alright, I guess the Countess is probably coming out since this person is her steward. Should I wait another hour? Guess. Oh, well, she's alive.
Yes? How goes it?
Stranger, who are you?
What do you want? Go ahead.
Oh, can't make him like me. Tell me about Anvil?
We're all wondering when more of those evil gates are going to open. I'd leave town if I dared.
Alright, chapel attack.
It's unbelievable. Right in the center of the city. Nobody saw anything. Makes you wonder about the competence of the guard, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's fair. The Grey Fox.
He's a most mysterious fellow. In many ways, I admire him. Most of the time, I just feel sorry for him.
What do you know about the Grey Fox, stranger?
Goodbye.
Maybe we'll find out one day. For now, I just realized I forgot to pack a freaking shield. That's annoying.
Anytime now. I am Milona Umbranox, Countess of Anvil. I hope you enjoy your visit. I trust you will give us no cause
Not
to
here for
regret our
pleasure, Mom.
hospitality to strangers.
Alright, so first of
Go
all,
ahead.
let's make you like me. You like joke and
I'll
boast.
not Well, you're wasting your breath. Well done.
Oops, messed that one up.
Is that so? No. What? Oh, please. Well, is that... Don't waste your flattery on me.
Alright, rumours.
I believe the rugged climate of Bruma suits Narina Carvane. She's tough and cold, but you always know what to expect from her.
Tell me about Anvil.
I won't risk my guard attacking that infernal Oblivion gate. We'll hold the walls and hope for the best.
Yep, I guess I'll do it on my own, huh? Chancellor Okato.
Chancellor Okato has performed heroically. No one else could have held the Empire together during this crisis.
I praise. Prophet.
He's a blessing on this town. The only one to have made any sense out of the terrible tragedy at the chapel. He preaches every day outside the chapel. Go and listen, you'll see.
We will. I know the answer, but will you provide any aid for Bruma?
I would like to send help to Bruma, but I cannot risk weakening Anvil's defenses with that Oblivion gate open outside the city.
I knew you wouldn't. Right, well, you know what we have to do. I'm really annoyed that I didn't pick up a shield. How did I completely overlook that? I guess we'll head back to Coral and see what shields we have that I can use. Look for anything with an armor rating. Bruma shield 7. Tremora Kinry, but it's heavy armor. Don't know if we had any other enchanted shields, but alright, we'll take the Bruma shield. Is that our only one though? Okay, I need to be careful with this. Alright, back to Anvil. This has taken a very long time, hasn't it? But I think we should... Oh no, Mike, no! There he is, but I'll never be able to catch him. Oh. Have I found Mike yet in this playthrough? I think I have. Outside Breville, I think. But still, every encounter with Mike is a fun encounter. Alright. So this gate is quite far from the city, so I can understand why, oh, we've already got some attention. Scampy. Alright, we can dispatch the scamps pretty easily. Scamp skin. There's a flame extract down there. This shouldn't be too hard either. Like, if I can take out a Daedroth one-on-one, I can take out an Atronak. Although a Scamp and a Flame Atronak might be tough. I think I might try and get the Scamp first. Scamp dead. I mean, we can just straight out tank flame attack, but you know. Yep, absorb all those flames. There we go. I feel stronger already. Take those fire salts. And save the game. And we'll head right into that Oblivion gate. Definitely having an enchanted cuirass has its advantages. Alright. There's our tower. Alright, let's get going. Heal as we go. Got a bunch of spills. I wish alchemy skill. Chill. Oh, I don't know. Just a Drumora mage. They could be of any. Alright, come fight me if you're brave. It's just a chill. Like, I can take these guys out in their sleep. Unless they heal. Ow. Ooh, that power attack did damage. Right, we'll take the mace just in case we need a backup weapon. Knowing me, we probably will. Weak potion of grounding. Don't need it, but we'll take it. Daedra hearts and flare. We don't need either. Let's go back to gardening. I think that's it. Alright, some blood grass. There's a fleshy pod, which I'm always happy to see. Right, a bunch of clothes. Coarse linen shirt we don't need. Huntsman leather pants don't need. We'll take them anyway because they're worth something. Huntsman moccasin. Do we need bone? No. We'll take the gold. I like to take as much as I can and then drop it later when I don't need it. Let's see what we can alchemy up. Didn't get any blood grass. Oh. Spittle stick and scamp skin though we can damage Magico. Small blood grass. Very nice. Nice. And some Harada, which we missed. Right, let's do a little bit more. I got blood grass, but we can't do anything with it. Spittle stick. Actually, let's go Harada. No, we didn't get Harada. Right, spittle stick, scamp skin then. Oh, alchemy buff. Love that. We're already halfway to level 14. Ooh, there's a flame attract there. Well, I guess we engage. Let's save just in case. Should be okay. regen the fatigue a bit. Right, this tactic's working well. I need to spam. As I spam. There we go. Barely lost anything at all. Fire salts, there's some blood cross here as well. So yeah, that's the main tower I'm trying to get to. There's another tower here. I don't know if they're interconnected somehow. See you. Drumora, and he looks pretty buff. Let's get ready for a good old tussle. Just being bold and walking right up to his face. Oh no, he's got his back turned. Oh, well, never mind. Sorry for that. Cater. Yeah, I'm fighting you with your own Daedric weapons. So you don't do damage now. Alright. Now my weapon's broken. I forgot how quickly Drumora weapons break. Alright, well I guess I'm gonna rely on my good old-fashioned blunt skill. Still does a bit of damage. Alright, nice. Reflect or absorb spell. That's definitely come in handy. Like, that's random loot. A little bit more. Nice. I suppose you have a mace too, don't you? And yours is a little bit less more used than mine. We'll take your shield, and we'll take your heart. I want to find one of the Drumoras with a sword now. But it's good to know we can take them on pretty easily. Flame extract. That might not be as easy. Save a game. At least my blunt skill will probably get a nice upgrade. There's a clanfear over there, which I'm not trying to get his attention. I think this is a fight I'm winning, but it's going to take longer because I have no blunt skill. It's going up though. Like, what is it actually now? 23, yeah, it's really pathetic. But my strength is carrying me, I suppose. Absorb spell is so nice to have. Yeah, let's just spam her to death now. She did quite a lot of damage, to be fair. I mean, let's save. I think this clanfear is going to be too happy to see me. Or maybe it is. Maybe it eats people after it's done with them. It is clanfear. Oh, there you are. Save over a slightly older one just in case. Yeah. Jump. Nope, it still hits me. It is at least a run. Look how slowly it's dying. I mean, it's a good opportunity to grind blunt. Oh god, I'm gonna die if I don't run. Okay. Settle down. What the hell's teleporting everywhere? Where'd he go? Okay, I can see it vaguely there. Come get me. You can reach me here. Oh god, that broke as well. Jeez Louise. Let me change, damn it. I'm dead. How am I still attacking? Oh god, how did it get there? I'm dead. Nope. Not dead. Almost dead. Alright, well, we're back to grinding. This isn't even a main clan fit, it's a runt. Don't have much in the way of potions. I guess well, my fatigue's already back. I guess I could poison it, but it's a clanfear runt. Don't want to do that. Let's save it over here. Alright, it's almost there. There we go. Okay, save. Alright, lovely. And nothing I can do with it now. Save, and we'll take on Kamora, what's his name? This looks like a trap of some sort. Oh, you could make this very easy for me. If I can get my flare out. Wow. Without so much as flinching. Mr. Alright, just... Okay, I guess we'll farm up until he gets back. There's no point. Like, my health is low. And I don't see the point of walking through a bunch of mines. Let's just farm up. Don't know if we can reach that corpse up there. Let's see if I can get his attention. There's flare, give me flare. Damn it. Actually, I need to wait for my magic to go up a bit. Oh, I didn't hurt him. I need to hit him and then lure him back to here. So I need to wait a little bit more for my magicka, and he's disappeared again. Lovely. Could be using this time to heal, I guess. Ooh. Was that two of them? There's no way that guy could have come from there. Kimbal. A very hurt one though, at least. Ooh. So there is two of them. And this one hasn't even seen me yet. And more long sword. Can I get a hell yeah? Alright, let's get back to business. So he's patrolling that way. If I just get a vantage point up here. Oh! I messed it up. Damn it. How did I mess that up? Alright, you missed.
Join my troop.
Alright, you got Frost too. I respect that. Give me a shield, give me a mace. Over encumbered, okay. Take the heart. Yeah, I guess this can go. And I guess we can drop the broken mace. I wish they'd all trigger at once, in a way. But we're good. Killed everyone. Got a couple of weapons to spare, so we should never go without a weapon. Ooh, Clanfear, right? Dead ahead. Just a run. Nice. Easier than I remember, that's for sure. I guess when you have a sword though, things tend to be easier. Alright, we're gonna... yes, alchemy up now. See what else we can do. Nice poisons. This is going to lead up to the tower, I do. I much prefer fighting Drumora to fighting creatures. Because Drumora, at least you can block their attacks. They're pretty predictable. I mean, creatures are predictable too, but... Is there any enemies here? Because there's a bunch of mines. And I'd love to use them. Appears not. Right. Let's go for the far out one first. Missed it. Let's go for that one. Right. Ouch. Right, let's wait for our magic to heal a bit. What? How did that hit me? At least it hasn't killed me, but... Dude. Any more? Can I use my remaining magic to actually heal myself now? Take that as a yes. Nope, there's more freaking boom things. Alright, well, we'll wait. How close can I get to these things? Close enough to loot for Bloodgross. Okay. And you. Okay, at least it wasn't the ones that aim at you. Right. Can we do anything else? Yes. Let's save, because I don't know how good this guy is. Oh, he's kind of seen me, but he kind of hasn't. Yep, he's seen me. Does he have spells? Yes. I think I can win this fight. Maybe not. Close one. But the good news is we get another sword. So, drop mace. Drop the mace. This looks kind of climbable. Oh. This could be a nice shortcut. Think. Yeah, we can at least take the time to heal even if it doesn't work out. Okay, this one might not be easy to get out of. In fact, it may be possible. Feel it getting a little less steep. There we go. Okay. Hello. Please. Okay. Okay. The Professor hoping. Come on, surely. Surely. Let's do some more. Maybe this way, some kind of secret. Oh man, I don't think so. Let's go around here, I guess. Oh. Certainly didn't seem to make things any easier. Come on. We're almost fully healed now. So at least we're killing time with a purpose. I don't think there's a way around. Alright, well, let's just try and go around this way and see where that leads. Oh man, if I could go up there. No? No, let's just keep going this way. Eventually we'll find some way. Can I jump up there? Even if I'm out of sneak. Oh. Alright, well. Is there a way up here, maybe? There's lava right there, which is making me nervous. And I might be getting stuck if I'm not careful. Okay. Just grind acrobatics until I have enough to jump. Okay, okay. If I can just get onto this ledge here, I'll call it good progress. There we go. I believe let's keep going around. There we go. You ascended another level. And it's glitching a little bit. Oops. Yeah, let's just use the shiny one, I suppose. As the original gate, we've gone pretty much full circle. Here's some fire, which implies that I shouldn't really be heading in this direction. Okay. Ooh, an enemy here. That's got to be some indication of me going the right way. Alright, Charles done. Let's just spam this action rack to death. We ain't got time for this. There we go. So, we found somewhere helpful. I've got a bunch of poisons here and potions. Got weak poison of sickness, which we need. Weak potion of feather, we need. And weak potion of night eye, which we have, but take. Daedra heart, tropic touch, which we have, and silver nugget, which we have, but we'll take them all. And we'll guess what the base. So, why is this here? Because I've kind of just grinded up, like... Is there like an underground pole which I should have been using? Yeah, maybe. And I can't tell if this is the beginning or the end of it. Shoot. I mean, that part definitely looks like it's going further down. So... Alright. Missing with your debuffs. Damn it. As if my speed wasn't low enough. I'm gonna not fight that Atronak because I don't feel like fighting. Let's see if this way is a way forward, and if I've like grinded myself up into a part where I wasn't supposed to be. Makes sense. Red Nash channels. Oh, hi. Go on, your move. Shield, heart, and don't need this. So what's down here then? Oh god, freaking, please be a run. Alright, I can deal with runts now, that's nice. As long as I have a sword. Right, Every way here is up, so I think we're going the right way. Fleshy pod. And another way up. Flame Electronic. It's seen me. Deal with you. Give me that. What? What was that bonus noise for? Scared the beekeepers out of me. Alright, let's claim our fleshy prize. It's just gonna be gold. Don't think there's anything else this way, is there? Nope. Sneak skill increase, so there's still an enemy down here. Let's save before we take it on, just in case. God damn it. There's a... Oh no, just die. For God's sake. Now there's a flame action. Okay, let's try and lure it away. Am I running into more enemies here? I don't think so. Yes, I am. Don't trap me in a corner. How's my sword doing? Probably not too great, I'd imagine. Yeah. Where did I kill the... I don't even know where I am at the moment. Definitely not where I was before. There's the way down. So, Waste of Oblivion. Waste of Oblivion. This for Kinval? Yeah. Ooh, he's got a perfectly refreshed longsword. Good to see. Potion of Personality. We'll take it anyway. Flawed Sapphire and Damaged Luck. We need the Damaged Luck, but we're taking them both anyway. I can drop this mace. Suppose we can drop these. And I guess we can drop the broken longsword. Now we'll drop a shield. Don't need all of these. What do we have here then? Oh, that's it. Rudder. Let's check the chests first. What? Alright, fine. Green felt linens. We're good. Don't need that. Poison of illness. Don't need, but we'll take. And some gold. And over here, strong potion of healing. Now we're talking. It's not my first one though. I thought it was. Okay, well, let's cook up a tiny bit of alchemy. So we've got a few poisons at least. So we're not completely helpless in battle, and they're pretty powerful poisons too. Not that powerful, but decent. And we've definitely gone upwards, so this should be meaningful progress. Okay, a rock fell. I think I'm closer. Just assume yes. Alright, Clanfear. Dead ahead. Oh no, this is a honest to god actual Clanfear. And it's faster than me. I'm dead. Oh man. Where did you come from? And why are you here? Oh, for God's sake. Okay. Is there any enemies after me? Where did that flame atronach come from? Gosh. Uh-oh. Now I've done it. What? Okay, at least I'm absorbing it. I need to stall. Make her run into the veranda. Did not get affected? Oh, for God's sake. Are you kidding me? Alright, got a little killer here. That is definitely helpful. Should be oh no, sword broken. Questing back up. Alright, I don't know where that action came from, but shouldn't bother us anymore. Let's save. Alright, well, back to cheesing. I really can't run fast with all this weight I'm carrying and a massive long sword in my hand. Keep increasing my speed, but it's really not. It's 83 now. Guess it got damaged by the spittles, but still 83 speed. I've invested the most in it, but definitely feel really slow. Oops. One more heal. Screw it. Alright. We'll level up. Light armor's gone up. We're almost dead, but so is the Clamphere. Well, Clamphere is dead. Okay. There's another action act off. Let's Yep, my speed's wrecked. It's fantastic. Man, this game sure knows how to take it out of you. Let's do some alchemy. Please, I beg you, be a runt. Oh, close enough. I could still do this. Oh, I need healing. Healing. I'm not gonna... Oh, for God's sake. Gotta be kidding me. Guess we'll wait for a few more. Stop it! Stop staggering, jumping. Nope. This ain't gonna work. Maybe. Oh, barely. I had to waste my healing potion. And I'm not particularly proud of that, but oh well. Dwarven arrows we're getting now. At least there's some positive news. I don't even know if it's that good. At least it's a new item. And orcish boots. And some money. So I save, I'm just going to save it again. So where did this... Oh, there's a path up here. Right. Fleshy pod, blood grass, and an entrance, and no enemies. Thank the Lord. Although there's going to be hella enemies as soon as we go in. Much is guaranteed. Gold nugget. I don't think we need a gold one, do we? Nope. Okay. Alright, one more save before we head in. Because we know we're probably going to die as soon as we do. Tower portal. Oh jeez. There you go. No. That was way too close. Alright, I'm over encumbered. Drop a broken one. Take that one. Drop another broken one. We'll take that and we'll use it. Oops. Right, sure. Give me that health. Right. Definitely isn't given that much. Surely there's got to be another Drumora here somewhere. There we go. Do say I always prefer those to... Oh, there's two more Drumora here. Alright, at least I have full health. The fire in my eyes I could do without. Nice. Not too bad. I wish I'd have been dropping shields, I just realised. Yeah, you can go. Take part. Gift of Flame. Enchanted. And there's one we don't have, so I'll take. Fire enchantment's not the greatest in dealing with these guys, but right, where is the next section? I guess there. Okay, going up. More Drumora. Let's hope we can get this guy in one hit. There we go. It's going on. Give me more Drumora. Don't give me Fanfit. Right, Caitiff, Potion of Feather. Potion of Invisibility might come in handy. Although I do need it. And remote manipulation, we don't need, take. And Kinval, base ring of retribution. Ooh, reflect damage. That is good. That is something I very much want. Weak potion of respite, Daedra Heart, and dispel. Oh, we need dispel as well. Oh, there's another one I didn't even realise. Alright, you're rocking enchantments, huh? Nice. Nearness of evil. I think that's a new one. Yep. We'll drop this sword. Weakness to fire. It's not so bad. Alright, up we go. More steep. Oh, killed your teammate. I got to pull on that ring, didn't I? There we go. Where did your weapon go? If it disappeared, I'll be very sad. Creative shield, is it under here? I think it's glitched into the dirt. That's a shame. What about you? Daedra Heart, River Walk. Weight of Guilt. Okay. Burden 30 points. Alright, well. Definitely feel a little guilty picking that up. Alright, we keep going up. Almost at the Sigilum level. There we go. Oops. There we go. Potion of Willpower. That's new. Can you move? Right. Nice. One more longsword. We can drop you and switch. Let's save. And get ready to fight. Yeah, there's one more. Nice. Very little effort. Base Ring of Storms. That's new. Resist shock. Might come in handy at some point, but probably not anytime soon. Potion of resistance. Minor wound and open easy lock. Right, Sigilant Sanguine time. Almost at the end of Anvil, and we'll just have Leowin left to go. Anything down there? No. Got full health. Not quite full Magicka. You got some enchanted weapons if we need them. There's a clan fear, which I don't like to see. Two clan fear, which I hate to see. Strong potion of sorcery. I'd love to use it, but I need to keep it. This could only go badly. Oh, they both see me. Please, if one of them's a run.
Ah!
Oh god, there's a freaking storm action back here too. Brilliant. Please hit the clan fear. There we go. Oops. Oh my god, this is not good. I don't want to fight you yet, Stormy. Let's take out the freaking clan fear first. There we go. God, this is absolute horror show. There's not even any, like, healing stuff. I have half a mind just to close the freaking thing. Oh, I'm dead. Ugh. Got one of them. Frosty's here too. Your brilliant skills. What? Oh man. Right. This is working. Nice. Alright. Regen and save. What kind of a curved jump is that? What? Oh, come on. One day, Clanfear, I'll defeat you. Come get me. No, none of that nonsense. What? So close to dying just from a freaking reflect damage. You know what? Let's get that. Alright, we've got fire shield and light armor. 14% shield versus 8% reflect damage. Or 6 light armor points. Yeah. What? I don't want the light armor. What? Right. Fire shield and reflect damage. And how are we for weapons? We've still got some longsword left. Let's save. Let's see if we can get the jump on Frosty. Jeez, they're slow. I can deal with this. Oh, they heal themselves. I cannot deal with this. I cannot deal with this. I can't poison them. I have potentially fire damage. God's sake. Nope. Well, peace. Why are there frost extracts here? Stop healing. Oh my god, I actually got it. I actually got it. And I forgot Action X do reflect damage as well. So I was doing damage to myself and I almost killed myself. Okay. Alright, Anvil's about to be done. We'll just clean up the loot and we'll be done. I think that was the first time I got frost salts as well. Indeed, it was. Ooh, Helmet of Power. Fortify magic of 15 points. It's not the best, but it's enchanted. It looks nice. It's valuable. And we didn't have it, most importantly. Potion of Absorption. And gold. Okay, ooh, some very nice rewards in the final. I forgot what these are called. The punished, yeah. So, long sword of brittleness, disintegrate weapons on strike. Not something I'll probably use a lot, but it's an enchanted weapon. It's something I don't have, so I'll take it. Apprentice calcinator. I forget which calcinator I have. It is an apprentice one. I might just take this anyway. And common soldier and gold. What can we drop? All of his armor's broken. Jeez. I don't know. What can we drop? There's some stuff I'm not sure I have a duplicate of at home. I'd rather not drop that. Get rid of the calcinator, I guess. Get rid of one of these. Damage Magica, I guess we can. Those. So many enchanted weapons, and I want to keep them all. Dwarven arrows, I guess we only need to keep one of them. I think dropping 5 of those not lose us away. Damage fatigue, I guess we can drop. Drop this. Gold nugget? Is that going to be enough? Nope. Silver nugget? Nope. Guess we'll drop poison. 2. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna have to drop another weight because we're gonna have a sigil stone to carry. Suppose we can drop a mutton. Get Ascendant Sigil Stone. Is that the first one of those? I think it is, yeah. Silence for 12 seconds on strike, resist magic. Silence might be helpful. Oop, don't want to use it. Close the Oblivion gate outside of Anvil. I should speak to the Countess about sending aid to Bruma now that Anvil is no longer threatened. That I will do. Alright. And she's up bright and early today.
Hi there. You sure gave those damn Daedra what for. It makes us all feel better to have someone like you around.
Oh, thanks. Rumors?
I still can't believe what happened at the chapel. Travaia, Leralthia, Domania, all dead.
First time we've had names to the people who died. Tell me about Anvil.
You can best know Anvil by walking its streets and speaking with its people. My favourite time is the harbour at sunset, the sun and sea to the west.
Cool. Can you give us some help now?
I've heard that you've closed the Oblivion gate outside Anvil. I honor you for your bravery and service to my city.
Ah, thanks.
With Anvil safe for the moment, I will send some of my best soldiers to bolster the Bruma garrison.
Oh, thank you. Tell me you're at it again, apparently?
Don't worry. Anvil's soldiers are worth 2 from anywhere else. Bruma will not fall.
Alright, I'm gonna hold you to that. Okay.
You too.
Alright, we're so close. The only thing we have left is Leowin. And then we're finally done with allies for Bruma. Okay. All armor's completely wrecked. Damage fatigue. Keep the damage health. Okay. I'm doing a little worse for weight, but I don't know. We got loads of alchemy ingredients which hopefully we'll get to use at some point. Alright, let's level up. Today you wake up full of energy and ideas, and you know somehow that overnight everything's changed. What a difference a day makes. We'll go +3 strength again. More speed. And endurance. Let's get some more health as well. Hopefully we're scaling into something good here. And now just the last skate. Leowin, we shall save you. Right, let's talk to the Count. Oh, let's not. No need to do that. Oh, let's talk to a Leowin guard.
State your business.
You're not actually giving me the option to state my business.
Go ahead.
But let's talk to you a little. You think you like boasted mine?
Oh, please. Ugh. Good. You're wasting your breath. You're well done. Good. Ugh. Remarkable. Really? Oh, You're good.
Alright, tell me about Leowin.
Guard stays inside the city walls for the duration of the crisis. Count Caro's orders. We're not going to risk another Kvatch here.
Okay, fair enough.
Bye.
Who are you? Mazoga the York.
Are you the Count?
No.
Then go away.
Okay. Pleasant interaction there, Mazoga. Nice to meet you too. Should take a look around the castle, since it's our first time here. Nothing that special so far. It's down here. Leowin dungeon. Wooden door. Alright. Bunch of food. Guess no one was really hungry. Alright, well, we'll wait for the count to appear. 6 hours should do it. Alright.
Good morning.
Countess Alessia
Welcome to
Caro.
Leowin. I'm Alicia Caro, and I have the honor to be the wife of the Count, Marius Caro.
Yeah, we just read about you not too long ago.
Please,
Oh,
go on.
She already likes me?
It is pleasant and a bit melancholy to walk among the graves in Green Emperor Way and contemplate the dead who precede us.
Quite far from here though, isn't it? Tell me about Leowin.
Leowin stands alone. That's what Count Caro says. Only our brave guardsmen to keep the hordes of Oblivion at bay.
Hello? What do you think I'm here for?
You too.
Alright,
Look at the muscles on you. Marius Caro, by grace of the Nine, Count Leowin. You are a stranger to me, but well met.
nice to meet you, Marius.
Perhaps you would like to do a service for County Leowin.
I was planning to. Probably not the one you're thinking of. Let's buddy
Go
you
ahead.
up first.
That's... You're pathetic. You're pathetic. You're wasting your breath. I like you too.
Cool. Can I buy a house?
There happens to be a small home for sale in the middle of town. It's a quaint building, small but tidy.
I don't think I'm ready to buy.
Then stop wasting my
I'm
time.
just asking, dude. 7k gold. Don't quite have the funds for that yet. Rumors.
Andel Indaris may or may not have killed his wife, and it may or may not have been an accident. And I doubt we'll ever know for sure.
Interesting. Chancellor Carter.
He and the rest of the Elder Council care nothing for Cyrodiil. They focus obsessively on the provinces, leaving us to fend for ourselves.
Not a big fan, huh? Leowin.
Our only hope to weather this Oblivion invasion is to defend our walls and be damned to what happens outside them.
I'd like you to change your mind, but hopefully I can help. What's the service to Leowin you had in mind?
I need your help. An orc named Mazoga here claims to be a knight, but will not reveal her business.
Oh,
Find out why she is here and
You
report
just
to
talked to
me,
Mazoga.
and you will earn a
She was
reward
mean.
suitable for those who serve Leowin.
okay. Let's ask about it again.
Did you find out why the orc is here?
Not yet.
Then I await your report.
Thank you. Aid for Bruma. I know what you're going to say, but just tell me what I need to know.
Leowin is beset by enemies. The Empire does nothing to help us. Even before this crisis, I did not have enough men to patrol my borders. Now, Daedra are pouring out of an Oblivion gate on our very doorstep. No, I don't have any men to spare. Bruma will have to look to its own defense.
Alright, jeez.
How are you today? Attention to this matter will be rewarded.
Who are you? Onstea Sundu.
Onstea Sundu, Castle Leowin's steward and chief advisor to Count Marius Caro, in theory.
Oh. Not very happy in your job, huh?
Go ahead.
I guess admire and coerce? Yeah.
No, you do me too much honor.
Who says
You-
I can't read Argonian
What-
facial
I
expressions?
doubt it. No. You're revolting. Really, now you're such a charmer.
Rumors.
I was walking past Rosentia Galenus' home the other day, and I heard these strange animal noises or something from inside. Very odd.
Huh. I guess you should tell me more about Rosentia.
Every time I pass by that woman's house, I hear odd animal noises and smell a foul odor. Maybe she's caring for some sick pet or something. Whatever it is, She should clean up her act. It's surprising that a wealthy woman like that would let her property fall into such disarray.
Alright, stinky lady. That's a quest we're gonna have to do
Good day.
at some point. Who are you?
Good morning.
Genonia Aruncia.
I am Genonia Aruncia, chief maidservant of Castle Leowin.
Yeah, you say your name because I really
We'll
struggle.
see.
Okay, coerce and joke.
Was that you? That's pretty good. You're pathetic.
Rumors?
The Fighters Guild is recruiting.
Yeah, we know. Thank you.
Farewell.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Alright. Actually, let's talk to Mazoga.
Are you the Count?
The Count sent me.
The Count? Then I can talk to you. I'm Mazoga.
Okay,
All right.
I'll make you like me first. Joke and
Not
boast.
what? You can't scare me. Not bad. Don't waste your flattery. Yeah, don't. My life. Is that so? Great. That's pretty good. Oh, please. Not. My life is That's not bad.
Thank you. Rumors.
I was walking past.
Yep, Rosenti Galenus, you told us, or someone else did. Mazoga of York, apparently you're your own topic.
Yes, I'm an orc. I was born under a rock and I have no parents, so I don't need a family name. I guess you don't know how to talk to a knight, so I'll teach you. Say, yes, Sir Mazoga.
Okay. I can tell this lady isn't one for anyone disagreeing with her or fighting her, so I'm just gonna comply. Yes, Sir Mazoga.
All right, then. Just don't forget.
Okay, you're a knight. Now what?
I'm a free knight. I don't have a lord. You got a problem with that?
Oh, I'm just asking. Chill. No, Sir Mazoga.
All right, then. There's an Argonian named Weebamna in town. Go get him for me.
Okay, why should I get Weebamna? What do you want with him?
Do you know where Weebamna is?
I don't know
I hear
who he
he's a
is.
hunter, knows all about the
And I
woods
knew in
around here.
Leowin. No.
Then go find him. Tell him I want to see him right now. I'll meet him here.
Okay. Cool. Quest updated. Alright, we'll continue that at some other point. But, for now... Ooh. Guess we should head to the northeast gate. And it's back. Into the fray we go. And you can see... Oh, you can see another Oblivion gate that way. But the one we need to close is this way. Let's save. Where you might connect, you will fall. And my weapon's broken. Fantastic. Oh, there's another flame action. Oh, this is good. There is a weapon on the ground there, but I don't want to break it, so I'm just going to fight this flame action active up this. Maybe we can kill it. Oop. Alright, stagger a little. Oh gods. Have we just alerted the clanfear? Yes, we have. Now's the time where I run for the hills. Or I drag the clanfear into the water. Does that not work? There's an urn room here though. Clanfear's there. We can just get him. Come on. Claim that can actually be weak in water. They actually are. If I get the clanfear swimming, he can't do anything. Is just casually going past. Nice. It was just a run after all. There's a scamp here too. Fantastic. There we go. Extra that down. Just a scamp. Oh god. Thick calluses cover your knuckles and joints from long hours of punching and kicking. At long last, you're an apprentice in hand-to-hand combat. You have a new standing power attack which does extra damage. Press and hold the attack button to use this power attack. Hooray, punching people. There we go. Take your skin. Take your salt. And what can I do? Scamp skin, spittle stick. Fire salt, there's a dead horse here. Nothing. take the steel mace. Guess we'll have to. A dead Leowin guard might just come in really handy for us. Because it's got all this armor, as well as a buckled shoes, chainmail armor that's not broken. It's very nice. Guard helmet as well. I guess we'll take it all. Leowin cuirass and Leowin shield. Use the steel mace, I suppose, and chainmail boots, chainmail gauntlets, chainmail greaves, guard helmet. I guess we're not going to really use the Leowin cuirass. The Bruma shield, much better. Oh no, it's the same as the Leowin one. Okay. Well, nice. Kinreeve, are you kidding? You have lumps and bruises from long practice sessions of all kinds of maces and axes. You are now an apprentice with blunt weapons. You now have a standing power attack, which is extra damage. Press and hold the attack button to use this power attack. Nice. Well, I'm going to save this because I might die here. Let's save it over this one. And there's another one. I'm dead. I'm literally dead. Not even a second to breathe. Alright, we're just gonna play run around with these guys, I suppose. Not very well. I've got an idea. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Nope. Alright, let's see what else we can do here. How did that? Oh, now we go through. I may have saved at a very bad time. Can I go back? Will he follow me? Yes. tactic. Make him run into the Harada plant. Yep. Yeah, he's almost dead now. There we go. Not my proudest tactic, but effective one. Where's your sword? I need your sword. That was the... Oh, there we go. More long sword, yes. Now we're prepared. Okay. Let's start our journey. Maybe I should be using more poison. Oh, there you are. Now I'm ready to fight you. Oh. Yep. Oh, Kindred shield. We have, yes we do. Oh. Okay, continue the towers. Let's save before we make this jump. Nearly missed. Skin. Yeah. There's some traps here. Maybe we can lure that scamp over there. Oh, so it's good already. Good. Glad to hear it. Okay. Can't tell if this is a shortcut. Never tunnels. Let's try it. What's the worst that could happen? Okay, nothing so far. Strong potion of warmth. Cure disease, that's good. And some money. Strong poison of severing. Cool. Alright, Flaming, let's go. There we go. Blacksmith's pants, don't think I need. Poison of silence. Could be a very good one. And money, always good. Save. There's your salt. There's an option to go down. There's also, I don't know if going down is necessarily good though. Another flamey. Good. Alright, there's some lava. And there's a way up. Oh god. Oh god. That was close. Freaking fanfare. why you do this. Alright, let's save. Do I have a spare sword? Yes, good. Excellent. Gotta love being greeted by a clanfear. Let's wait a few seconds. It's literally just waiting for God's sake. What's my blade skill at? 73, wow. It would be a lot higher than that. Alright, handful down. Go further down, really? Let's save. Oh, I didn't even see you up there. I don't like these underground caverns because you don't face the Dremora with swords and weapons, you face the creatures that have infinite health. Is there 2 fire mech tracks down there? No, it does look like just one. Alright, well. Let's go. I heard a clanfear. I'm dead. Oh god. Ah! Screw you. Oh. Okay, this is going to be a problem. Should probably wait for a few more heals. Maybe poison. Wouldn't hurt, I suppose. Okay, 2 more heals and we'll save and we'll go in. Took a bit more damage than I wanted to, but instead. There's a way up here. There's also here. Flamey. Oh, broken. Alright, back up sword. Just straight up tanking things at this point because it's faster. Right, there's another door to Oblivion Cave. Save. Is there anything in this room? Nope. Alright. Don't see anything, so I'm saving it. I hear something resembling a clanfield. But there's a Harada here, which I might be able to use to my advantage. Oh, well. Nope, the reflect damage killed me. Fantastic. That's gonna kill me. Oh, good. There we go. That's the round we wanted. Cool. Money. Nope. You have to get really lucky with these kind here. Nope. Nope, I'm totally not. Here's another one. Was it even protecting anything? No. Still here, Clanfield. Please leave me alone. You horrible creatures. Right, flame down. I'm not sure how long this sword's got left. Oh, it's just a scout. We can handle scouts. Alright, more scamp skin. Cause more potion. Okay, nothing in here. More Oblivion cave. Great. Oh. Oh, we're at the tower. I think, yeah. Alright, well. That was it. Yeah, you can go. No way in from here? Of course not. Soldier. Means new weapon. Specifically sword. He's walking into a wall. This is good. His weapon's enchanted. Nope, you just use a spell. Oh god. Well.
To me. Ah!
This is not good.
Nothing. Ah!
Thank goodness. Give me that sword. There we go. And of course a clownfish. Sigh. Right, let's just wait here and heal a bit more. Oh, it's coming to me. Screw that.
Ah!
Doesn't matter, I'm dead. Right, I am here. Really? Okay, that'll do. Wow. Wow. What? No, there's no way that was in range. No way. How is it avoiding? Goodness sake. What did I do to deserve this? Goodness me. Don't jump. Ooh. Yes, good job. And that was way too close. Close for save. Didn't even get into these freaking towers. Guess up here? It's gotta be in here. Bloodwell. Oh, almost there. It's gonna be Gamora. Gonna have your weapon supply. So we're all gonna be fine. Let's go down first. I see a scan. Happy with this. Don't stagger me. There we go. And some money. And one more potion. That's good. Nope. Let's save. Really love a blood fountain or something. Right, so more importantly, this one. Right, gates are open. Let's save. What? Okay, drawer of swords. That's what we like to see. And no armor too. Oops, that's perfect. Ooh, some nice weapons here. Lesser staff of fire. Penance of faithlessness. That's a pretty deadly enchantment. Drain health 15 points for 10 seconds. Is that 150 health? That is quite a lot to be losing. Base ring of firewalking. We've got it. Take it. Potion of chameleon. And minor magic drain. There we go. And save and teleport. I see flame. Two Flamey and Clamfy. Let's take out Flamey first. There we go. Save. Oh, magic. Dude, come and get it. Yep. How are we doing on sword health? Not too bad. Oh, blood. Bones. Oh, blade skill and a level up. Nice. The cuts and nicks from long practice sessions with all manner of blades has its benefits. You're now an expert with blade weapons. Your sweeping power attack now has a chance to knock down an opponent. Press and hold attack while moving back to use this power attack. Cool. There you go. Oh. What? Where did you come from? Where did you come from? At least you have a sword. Alright. Clanfear die? I think Clanfear died. Clanfear died, we're good. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself.
First blood sack.
Go, that down, read your heart, drop one on you. What? There's more down here? Is it from up there? Let's take you. Oh, the Clanfear somehow went straight in the middle. Damn. Must be something up there, right? This is Blood Fountain Town. Okay. Well, let's just go up, and whatever it is will probably find us anyway. matter. Oh, Casey, we're cool with you. Yeah, you don't do much damage anymore. Alright. Spell 1. Reeve, huh? Oh god. I need to drop stuff. Yeah, like that. Drain my endurance. Right, there we go. Everyone's dealt with. Okay, my endurance is now fine. So many Kinreeve shields. Keep those. Danger Heart and Rage. Anyone else in here? Doesn't look like it. Nope. Let's save before we forget. And I believe that flame extranet came down all the way from here to try and find me. So maybe come back. Nice, okay, longsword. Drop this one. Danger Heart, River Walk, and Flawless Pearls. Clanfit. Flip sync. Imagine if this was a run. Oh, it is. Oh, look at this. Oh man, I'm so happy if that was a run. Okay, Citadel lock. We have a hard lock. It's been a while since I've opened a lock. Oops. Alright, that's one way to kill a clanfear. I guess we drop the steel mace. Greater sword, some money. And a bit more money. Really don't have much of that lying around. Let's get some more practice. Didn't really need to unlock this, but there you go. Security goes up. Alright, that's back where we came from. So I guess we go up. One more save. Drumorva. 2 Drumorva. Screw it, let's tussle. 3 Drumorva. Oh boy. This may have been a bad idea. This was a bad idea. Alright, well, maybe fighting 3 Drumor at once isn't a great idea. Alright, just one of them alerted. Go on. Alright. There we go. That'll do. Running out of things to drop. Can drop these greaves and I suppose I don't need all of these shields. Maybe I can take on these next 2 on my own. I'm not sure. Actually, let's not chance it. I would like that. Jeez. Revealer of iniquity. Yep, that's a new one. And can drop a couple more shields. Or just one. Come on. Let's fight King. Thank you. Alright, fully explored here then. Flesh. Currently lit up, which... Oh wait, yep, okay. Nice. More Druma, less creatures. Didn't even hit me. Enthralling presence. And just a regular mace. Okay. Nice. Alright, I guess only one way to go. It's up. Yes. Let the niggas do that shit. Right, long sword. We got weak potion of fortune, which we need. Grounding, which we don't. Burdening touch, inspiration, and protect. Just needed protect. Save. So we're getting very close, I believe, to the end. Yes. Intelligence and willpower, that's fine. Oh, there's more. Oh. Am I being sniped? Oh, there's a scamp here. You belong to a Kinval, but I don't see where the... Oh, you're up there. How the hell are you there? Can't even get to it. Let's... Alright, there we go. I'm gonna take a few hits. We're gonna get to him. Keep swiping until it goes down. There we go. Okay. Cyrodiilic brandy, that's an interesting one to find. Didn't realise the Dromora were into drinking. And we've got heat shell. And Penance of Pride. Okay, first Drain Skill Marksman. We've already got. Anything else I can get rid of? Spare armor. Probably some Daedra hearts or some mutton. There's that Penance of Pride. Okay. Take you on the same this time. Almost the last time. Gonna be closing Oblivion. So any enemies please be Bruma, please no clan thing. See a flame action, I can handle that. It's a blood fountain in a good position, I'd like to see that too. There's a clan fit, damn it. And no, it ain't gonna be alright. Saved lots of time for me. Well, we've got a blood fountain and we've got a magic pool. So we're fine. Ow. Sigils ever. Oops. And take okay. Expert calcinates are nice. Moving up in the world. Sorcery, drop top, petties, gold. something back. I guess some more Daedra hearts. Level chest up here. That's weird, but that's fine, I guess. I'm just happy that this is all over. Give me the single sword. Beyond. Close the Oblivion Gate outside of Leowyn. I should speak to the Count about sending aid to Bruma now that Leowyn is no longer threatened. Oh. I'll catch Alessia Cara on a wall.
Yes.
That's a bit weird. There's Mazova. Here is someone.
Good to see you.
Mothril.
If it isn't the toast of Leowyn, how can I help you? Go ahead. Don't try to manipulate me. What? You can... Yeah, I get it. I've heard that Dagiel knows a lot about mysticism. And sheep.
Well, one of those is more important than the other. Leowyn?
Leowyn is in a state of transition. It has long been a respected county, making moderate cultural and economic contributions to the Empire. However, Leowyn must move toward the mainstream of Imperial culture, both in trade and in political affairs.
I know a lot of Khajiit and Argonians who would strongly disagree with you. But yeah, transition.
Good day.
Pretty much everyone is in transition at the moment. Right.
Have you anything new to report?
Of course I do.
I hope you've been successful.
Yes, I closed your Oblivion Gate. Rumors.
I admit to sharing the common enthusiasm for the arena. It is barbaric, but the stakes of life or death make the drama irresistibly compelling.
Alright. Aid for Bruma now.
Well, with the Oblivion Gate near Leowyn closed, I suppose the immediate threat is lessened.
Go on.
I will do as you ask. Let no one say Leowyn did not do its part
No, I won't.
to uphold the Empire.
Yes.
Prompt attention to this matter will be rewarded.
I know, but there's kind of an Oblivion crisis going on. So is that it? Completed? Yes. Awesome. Now we can just go home,
Please, go ahead.
drop our stuff off, level up, and end the episode. Gosh, I'm glad this one's over. I don't think there's ever going to be episodes this long ever again. It's just quite simply Allies for Bruma is the longest quest in history. And I just wanted to get it over with, pretty much. Oh, there we go. Drop. I guess I should wear those, shouldn't I? Leowyn Cuirass and Leowyn Shield. No, not the Cuirass. You still need the strength buff. Don't need that anymore. Still don't have an alembic, which is a bit weird. Can we drop a few of those? Absorb speed and fortify speed, not too bad. And we're just getting more and more carry weight every time. It's gotta be the alchemy ingredients, hasn't it? Fair enough. Okay, let's equip the Leowin shield. Get our level up. You've ascended to level 15, now you just stay at the peak as long as you can. There's no one stronger in Tamriel, but there's always someone younger, a new challenger. Right, well, strength +4, let's just keep getting stronger. Speed +2 and endurance +2. It's gotta be strength, speed, endurance. As much as possible, really. Alright. Saved. And yeah. Wow, this one went in even longer than the last one. I finally finished Alice with Bruma. I'm back streaming. Hopefully it won't be so late in the future. It won't be so long. In fact, I know it won't be because there's no quest longer than Allies for Bruma. I hope you enjoyed, and hopefully I'll see you soon. Peace.